Good morning, Chatty House.
What's up, Chatty House?
What up, friends? Sweet. We got a big day today. All kinds of things to talk about.
We should be on Twitch, but Twitch has been giving us some issues. So if we're not, it's on their end.
Oh, did you put out a post? Because I don't have controls of the ESPN 1320.
I'm gonna send a push notification.
Okay. Uh-oh. Blasted. Welcome into the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I am James Ham. Joining me for the first hour of the show, we have Jesse Tapia. Jesse, what's going on?
Nothing much. Happy to be back here for this next hour.
I am very happy to have you. I'm also, you know what, Jesse, I'm really happy to announce that we have a sponsor. The Insiders is now brought to you by Jiffy Lube, and we are super excited. Jiffy Lube is the best in the business when it comes to auto care here in Sacramento. And so just a big shout out to Jiffy Lube for jumping on board with the Insiders. Kyle, of course, is gone this week. We'll have him back next week, and we're gonna go full Jiffy Lube gear. Like we're gonna come in one day like looking like Damien, but with Jiffy Lube gear. It's gonna be fire. So welcome in Jiffy Lube. We've got all kinds of things going on. Again, Jared Reynolds is going to be here in the second hour, and I'm super excited for that. Sacramento Kings are in the midst of training camp. Day one is in the books. Media day is in the books. But I think we have to go like breaking news, Jesse.
Breaking news already.
Aaron Rodgers says he's coming back this season.
Aaron Rodgers has a lot of things.
What are your thoughts, Jesse? Aaron Rodgers is convinced. He is convinced that he will defy everyone. He's already out of a walking boot. That usually takes 6 weeks, according to him, and it only took him 13 days. He believes in the power of positivity and healing, and this is just my mindset. I believe in the power of intention. I believe in prayer. I believe in your mental status and the power of will. I believe in making room for the miraculous to happen.
That's all fine and dandy, but I don't know if that's gonna work.
But you tore your Achilles.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how positive you can be to make your Achilles heal faster.
You know what I'm kind of hoping here. I'm kind of hoping here, Jesse, that Aaron Rodgers makes it back for like week 15, and the Jets are like 8 or maybe like 6 and like 9.
See, that's the thing. Like, what, you're gonna come back and play the last 2 games of the season and then go back home? Like, the Jets aren't making the playoffs.
I like, and if they do, I'll keep saying this. If they do somehow miraculously recover here, there will be a reason for that. The reason will be that whoever is running the team at that time, whoever is the quarterback of the team at that time, has made a difference and has led you and has got you to a certain point. And so I don't know.
We're just gonna bring back this 40-year-old who blew out his Achilles. We're gonna replace the guy who got us to the playoffs with Aaron Rodgers.
Well, power of positivity. Power positivity.
That's why I'm going to win the lottery at the end of this year.
That's right. Maybe Aaron Rodgers should just play the lottery. He probably will win that as well.
It's power positivity.
Yeah. Jesse, Major League Baseball playoffs are rolling. The Twins beat the Blue Jays last night 3-1. This was their first playoff win in 19 years.
I saw that was insane to me.
18-game losing streak.
I get not going to the playoffs for 18 years or whatever. Things happen, but the fact that you haven't won a playoff game in 18 years, you've been there multiple times, and you just lose every time. As a fan, I wouldn't be able to take that. I would dread the playoffs if I was a Twins fan, of course, before yesterday.
This is amazing because I'm just going to bring this up. Because you said, oh, I can understand not making the playoffs for 18 years. That is such a Sacramento Kings thing to say.
It was easy to relate it.
It was. I think everyone in Sacramento was like, oh, well, it's only 18 years. It's like, no, they've been there like 19 years. They haven't won a game, but 18 different games. They had an 18-game losing streak in the playoffs. And they had some great players. You had like Joe Mauer. You had
Morneau and those guys.
Yeah, Justin Morneau. They had some great talent for some of those. Yeah, just absolutely crazy. I guess maybe they never had an ace.
Is that bad luck? Like, how do you go 18 straight games without winning a playoff game? Like, you don't even luck into one. You're just getting swept out the door every time.
I would have called Jack Morris and see if he could come back and start a game for you in the playoffs, even if he hasn't played in 20 years. Say, hey, we need you.
It can't be any worse, obviously, than the 18 other games they lost.
Yeah, we need you to somehow get us over the hump here. And we also had other games, the Rangers over the Rays, the Diamondbacks over the Brewers, which was a surprise, Phillies over the Marlins, and so all of those series are 1-0. So best of 3, right?
Yeah, best of 3. Did you see the Rays had the lowest postseason crowd since 1919?
Oh, no.
Yeah, lowest postseason crowd in over 100 years.
Well, that's why you don't, if you're the Rays, you don't play in Oakland. I don't know. Why would you possibly play your playoff game in Oakland? I'm just kidding. Oakland A's, of course, had a really, really rough season this year. They did not make the playoffs with, I don't think they won 50 games, Jesse.
Did they win 40?
They won 40, but it hurt so bad I couldn't go back and see if they got that 50th win. And to me, I mean, that's ridiculous to see a team that may have not won a total of 50 games on the season. We do have baseball today on ESPN 1320 following D'Lo and Casey at 4 p.m. We have the Marlins and Phillies. On Thursday at 4:30, we have the Marlins and Phillies again, if necessary. So tune in after D'Lo and Casey to catch plenty of baseball. We also on Saturday at 8:30 a.m. we have Oklahoma versus Texas, and a 4 p.m. game, Michigan at Minnesota. Sunday at 9 a.m. we have the Ravens at Steelers. That's early. 4:45 we got Cowboys at 49ers, Packers at Raiders on Monday night. Jesse, this Cowboys and 49ers game we're going to get into later in the show, but man, is this thing just starting to take off? Does it start to feel like the big game?
It does feel like the big game of the week, but it also feels kind of one-sided as far as it means something for one team and not as much for the other. Dallas, it feels like Jerry Jones said it yesterday. This is a measuring stick game for us. We want to see how we can compete with the NFC's best. 49ers, I think they're going into it. This is week 5. We're playing Dallas.
Yeah, and I think there's something to already having 4 wins in the bank, right? You're already looking at this like, okay, we really have to botch this thing to not be a playoff team. And I know they have aspirations to be, of course, have home field advantage. I expect that, though. I don't know if you're prognosticating here. It's early. We'll get more to this, but who do you got in this game?
49ers. I feel pretty comfortable going with the 49ers right now. Dallas is kind of scaring me with the way they're talking.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I have 49ers in every game they play this year. Like there might be a game where you're like,
I wouldn't be shocked if they went like 12-0, 13-0 to start the season.
Yeah, they've got an opportunity to be really good. I know we had this discussion a couple of weeks back. Who will be the last 4-0 team? And I mean the last undefeated team. And I think initially, Kyle thought it would be the Dolphins, and
didn't work out there.
I just keep rubbing it in. So the Dolphins lost this weekend to the Bills, but that was the biggest game of the season so far.
Mm-hmm.
This now feels like it supersedes it. That week's over. Now we move on. This is
This is bigger than Dolphins Bills, definitely.
yeah. Where do you put the Cowboys? Like, what kind of chances do they have in this game? Because I think they are a good team. I just don't know that they're as good as they thought they were after the first 3 weeks.
They have a good chance. They're a good team. They're up there with the 49ers and Eagles, but it's just what's your mentality going to be like going into that game? Is it personal for Dallas? Because if it is, I think that's an issue. I think there's a point where it's like, okay, we want to get our get back against the 49ers, but it's also just week 5. Like, don't put too much into it.
Okay. You're of the mindset of don't overthink it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Because Dallas is good, but it's just they just trip over themselves every time.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they typically do, especially in the playoffs. But I think that I wanna see how the 49ers offensive line holds up against Micah Parsons and that defensive line of the Cowboys.
Yeah, that'll be a good matchup.
Yeah, I wanna see what Brock Purdy looks like under pressure. You know, this is kind of I know it's not a measuring stick game for the 49ers, but, like, when you're going through the season, you wanna be tested, and so far, like, they haven't been tested at all. They've scored 30 points or more in every game. They're just rolling along. They haven't done something crazy like what your Dolphins did, where they dropped a 70 spot on somebody, but they also haven't had to. And, I think this is, you want to have it might be a measuring stick game too. If you're a contender, is this who you are? Is this a team? Can you roll through a really good opponent? Because I do think Dallas is really good. They're not in my top 5, but they're like 6 or 7.
I will say the 49ers, they haven't put together a complete performance yet. And they've kind of just, I don't want to say gotten by because that kind of discredits them, but they've been good and better than these other teams. I don't think you can just get by in this game right here. I think you're going to have to bring your A game here. Otherwise, there's a good chance they lose it.
Yeah, I would agree completely. Plus, the Niners, hopefully they'll be healthy walking into this weekend. They have had some receivers missing here and there. They've had some a little bit of stuff going on, but nothing major. I don't know. I do think it's a bit of a measuring stick game, and it's a game of the week. So I'm glad we have it here on ESPN against the Cowboys. It's gonna be a blast to watch. Training camp. This is like the early stages, Jesse, but is there anything you're looking for? Because you and I have been able to catch up since this Monday. Is there anything you've been looking for in training camp? You have your eye on so far?
Nothing with an individual player. I want to see what the defense looks like this year.
Okay.
I don't think they're capable. Is my point I'm trying to get to. They're capable. They can play defense.
Okay.
They can run the offense the way they want to, and I think they can still play defense. Like, they need to figure out a way. Like we said earlier this week, get the fourth quarter stuff in the first 3 quarters too.
Totally.
I want to see that defense.
So we had Mike Brown. We ran tape of Mike Brown from Media Day, and his approach is really interesting. He said they have made some tweaks to their defensive schematics. They have made some changes, put their players in better position. But they also asked their players to come back in like peak physical condition, and they asked them to come back with like an idea to play more physical and to be able to transfer some of this incredible offensive, pressure that they put on people to the defensive end and try not to lose the offensive stuff, but transfer a little bit over to the defensive end and give a better effort. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. It's really hard to like ask a team that's virtually the same to be something different in another season. But I guess being together for another year kind of helps that, right?
Yeah, it's familiarity and just another year under Mike Brown. I think they'll be able to do it. But that's definitely what I'm watching for.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, we're gonna step aside. When we come back, we're gonna dive back into some of these videos that we got from training camp, from media day. Keegan Murray sat down with me, and we're gonna listen to Keegan and then digest a little bit and see what we think of his thoughts on this upcoming season. You're listening to you are listening to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. I don't hear you. Oh, yeah. You all right? Okay. Hello, everybody. What's going on? It is hump day, right? Wednesday. Let's see. Oh, yeah, there we go. Jesse, do you have the ringing of the bell
What do you mean ringing of the bell?
in the Keegan interview? Or no?
Yeah, that's in there.
Okay. All right. I didn't know if it was in there or not. I haven't.
Yeah, that's there.
Yeah. JaVale. Oh, look at that. James Harden is practicing with the Philadelphia 76ers.
I can't lie. I'm so excited for that.
It appears that he's won the battle. No one won the battle. No one. And there he is. Wow. From Tim Bontemps, over the last 48 hours, the 76ers had expressed hope and optimism that at some point this situation could be resolved.
That's so foolish to think that this was ever going to get resolved.
Yeah. Well, it's also foolish to think that he could be the answer to help you get over the hump.
Exactly.
Like, I don't understand that. How much time do we have? Oh, okay. Chatty House. We're going to have all kinds of cool stuff from Jiffy Lube all season long. It's going to be amazing. They're all in. This is an awesome sponsorship. So super excited. Welcome back into the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham, Jesse Tapia joining me on the other side of the glass. It's always weird especially when Kyle's here, like we're not in the same room. We're looking through the glass at each other the whole time, but it's fun. Like it's fine. It's just different, right? I'm in a room by myself talking like I'm talking to somebody else, but they're in a different room. It's always weird. Jesse, Media Day was a blast. We were able to sit down and get a lot of interviews in that we've been playing yesterday. What did we do? Mike Brown, Sasha Vazenkov,
And
Malik Monk. I thought all of them were like Malik Monk, especially had a lot of weird things to say that we can get back to when we have time here. But we also got Keegan Murray, and we're going to roll tape on Keegan Murray right now. And then Jesse and I will be back to discuss. Welcome into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Keegan Murray. How are you?
Doing good. Can't complain. So,
how much are you ready to get this thing started?
Yeah. I've been ready for a while. Be able to play in front of fans and stuff like that. So,
we watched you really like during summer league. You were given like carte blanche to be like the guy. Thank you, JaVale. Thank you, JaVale McGee. You were given like unlimited, like you go be a star. Like, how much did that help you grow and really maybe show you what you can be at this next level?
Yeah. I mean, just to be able to kind of be the guy that they all rely on the court was a big thing for me. Experience different things on the court that I really didn't experience during my rookie year. Be able to bring the ball up the court, initiate offense, guard the point guard, be able to create space offensively, shoot late in the fourth quarter, stuff like that. I feel like it helped me just get more comfortable and kind of see where my game was at in the offseason.
When you get done with your rookie season and you look back, and how much did that prepare you to say, okay, this is where I am, and I know who I am today, but this is where I want to be, and this is what I'm going to have to do this summer to get there, this first summer, and then next summer you'll add more, but this first summer, how much did it give you an idea of what your identity needed to be going forward?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'll be known as a shooter, just from what I've done my rookie year. So it's just kind of adding different elements when I can't get my 3-point shot. So it's just like we came up with a game plan earlier in the off season of stuff we needed to work on. I feel like we've gotten a lot of production from those different elements. So I'm excited to kind of get my foot in the water earlier in a couple of weeks. So.
Okay, so when we see you guys on social media, like Uncle Keegan has become a thing, like taking care of Rain all the time and like pushing the stroller. How much has that bond helped you this summer? Like have someone here that's in town that's becoming like a leader on this team and a mentor for you in De'Aaron, and even like being part of his family and that in his world.
Yeah. I think, I mean, on the court, being able to work out with him, it's been great. But I feel like off the court, it's been special just to be involved with his family, with Rasay, with Rain, with Reno, the people that he's with the most. Just being able to have that bond with them has been really cool. So just doing different things off the court with him, and just talking with him and them. It's been fun for me.
So much of your story before this season was you and your brother Chris.
Yeah.
How much fun did you have seeing him get drafted? And the Portland situation is just weird and crazy, but he's right in the middle of it, and you kind of have like a front row seat through him.
Yeah.
But how is that having now your brother in the league?
Yeah, it's really cool. Just because, I mean, last year I kind of did this by myself, and I've always had him to kind of rely on and talk about things with, things that we're going through. So to be able to see him experience the same things I did last year, it's kind of almost like a surreal moment for us as brothers. And I'm just excited to see him and what he does in Portland and the future of his career.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Well, it's great seeing you. You look good.
Appreciate it.
You gained 8 pounds early, right?
Yeah.
You gained any more, or are you right there?
I've gained a couple more. So,
yeah. Oh, you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
All right.
Sure.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, Jesse, I think the way we ended there, he looks noticeably bigger, and he looks like he's in great shape, but he also, I think the other thing about him is that he's starting to let loose. He's starting to allow himself to get comfortable. It was JaVale McGee who rang the bell. The bell was right above my laptop, which is the bell. Like that's the bell that they ring in practice when someone does something great. But there's just a confidence to him that's starting to come out, that he feels different as just a human. Not even, we'll wait and see what he looks like as a player, but he's starting to ease into who he can be off the court and in media sessions, it feels like.
I feel like that's something too that can kind of help his game in a way. Excuse me. It can help his game in a way, because like when you're out there and you're playing loose and you're comfortable and all that, and you're just like you're comfortable within yourself, like I feel like there's less holding back and less how do you say, like just deferring.
Yeah, like I get what you're saying there, and the Kings need him to be bold. They need him to step up and to be like one of those guys that calls for the ball, that demands the ball, that doesn't like get the ball across half court and start looking for his point guard, but who's willing to put on the gas and go, all right, I'm going right to the rim.
I think the word is assertive. Keegan, like he can be more assertive this year.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because you're right. If you don't have your voice, just in anything that you do, if you don't have your voice, if you don't feel comfortable enough to speak up, it is hard to be assertive all the way around. I mean, there are players who have done it, who are super quiet and who are assertive, but on the court, but to help him find his voice. And I think the reason why we're seeing this is we've seen De'Aaron Fox take on a completely different leadership role. And I've watched Fox for a long time. I mean, like since he's a 19-year-old kid, this is his 7th season. And so you're watching this guy go from, the young spiky haired kid to all of a sudden he's a star level player in like year 4, has a setback in year 5, year 6, he's this monster makes the All-Star team, All NBA. You're like, okay, this is who we thought you might be. But to watch the process of him, really, it's going from a player who needed a veteran to a player who is a veteran and who's searched out and found somebody who is a little bit like him. Like Keegan's not brash like Fox was. Fox is still introverted. He's still not a guy who goes out and like he's not a noisy guy.
Fox comes off as like, I'm just gonna talk when I need to, but other than that, you're not gonna hear me really.
Yeah, yeah, and not only that, but Fox is like a gamer, right? So Fox plays a lot of Call of Duty, plays a lot of like 2K and stuff, but he's one of those guys that like he likes his own private time and his own private space. And I love that him and Rasay and Reno is, one of their people that are with them all the time. That they've accepted him into their family because especially a guy like Keegan who's a twin. So he's lived his whole life with someone else standing next to him, someone else who looks identical to him, with him all the time on the basketball court, in his classes, going to school from the time they're little until they were in college together. And then to not have that, I really think that this is a bond that is actually it can be very, very meaningful for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, it's just like having a twin brother, whatever. I don't have one, obviously, and all that, but it's just you hear them talk, and it's just the connection that you have. So you mentioned like, yeah, being away from him, yeah, Keegan's gonna miss something. So it is nice that Fox and them got him in his family.
Yeah, yeah. I do have a brother who's 15 months older than me, so I was raised with a very close sibling, and like when they're not around, it's a little different. It's not quite the same because those guys have been like literally like next
Just
to
at the hip.
yeah, like at the hip, but also like on the basketball court together. Like one's a power forward, one's a small forward, or whatever they switch. Watching them play in college was just crazy. I mean, they look like they're identical twins that like they look identical. Like they're hard to tell apart. And I mean, so much that the NBA actually posted a picture of Chris when Keegan was drafted.
The way I tell them apart now is that Chris's voice is a little bit more like he's got a little bit more tone to it. Keegan is more like mellow and just like monotone.
Yeah, well, and that's something that's interesting too because they're not the same personality-wise, and that's always, you have two kids that were raised the same way that are literally like identical, and then they have different, mannerisms, everything else. Like my sons, one is an introvert, one's a total extrovert. They're completely different. They've been raised together the whole time and in the same household, same parents, and they just, turn out differently. Um, Keegan, we talked about him being able to become a star and the Kings, like it was very intentional. Like they sent him to the California Classic to understand what it would be like to be the guy. And I just think that that's one of those moves that the Kings haven't missed with that stuff, especially in the Mike Brown era. I feel like they just keep doing the right things to help bring their players along, whether it's Fox doing the right thing or it's the coaching staff doing the right thing. It feels like they're on a path to be successful in a different way than I've seen them in the past.
Well, there's finally like structure and a plan for things. Like it's not just throwing the guys out there and hoping they figure it out. It's like, no, we're gonna do it this way, and that way, and we're gonna end up with this result.
Yeah, and I also know the Kings. I had this conversation with them last year, someone within the walls, and they told me that both of the Murray twins, they always looked at, they have young bodies, right? They have a lot of room to mature and to grow. And that when you're an NBA team, you look at that in a really positive way because they can kind of dictate who he becomes, like whether he's a three that plays the four or a four that plays the three, or a guy who truly can go back and forth between positions with no problem. And I think we're starting to see that, maybe they're bulking him up a little. Maybe he is like long term. Maybe he is going to be more that a four that plays a three. But yeah, interesting stuff. All right, when we come back, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go do it all over again, but we're going to take on Davion Mitchell and have a discussion on Davion. We've got Jerry Reynolds coming in at 11. We got lots to talk about today. You were listening to The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. Hey, look at that. I did an interview yesterday on the radio in Bulgaria. Well, it was taped in Bulgaria, and someone just said, that it worked out. That's interesting to see. I wonder if they literally had somebody like I would say something and then a voice would come over and like translate.
You know, you're basically the international correspondent for the Kings now, right?
Oh yeah. Well, no, I was a Portuguese, the Portugal people. I was their national guy for sure. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Emmy. Now we've got friends from Bulgaria. Jeremy, you bring this up. I just saw that come across. What are the 6 countries? Because I haven't seen.
Argentina, Portugal, Morocco, and I think there's 3 others. I can't remember the 3 others.
Wait, Argentina, Portugal. Wait,
Yeah,
those aren't anywhere near each other.
exactly. Morocco, and then Spain is in there too, so that's the 4th.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm excited. I mean, like, isn't like Mexico, the U.S. and Canada
2026.
Yeah, in 2026. I'm all over this. Yeah. I need to. Yes. You know, this is something that De'Aaron Fox will talk on the basketball court. I get that sentiment, but he also needs to talk on the basketball court. Like he's at a point in his career where he is the guy, and his words need to matter. I think in a interview with Luke Laux, you're going to see that. I think we'll run that tomorrow. Like Luke was incredible, and he's been there to watch. Dutch Gately is the one who's been working with Keegan, but Luke was with De'Aaron, the previous year during all the way through the summer. Like, remember, Luke went on vacation with them, went on their honeymoon and everything. So, like, he's got a unique perspective on watching him grow, but also, all right. What's going on? Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Jesse Tapia. Jesse, Davion Mitchell is a guy that I'm not sure that we know what he's going to be this season. We know who he is as a player, I think, but we don't know how big of a role he's going to have. He's got one of the toughest jobs in the world, and that is backing up a superstar. And De'Aaron Fox is a King superstar, and a lot. We're going to run tape here in just a sec, but a lot like Keegan Murray, I'm starting to see Davion come out of his shell, which I think is really interesting to see. And he's a player that the Kings need. They need really badly this season to be impactful when he's on the court, and he's done a lot of off-court work during the summer. Just where are you at? Like, what do you want to see from Davion?
I need to see something with his offense. I'm really down on his offensive game. He's got handles and stuff like that. He's got the tools, but he needs to put it together finally this year.
Okay.
Like this, I think this is the biggest year of his short career so far this year.
I totally agree. This is a huge year for him, and it's tough to like kind of put that in perspective. Like, how big of a season can it be for a player who's in his 3rd year? But like, this is a guy who has aspirations to be a starter, and whether it's in Sacramento or it's somewhere else, like, he needs to show he can be impactful and not just be a rotational piece on a really good team, but a player who doesn't fill up the minutes column. And so let's run the tape of Davion Mitchell, who Davion has got his hair. He's gone long to start the season. I dig it. And I also think he's found his smile a little bit. Welcome back to the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Mr. Davion Mitchell. What's going on, man? How are you?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good. How has your off season been? I see you've been working with Steph Curry shooter.
Mm-hmm. What is that? What has that done for you?
It's helped me a lot. Helped me become a better professional basketball player. Seeing the consistent and how hard he goes just shows that, man, like I know what it takes to be great. I just got to put the work in. I got to be consistent. I got to put my mind to it. But it's been a really good summer, man. Just seeing guys like Stephen Curry work out, seeing guys like Kevin Durant work out. I've seen them a couple of times. Devin Booker, those greats and Hall of Famers working out and seeing how hard they go. I mean, I know what it takes.
Now, your work ethic has never been in question. You're one of those guys that have been known from your even high school days as like a worker.
Yep.
How do you translate that into like being productive and having that work go towards specific goals?
Honestly, I think it's patience. I think that, your time's going to come. Eventually, you got to work. Like you said, I've been a worker all my life, and it's got me here today. I'm not the fastest. I'm not the strongest. I don't jump the highest. But I work really hard. I know what I'm really good at, so I try to stick to that. And I try to add little things in my game. But just being patient is a thing. Your time is going to come eventually. Just got to trust your work. At the end of the day, don't look at it just because you had a really good offseason working really hard that it's going to show just all in 1 year. No, like just be patient. Maybe it showed next year. Maybe it showed the year after that. Just patience is kind of the main thing.
When you look at your role last season, I think it was almost to a certain degree, you had to be really, really, really unselfish. Not just in like when you take shots, when you don't, but also the way that they use you to come in at the end, in the middle of the first quarter, and then go back out and then come back in. Just how difficult was that to like find a rhythm and kind of build off of one game to the next?
I think the rhythm piece is definitely hard to find a rhythm. But you got to do what it takes to win. Everyone's not going to be satisfied in this league. Everyone's not going to be satisfied on our team. And I know people on the bench that didn't play. I know they wanted to play. But the other people that won us the game just played that night. You know what I'm saying? So it was just a thing that you just gotta put others before yourself. Especially in this league, especially if you want to be a good team. Because everyone put themselves before the team, then it's gonna be a bad team. You know what I'm saying? So everyone gotta like I said, like before this summer, I had this another interview where Domas and Fox could have took every shot. Because they can create every shot they want, they get any shot they want. But they know they gotta share the ball. For us to be a good team, they gotta share the ball. People gotta want to play with them. As there's times where they sometimes they got to be selfish, but most of the time they got to pass the ball.
You got a good group of guys who have been here together. Like, how much do you think that continuity is going to help you guys this season?
Oh, a lot. I think chemistry is the biggest thing in this league. You see the champions, the last few champions who won a championship is just the chemistry. They always had the team from the beginning. They kind of know what their strengths and weaknesses are. I think you just build from there.
Personal goals? Do you have anything you've set up this season for yourself that you want to accomplish?
I would want to accomplish, of course, get an all defensive team, being acknowledged for that. I just gotta keep working for it. Being on one of those teams is a goal for myself, of course, but I think that comes after we got to win a championship. I know if we win a championship, that those accolades could come. If I'm a part of it, like the accolades could come, but just kind of the main focus is just to win a championship.
Okay. Playing with De'Aaron Fox alongside him, behind him, like you're always going to be fighting for minutes because you got an all-NBA player.
Yeah.
Just how much is that part of who you have to be and accepting roles and finding roles? And I talked to Luke Laux about all of you guys walk into the season. You all know what your role is. You all have to speak your role to the team, and then everyone holds everyone accountable. But that's not always easy, right? Like everybody wants to be more, and that's okay.
That's definitely okay. Everyone have their, they believe that they should be the scorer, but I think that to be a really good team, you just got to have those people that want to be star at their roles. And I think if I can be a starter in my role now, eventually the time will come where I'm playing a bigger role. I just got it. Like I said before, like the word I said before is being patient. I'm learning things from De'Aaron Fox is going to help me out a lot. Because he's an all NBA guy. He can do both sides of the floor. He know how to run a team. And so taking little things like that is just going to make me better for the long run.
Shooting, working with Steph, working with his coach. Have you taken most of the arch out of your shot? Have you guys cleaned it
100%.
up? And just how consistent were you?
Over the summer, I've been really consistent using the technology that we have. The Noah has kind of helped me out a lot to tell me about my arc, but I took a lot of the arc off. I don't dip as much. I kind of learned a lot from Steph and Steph coach, just watching film on him, seeing the things that he's doing, just talking about it with his trainer. So it's gonna help me out a lot.
Jesse, I think the one thing that stands out to me is I've covered Davion. I mean, 2 seasons now. This is his 3rd year. He's so much more comfortable in his own skin, and I think it to me. There's so many times where he gets about like 8 words into an answer, and then he goes, yeah, and that's the end of the conversation. And that's not what he was in this interview. Even like walking up, he greeted me like, "What's up, my dude?" And like, I was like, "This is a different guy." And I think at a certain point, as a young player, you have to kind of get comfortable and figure out who you're going to be, right?
Yeah, you could tell, like you said, he's just more like just a little bit of oomph when he's talking to you and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, it's time for that for Davion. He's not a rookie anymore. He's still a young player and all that. But like he's been with this group for 3 years now. Like now it's time for him to like now. Yeah, it's time for you to be comfortable and all that. It's time for you to start putting it together, I think.
Yeah, I also when I hear him talk about being a star in his role, right? I think that's something that stands out. Like he is totally a star in his role. I think everyone can see that the great Jerry Reynolds, I believe, is sitting right over Jesse's shoulder, almost like he's like the little good devil that sits on your shoulder if you're watching on the stream. But when it comes to Davion, I think one of the things that really caught me was he worked with Steph Curry, he worked with his trainer, and part of it was about, figuring out the arch of his shot, which like they had worked with him and changed some of his shot after his rookie season. And I thought that was a mistake. They came back around to more of a natural. He says he's not dipping, he doesn't have the big arc, but it wasn't so much working with Steph and his trainer that like fixing basketball stuff that meant something to him. It was that he's working with people who are superstars that have done the work and that have got to the next level. And that's what seemed to really intrigue him and stick with him.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're gonna work on your shot and all that, why not work with the best and the guys who like their plan, it works. They know do this or whatever, and it's gonna work. Your shot's gonna fall and all that. So yeah, why not for Davion doing all that?
Yeah, that and just the confidence you get from playing with those guys. I mean, he played with Hall of Famers. Like literally, if you're gonna go work out in a gym, and I think anyone in the world looks over and like, oh my gosh, that's like he went out there and actually played with him, and he played with Kevin Durant, and he played with some of these other players that are some of the superstars of the game, and just the confidence and having conversations, just having meals with these guys, and having basic stuff. It's huge. It's tremendous for him.
Well, there's also an aspect where like you feel like you belong to the best of the best. Like I'm working out with them and stuff like that. You feel like, okay, yeah, I'm part of that. Not obviously one of the best in the league, but I belong here.
No, I totally get that. Yeah, there is something about belonging, about feeling like you fit into the grand scheme. The other thing, the he made the quote about Fox and Sabonis could have taken every shot, but they didn't, and it almost feels like he does fully understand that like he in a lot of situations he might be a starter. He might be able to play 28 minutes or 32 minutes for a team, but he's not going to get that chance to be that guy here because the guy in front of him is a superstar in the making, or at least an all-star level player, an all-NBA level player.
Yeah, Davion, I will say he's got to, I don't want to be too harsh on him, but he's got to figure out his role finally. I don't want this Kings team to kind of pass him up. Where it's just kind of, we're waiting on Davion still. They're just doing their own thing now.
Yeah, and that's always for me. It's not that I didn't mind the shot. I think that they took him out of his rhythm, and he had a difficult time, being consistent because he didn't have consistent playing time. But for me, I need him to look like he's in the flow of the offense and that he understands what's going on, and he's not just a defensive-minded guy that kind of gets in the way on the offensive end. It's not even about the shots. It's about too many dribbles. It's about all of a sudden the ball stops for a sec. So
yeah, now he should just be flowing with the squad now.
Yeah, I agree. So, all right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, I think we're going to bring Jerry in early. We're going to bring Jerry in. We're going to let him come in and get comfortable and hang out with us. Jerry Reynolds, legendary broadcaster, coach, GM, everything, Sacramento Kings legend, will be in studio with us here. You're listening to The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. Hey, it just clicked to me and you. I said just click to me and you. Yeah, even right now? Okay, let's bring him in now so you don't have to cover so much.
James,
What's up, my man?
how you doing, man?
How are you?
Good,
Good to
man.
see you, dude.
This is really nice.
Isn't it? It's beautiful. So you're gonna sit here.
Right here. Okay.
I got headphones for you.
Right here, I assume.
Jesse will take care of all the back end stuff.
Okay.
Move this guy wherever you want to move it.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I'm gonna be sitting there. Cameras right here. We're just hanging out, chatting.
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna show you really quick. We're having you in early. Jesse isn't feeling great, so we're gonna take a break at 58. When we're getting close to a break, if you're going, I'll just do this and you'll see me.
Speed up, yeah.
And so 13, 28, and 56.
Okay, sounds good,
Great to
buddy.
see you, dude.
Good to see you. I listened to you and Joe Davidson yesterday a while. Yeah. Yeah, Joe's a good guy.
He's fun.
Yeah. Oh. All right. Hello, Chatty House. Okay, so Jerry, I'm just going to show you. We have what's called the Chatty House on the side. Don't get distracted by them. They're crazy.
Yeah, no, I've only been on with Whitey and Chris on right before you some. Yeah, they always
Right.
Everybody's got something to say, don't they?
Hello. I do. Oh yeah. Yeah. Is that better, Jesse? How's that? Oh yeah, he said yes. He gave me a thumbs up. I'm not plugged in, so he can't hear me. How much can you? Oh. Yep. There we go. We got Jerry ready to sing for us. We got about 15 seconds. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. We have Jerry Reynolds. Jerry is joining us here. What's going on, Jerry? How are you?
Getting older, but I'm hanging in there.
Getting older. I mean, I think it's funny. It doesn't matter what age you are. You still feel like you're getting older.
Well, yeah, if you're not, that's the real problem.
That is the real problem. Jerry, you've stepped away for the last couple of seasons, but that doesn't mean that you've stopped watching. Just what have been your early impressions of watching this team take off out of nowhere after so many years of being kind of stuck in the mud?
Yeah, well, it's actually last year was one of the most fun years I've had in the 35, 7, how many years it's been, because obviously just the long drought made it even more enjoyable. But the team, they're so unselfish. They work so hard, and you see the bright potential ahead. And then the other part that made it so much fun for me as a fan, which is what I am now, is that, knowing they've got a terrific general manager and a terrific coach, really, it kind of goes back to Rick Adelman and Jeff Petrie to know that there's potential for an 8-10 year run here. And so and that's about how many years I figure I got. So I want a good 8-10 year run.
It's funny you bring up Jeff and of course, like that era of Kings basketball, right?
Right.
And like the parallels are very interesting. We had Rick Adelman, who had almost won a title with the Portland Trailblazers, and Jeff Petrie, who was with him there, but again, a Princeton guy like Monty McNair. And then things went south for my goodness, for Adelman. They go south, after he leaves Portland, he goes to Golden State. People forget he went to Golden State and had a bad run, a lot like Mike Brown went to the Lakers and had a bad run. And then, he comes back and he gets this opportunity, and they field this team out of nowhere. It all comes together at one time. This feels strangely familiar. You have the Sabonis trade, which kind of looks a little bit like the Chris Webber trade. You have a young star who starts to take off. You have a GM who goes out and finds like 3 pieces that just somehow seamlessly fit in, and Malik Monk and Keegan Murray and a Kevin Huerter. And then you just put it out there, and these two kind of, the general manager and coach, meld together quickly, and they seem to be on the same page. Just how crazy is it that we're seeing some parallels, even style of play parallels?
Oh, I think I agree with you 1,000%. I've always said, and going back to the lockout year when the team turned with Rick and Weber and Divac and all those guys, it was a shorter season, but it took everybody by surprise. Got to played a great playoff series against the Utah Jazz, which were a serious contender, much like the Kings did this year. No reason to think the team wasn't going to get better. But it's a work in progress, just as this team was last year. And I think sometimes fans, I'm old enough to remember, as you are, that sometimes fans maybe aren't, that they don't realize it is a work in progress. And that team that was turned it around wasn't necessarily there as when they got to the pinnacle of being a championship contender. And because, there was a couple of terrific trades that had to be made. And I think will be the case here. But as you pointed out, the Mitch Richmond Weber trade was not popular at the time. Certainly a great trade. Worked out great. And then you had some highly talented rookies. At that time, of course, you had 2, Jason Williams and Peja Stojakovic.
Yep.
Stojakovic had stayed over an extra year. And of course, Keegan Murray, which I've said it had a better rookie year than Peja did.
Oh, yeah.
And a better rookie year than Peja had his second year.
Oh,
in fact, if you look at the stats and on a team that probably won a little bit more. So, yeah, there's a lot to, and Rick and just a great coach, which he's proven, a Hall of Fame coach.
Yep.
And Mike Brown, whether he'll be a Hall of Fame coach, I don't know, but it looks like he could be. And, certainly he's more personable and likable by the fans and the media. And of course, I think the world of Rick. I knew him differently.
Yeah.
He just wanted to coach his team and be good at it and then go home to his family. And I admired the heck out of him. He just wasn't gonna that's who he was.
Yeah, I think Rick has always got a bad rap for some of that, like just not being super media friendly. And I also think that, it may have taken a little bit of extra time to get him into the Hall of Fame because of that. He wasn't a guy who put himself out there. He let the players be the stars of the moment. And I think with this team, as it's developing, I want to see where there's a moment where we see Mike Brown hand some of this off, where, he is the prevailing personality on this team right now. And he's great for us. I mean, again, I talked about it yesterday. The video of him screaming across the gym was one of the great things. I mean, my video broke, I think it broke 1 million views, but that's because this team was still trying to form their identity. This isn't a LeBron James situation where the kid walks in off the street and you're like, oh my gosh, look how great, and you build something around him. This is a situation where you didn't know what you had, and you needed somebody to be this positive like force to try to carry this franchise kind of out of the doldrums. And I think he's been perfect in so many aspects.
Oh, I do too. I just think it's been, the perfect hire if there was such a thing. Different, but Rick Edelman was the perfect hire at that time.
I
And,
agree. Yeah.
and a different circumstance, like I say, Rick kind of followed Gary St. Jean in a sense, and Gary was gregarious and out there, and Rick came in, how it sometimes goes, just reverse, to where this really was called for. It was needed. Obviously, you need him to be a terrific coach, which he is, but the personality change was very important. And I don't know Mike personally. I know quite a few people who do, and they all say the same thing. I always remember when he was hired, and they said, the best guy ever. The best guy ever. And certainly it appears that is exactly true.
Yeah, we're finding that right away that he is sort of like one of those guys. He is. I mean, I've spent quite a bit of time with him. He's just infectious. Like his personality, just like you want to be around him. You want to have conversations with him. I didn't think about what you brought up though there, how you transitioned. I mean, there's like a brief like Eddie Jordan stint in the middle there, but going from someone like Gary St. Jean, who like is like you and I both have had plenty of great conversations. Jerry and I used to sit in the green room at NBC and try to watch a Kings game while Gary was watching a Warriors game.
The impossible task.
Gary likes to talk to the TV a lot and yell at the TV a lot. And he is phenomenal. He's got so much energy and he's just a bundle of joy and red-faced all the time, like so much energy. But I think possibly even in Sacramento, the media maybe wasn't ready for that transition. And that's why some of the media members have always been a little bit more standoffish with Rick, that he wasn't this personality. And, I've covered 9 coaches in my 14th season now. And Mike was my 9th at the beginning of my 13th season. So that's a lot of head coaches. You got to kind of adapt. We weren't in a situation where it was like this all the time. The journalists back then in the late 80s, because Gary was there for a while.
Yeah. He had a playoff team and everything.
Yeah.
Just one of those things in coaching, as we all know, runs its course. And, Gary was terrific in the media and the community. And of course, just a joy to be around every day.
Oh yeah.
And, and really Rick was for me, because I'd known Rick since when I was a college division coach, and he was playing on the Kings in Kansas City. And, of course, I used to joke to him about how he got cut. I said, yeah, I would have cut you sooner. But, but anyway.
Jerry.
Well, actually, the guy he got cut for was Mike D'Antoni.
Oh, that's right.
So that shows you how far I go back.
That's you go back a little ways.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, you weren't there was Petrie part of? Oh, no. Petrie just played for
the Portland
Trailblazers. And then he blew out his knees. So
blew out his knees, went to Atlanta and tried, but never really got back.
Yeah. Never was able to come back and be the player he was before. Rookie of the year, co-rookie of the year with Dave
Cowens. Yep.
Boy, I don't know how I pulled that. One of the best joys of my career was driving to and from the city with Jerry all the time. There were times where, like, both of us, we have like crazy recollection for players' names and transactions and people. But there came a point where both of us couldn't come up with a name while we were driving. And then I was trying to get you to use my iPhone to find a player's name. And it was a mess. And we're like, oh no, what is happening here? And I think that's the moment where we realized that you had to get an iPhone.
Yeah.
And
I did
step up your game.
Yeah. It really helped a little bit. I still don't trust Surrey. I'm not, it's like,
I don't either. Jerry.
I don't talk to my phone, and I don't talk to my car. I'm just telling you that's the way it's going to end. I'm just not going to do it.
You're not going to do it. All right. Well, we're going to step aside here. We'll be back after the break. More Jerry Reynolds. We're going to have Jerry in the entire 11 o'clock hour. I'm so excited to have him in studio here. You are listening to The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. Hey, Jarek, can I get you a coffee or a water?
Oh, water would be great. Yeah.
Yeah, I can. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yep, just get comfortable and.
Yeah, this is really nice.
All right.
Thank you. Oh.
That and there was something else I was going to tell you. We'll just keep rolling.
Yeah.
Talking more like this, like
Yeah. I do anything you want to bring.
Yeah.
You know how we like
yeah, we're
driving down to
podcasting.
just like we're driving down to the.
Like we're car casting. Like
Yeah.
we're stopping for chili at Wendy's.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's reading the chat. So during the breaks, which I left you in here by yourself, I'm sure you weren't just talking to yourself and dropping profanity.
Not too much.
But the chat is always on, and we're always on the video. They always see us. So even though we're on a commercial break on the radio, we're still hanging out.
Yeah.
What's going on, Chatty House? They can all see you. They're all in there like hanging out. Jesse, how much time do we have? 2 minutes? Okay, 50 seconds to a minute. Okay. So, sweet.
Yeah. Do you kind of look at the thing and just decide if you want to take a question or anything like that, or how?
Every once in a while, if someone says something crazy, we can also pull up comments. So, like this, I can do that. You see how I pulled up the comment? Yeah, I can pull up a comment and put it back down, or like this. Curious what Jerry thinks about WNBA potential coming back to the Bay.
Yeah.
We'll get to that maybe
Okay.
after. Yeah. I think we're just about back. Can you hear me better with headphones or no?
Yeah, I think maybe I can really.
Okay.
I hear you really good right now.
Okay. You just can't hear the rejoiner music
Yeah.
and all that stuff. And that's fine.
So
You'll see me.
do I need to take them off or anything?
You can leave them on. You can put them off. I don't care either way.
Yeah, I think I'll just go with them off. I hear you good.
Welcome back into the Insiders. Kyle Madsen is in the Florida Keys hanging out, having probably a few craft beers at this point, even though it's Jerry, it's 2:00 in the morning in Florida. I mean, it's 2:00 in the afternoon in Florida. So it's early enough.
It's early enough. Yeah. I think, especially in the Keys down there, it gets a little humid. So
probably need it. Maybe he's wrestling alligators. I'm not sure what he's doing. Maybe he's going sword fishing. I don't. We'll see. But we are joined by Jerry Reynolds, kind enough to join us in studio. Jerry, every year we start these, with hope springs eternal, right? If you're a Kings fan for 16 years, hope sprung eternal, and then by like the first week of the season, you realized maybe it doesn't spring eternal. But this feels so different. You see a 48-win team, and you see that there's a possibility for more. They're talking about wanting a championship. They're not talking about making the playoffs again and solidifying themselves. They're talking about having lofty goals. What does it take to go from, like Mike Brown's talked about this a little bit, but they took the jump from 31 wins to 48. So 17 win jump, or was it 30 wins, whatever, 17, 18 game jump. It's just astronomical. But what does it take to make that next jump, which these little jumps after that are the tough ones to go from a 48 to 53 or a 51 or 51, 56, all that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think this team could actually be better and more competitive and have a better chance in the playoffs. Not necessarily winning even more games, because I think the West is going to be better and more competitive. So that's going to make it tougher. But I guess in a nutshell, I think for this team to take the next jump, it's going to have to get a little better defensively. It's a great offensive team right now, and Coach Brown proved something to me that I never thought I would see. And I used to say all the time, you can't run if you're taking the ball out of bounds all the time. Well, they proved to me you can, because they did. And so, old dog can learn new tricks. And so, but they're, and, getting Vezenkov, obviously, I think improves, even makes the offense better. And, so I think they're going to be slightly better offensively, which is hard to imagine. Uh, but they've got to find a way to play defense as well at home as they did on the road, which is, here again, I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, that in the playoffs where they were phenomenal
Yeah.
defensively. You just watch like, holy cow, they're playing. I mean, what they did to Klay Thompson in the first round was spectacular. The fact that they couldn't get an offensive rebound, they couldn't stop the Warriors from getting an offensive rebound. They couldn't finish a possession with a defensive rebound. The fact that they couldn't stop Steph once he got hot, like those are other issues that you got to
Yeah.
take on. But overall, I think this is interesting because I remember years ago Elson Turner being on the radio and saying, like he was asked because he's a defensive coordinator for the great, Kings teams.
Mhm.
And he basically said, well, like, I don't have any defensive players. Like, I would love to tell you we can have the best defense in the league, but in order to do that, I need to have better defensive players. What I got is guys that can play defense as a team and we can figure things out, but we don't have like this elite defensive stopper thing. And I think it's interesting because they're walking into this season knowing that they didn't really make defensive improvements. They made offensive improvements. We could talk about JaVale McGee a little bit, which I'm sure we will later in the show, but Chris Duarte might be a little bit better than Terrence Davis, but those are tertiary guys. Those aren't your top 8 guys. How do you get a team better defensively when you don't have improvements on the defensive end?
Well, that is the key there. And as you pointed out, I mean, when you don't have an individual or two that are special, and I always say you build an offense based on your 2 or 3 best offensive players.
Yep.
And then of course, if they're really good, your offense is going to be really good. And defensively, I think it's the same. And when you don't have, say, you can't trot out 3 of your starters who really are outstanding in that particular area, then don't be surprised if your defense team-wise isn't outstanding. What you can do, I think in today's game, which I wish back in my day originally you could play more zone, but you can play. I think a zone is a little easier to play at this stage of, because offense is so good, to where you can get 5 guys moving as one, thinking as one easier. And I really think the Kings could do that, play more. I don't mean a lot, because you can't play 48 minutes zone. The NBA guys are too good.
Yeah.
But I think you can play 2 minutes here, 3 minutes there, 5 minutes, just tempo changes, and really get guys all on the same page. If you really want to go small, or if maybe you want to get JaVale McGee on the floor more, that type of, you can always, it's easy to put a zone rules together to fit guys easier than man to man.
It's funny. I remember last season, Mike Brown very specifically said that they don't practice a zone, that they don't like a zone, and they don't I mean, he's a defensive guy.
Yeah.
And to play a zone, I think it's for some guys like him, it might feel a little bit like cheating, like, oh, we're trying to get away with something. But you got to mix it up. You've got to try different things. And I think the Kings showed last year an ability to break the zone quite a few times. They have a couple of zone breakers in De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk, and then a big man that you can feed to the middle of the court and start and really break down the zone. But do you think that is something like you've got to find ways to to mix things up if you're a team that is defensively limited. And you brought up JaVale. Like, how much impact can a guy like that, do you think, have on your defensive like metrics when he's 35 years old? He's playing behind a superstar center. So he's only if he does play, he's only going to get, 13, 14 minutes in a game. Can you actually have those guys make an impact?
I think you can, but your point is exactly right. It's going to be minuscule, not a great impact, but
Yeah.
any impact on a team, it's a fine line between, I always say in the NBA, the teams that win 50 games have a plus margin of about 4, and the teams that win 30 have a minus margin of about 3. So it's a 7, to being awful to really good, it's pretty close.
Yeah.
And so if you can just by, minor changes defensively, minor changes in your personnel in spots, big plays, big spots. Here again, we were talking about tempo change. Well, if it helps you for a couple of minutes where the team, and a lot of the NBA guys I know for a fact, they don't pick up on it very quick. They're still, and where I would disagree with Coach Brown, and I know he's right 99% of the time, but you should practice it.
Yeah.
It's allowed. The other teams, Miami used it a lot, and they got to the finals with pretty marginal talent, truthfully.
Yeah.
So
No, I would agree with you. Like, their talent level was low.
Yeah. I mean, so it helped them. And then, to your point, I thought was really accurate, the defense in the playoffs. But I'll tell you what worries me is the officiating let things go. So it was physical. It also made the Warriors look like a good defensive team.
Yeah.
It made just about everybody look like a good defensive team because, the playoffs, sometimes we forget we hadn't been in them so long, but it's different. The refs swallow the whistles a little bit and let you touch somebody out there dribbling, maybe bump you a little bit when you're going to the basket during the season. You get to go to shoot free throws on those.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, and it's something I like to bring up too, that there are so many the playoffs are so different, right? And I think, the Kings have had 2 or 3 nationally televised games the last, like, maybe 5 years. It's really hard to walk into an NBA game with all of a sudden the timeouts are a minute and a half longer and the nervousness of a young team. They're out there like milling around, and you look at the veteran team and they're over there. It's almost like if they could have a cigarette, they'd just be sitting there laying back and chilling, waiting for the timeout to end. They know it's going to last 5 minutes. Your guys don't, and they're all anxious. And so I think that this season, getting all of these nationally televised games, 22 nationally televised games, I think it's 6 on TNT, 5 on ESPN, and 11 or 12 on 11 on NBA TV. This should help them as well. Like, you got to learn about the physicality change in the playoffs, but there are other aspects of the game that have to change as well, that you have to learn. And the only way to do that is to go through it.
Oh, I agree. I mean, look at the Denver Nuggets. I think they're a great example of, they've been good for a period of years, but, they were overwhelmed a little bit at times in the playoffs until this year. That was a team that was ready to win the West.
Yes.
Now, and they turned out to be ready to win the world championship, but it didn't just happen last year. As you know, from watching the Nuggets, there were steps taken, adding a couple of players, getting healthy, and utilizing their great player even more. So they got there, and I think as they got there, to your point, they played more national TV games, and I think that does help. Playing in the playoffs itself helps.
Yeah.
Because whether you win or lose, it helps you. It helps you find out what you need to get better at.
Yeah.
It'll get probably kind of like a boxer. He can be unbeaten, but if he gets knocked out at some point, then he knows, well, I can be beat.
It changes your perspective very quickly.
It sure does.
Yeah, and I think the Kings probably learned a lot more than we think they did from that 7 games, and I think I'm interested to see how they adapt and how they move forward. We're going to step aside. We'll have Jerry Reynolds back after the break. You're listening to ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. You holding up back there? All right. Having a day.
Yeah, well, good. Yeah, with Coach Brown, I think the only thing I probably would have second guessed him on all year, and I hate that because he's so good.
Yeah.
But I damn sure would have had Davion Mitchell playing against Steph Curry in Game 7.
I agree 100%. He tried something. It worked.
It worked in Game 6.
Well, in Game 6.
Yep.
And he came back to it, and it didn't work, and he didn't make the adjustment.
Yep.
And I think even for Davion, it's just one of those things where, he
knows it. I can't. Nobody can guard Curry, but he could have held him to 35. He wasn't going to get 50 on him.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the point that Mike might say, like, look how good we did defensively on everyone else.
Yeah.
I mean, like, Klay Thompson was something like 4 of 17 in that game, or like Jordan Poole. They had done a lot of good work against other people, and they almost went into that game with the mindset of, hey, we're gonna if Steph goes out there, we're gonna let him do his thing. We're gonna kill everybody else. We're gonna shut everyone else down, and it didn't work. The game
It didn't work. I think, and I get it, because as a coach, you think, well, that worked. But I don't, and he, probably better than anybody, he should have known if Curry gets going, he is capable of getting 50. Nobody else is.
No, especially even Klay at this point. I mean,
you and I at this point, huh?
Yeah, you and I were in the building when he went for 37 in the third quarter. That's not who he is
That's
anymore.
not who he is anymore.
No.
And I wish he could get back to it. I have a lot of respect for him, but I don't think that's going to happen. But anyway, that's just I just felt there was a case where Terrence, to his credit, provides a lot of extra offense, but he wasn't doing that either.
No.
So, it really wasn't the offense that was you were going to score enough points if you could have stopped Curry.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I mean,
you don't know what happened. I get it totally how you do as a coach, because I've done it a million times at a lot of levels where this is the plan and it's worked before, and you keep waiting for it to work, and pretty soon, oh damn, that didn't work.
By the time you realize it didn't work,
yeah, it's too late.
Yeah, you look up at the clock, you got no time left. Back in 20 seconds.
Okay.
Mm. I can ask you about that. Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. The great Jerry Reynolds is joining me. Jerry, we had a question from the Chatty House, and it's something that I actually want to know. So we're just gonna skip straight to this. Throw the show notes away. I don't care at this point. Steven Castaneda says, "You see that, Steven? I got that name right." Can I ask Jerry if he watched Winning Time?
Yeah, you can ask me, and I have, and I enjoy the heck out of it. My son Jay and I watch it. We're down to, I got one more segment to go.
One more episode?
One more episode, which I'm looking forward to, because I know that's when the Celtics in '84 win.
You're looking forward to that because you're a Larry guy.
I'm a Larry guy.
That's right.
And so there's that. Like I say, I grew up sort of being a Laker fan, believe it or not, back because Jerry West was one of my heroes back in those days, the West Goodrich years.
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, when Larry became a Celtic, then I became a Celtic fan, because I didn't really care about the Celtics that much in the Russell Cousy, Tommy Heinsohn years. So anyway, but yeah, I've watched it. I really enjoy it. I mean, I think obviously they're taking tremendous liberties, and I know for a fact some of it, because I was around for a good bit of it, that it was an exaggeration, hyperbole, and a little bit foolish, but I think they've done a nice casting job, with the guy who plays Magic and Kareem especially,
Yeah.
Norm Nixon, and then I think with the Larry Bird, there's some similarities there. And I was glad they brought the kind of the background of Larry into it because a lot of people didn't realize how hard a life he had had. They just saw him as a ball player they either liked or didn't like, as opposed to really a very difficult upbringing, childhood, and all.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. That's where I want to dive into. So, Jerry, you may have heard that was I forgot about that. At around 11:20 today, the national broadcasting service was doing a test, and of course, my phone decided to yell about that test. But it is what it is. They wanted us just to roll through it, act like we're don't go to commercial break because then they don't hear it, and it's good. So. But you talked about Larry Bird and his upbringing. You know Larry from the time he was a little tiny guy. You're like, why don't you just explain to people who don't know? Because just when did you meet Larry Bird and what was your relation to your younger brother, right?
Well, yeah, he was in the same class as my youngest brother, Randy. And then I'd played some with his oldest brother, Mark, who was a very good college division level player. And so, of course, I remember Larry, probably he was 5 or 6 years old, hanging around the outdoor courts in French Lick, and where they'd always be in summertime, you pick up games where a lot of people watched, I
Yep.
mean, it's Indiana. And Larry'd be hanging around and wanting to play, and I think we'd chase him off, get away from here. Yeah, that type thing. But so I knew him from that, and then of course started following him in high school. But he was a late developer, and as a junior was 6'3" and 160 pounds, and absolutely great passer at that time. I could see that. It was like,
Yeah.
wow, you just can't have the instincts like that. And then of course grew 4 inches the next year and kept all of his guard level skills really, and then grew 2 more inches or 2.5 more inches after that. He's legitimate 6'9.5".
Wow.
But I always said that a lot of the great players, the Elijah ones and Duncans and Birds, you can go down the list, were late developers.
Yeah. Even I remember David Robinson grew
David Robinson, yeah,
like a
grew.
foot in the military.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I
Yeah.
think a lot of times, you view the top 5 high school Americans as sure things, and usually about 4 of them are sure things until they actually get to the college, and then 2 or 3 fade away. And then by the time the pros, maybe one is a pro. And, there's just not many LeBron Jameses. That's all.
No. So we've got Jesse in here. Jesse is a huge Celtics fan. And you told this story on the happy hour, which is not recorded and it's off the record, but it's a story that I think you can tell on the record. When you were moving to Kansas City, there was a time where things didn't go well for Larry Bird at the college level, and he had walked away from the game for a moment, and you hung out with him in French Lick. Can you tell that story?
Yeah, I was going from in the process of going from West Georgia University to Rockhurst University in Kansas City. And, mainly the reason I did that was because it was the pro practice site. And
Oh,
Phil
yeah.
Johnson and Cotton Fitzsimmons both told me, that'd be a great opportunity for you. You see all the teams practice, and which is exactly what happened. But anyway, on the way, I just went up to French Lick, spent a few days with my parents, before I was going to drive the rest of the way out. And I knew that Larry was working on the maintenance crew in French Lick, and I knew he wasn't in school, and I wasn't going to talk to him about going with me because I knew that wouldn't work for Larry. He needed to be close to home. I mean, he's like me. If I'd have went 500 miles away from college when I left high school, I'd have never made it.
Yeah.
I had to get home on weekends pretty regular. But anyway, so I just stopped by. He was on a garbage truck, and a guy I'd played with in high school was kind of his boss. And so we just stood around and actually we drank a beer, I think, and picked up a few garbage cans and just visited. But I just said, in effect, you need to get back to school. And he said, no, I'm going to. He said, I've made my mind up finally. He said he'd spent a year kind of playing independent, and of course, every school in America by that time kind of knew how good he was, because even though he'd left Indiana, they hadn't forgot, talent. Oh, by that time he was even better. And he said, no, I'm going to Indiana State. That's what I should have done in the first place. Uh, and uh, and he had a former high school teammate up there, Danny King, who I'd recruited to West Georgia. But when I left, he didn't want to go to West Georgia, so he went to Indiana State. Danny, and and so that made the transition easier. So there's a whole lot of storylines there, but I think it was with Larry. He makes his own mind up at his own time frame, and I certainly didn't convince him. I just wanted to know if he was, because I thought he really needed to. I knew how good he was. I didn't know he was going to be an all-time great. Don't get me wrong, but I knew he was way too good not to be playing basketball at the highest levels.
Yeah. So basically, this story, just to encapsulate, Jerry talked Larry Bird into going back to basketball after he left Indiana, goes to Indiana State, becomes the world's greatest shooter.
Yeah, I really. No, I don't think. Knowing Larry as well as I do, I don't think he pays very much attention to anything I say. So I know that didn't work. I was telling somebody today. I said, with Larry, I mean, most people don't really know his sense of humor, and I may have told you this story, but there was, like, when the high school we went to, they decided to start a Hall of Fame. And of course, the first person they put in there was Larry, naturally. And they put a banner and jersey and a plaque and all that stuff in the arena. Well, the next year they put me in there. So I called Larry and I said, Larry, I said, I don't know if you noticed or not, but my jersey's hanging there right next to yours. They got a plaque, same size. I said, looks like we're pretty even. And he said, Jerry, you little dumb blankety blank, don't you realize you drove down Larry Bird Boulevard to see it? And I said, yeah, good point, Larry.
You got me there.
You got me there.
Yeah, Jerry Reynolds' parking space is in the back.
Yeah, next to the garbage disposal. Yeah,
that's right. Back there by the dumpster is the Jerry Reynolds parking lot.
Well, my brother Randy always, when he was alive, always tell me, he said that once a year next to Larry Bird Boulevard down the middle of town there, he'd always paint Reynolds Alley. He'd spray paint it on something. Of course, it'd last a couple days.
Oh, that's spectacular. Jerry, you're just like a fountain of stories, but you actually have you're still close with Larry.
Yeah, we still communicate probably once a week, twice a week, text or call. Yeah, just I mean, just briefly, everything, from people we knew growing. It's, as anybody knows, it's different with somebody you've known all your life,
of course,
than as just a basketball.
Yeah, I totally agree. Do you know his thoughts on Sabonis?
Yeah. Oh, well, at the time he wasn't a consultant for the Kings at that time, or the Kings, the Pacers. He's back to being a consultant this year. I think he got a little bored, and which I told him I was happy, because we need him to pay into Social Security for those of us that get it. But yeah, he had said at the time, because I had that call to ask him about it, and I said, boy, I sure hate to lose Halliburton, because he's a terrific young player. But of course, I really liked Sabonis was in Indiana personally. I'd watched him a lot because of Larry's team and things. And he said, yeah, as good as Halliburton is, he said, I wouldn't have made that trade. He said, I think Sabonis, it's harder to find a big that you can build around than it is a guard. And he said, so on that basis, he said, I think he's I think Sabonis is a franchise player. And, and then he pointed out, he said, and totally unselfish. He said, it's almost impossible to find anybody that's totally unselfish. And I think all those things have kind of come to pass.
Yeah. Just a good guy that wants to fit in. All right, we're going to step away. We've got more Jerry Reynolds after the break. We got a long segment, so got about, I don't know, 25 minutes of Jerry coming up. So you're listening to The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD 2, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks, Jesse. All right. You good over there?
Yeah, everything's good.
All right.
Yeah, just like I say, driving to San Francisco, buddy.
Yeah, it is. Just like hanging out and flow of conversation.
Always a job. I mean, really, that's the only thing I enjoyed about the doing the pre and post game show was probably just visiting and driving down and back. I mean, I just never really liked that, you know.
No, I got you.
It wasn't any fun, and I mean, and then as good a guys, I can't remember the producer's name, but you know, we just did so many silly things that you know.
He didn't like me because I wouldn't do the silly things.
Yeah, I shouldn't have. I mean, I'm silly. That's why I did. But
yeah, but you were fun.
But I had fun with it. But I mean, I overall, and I think even truthfully, I don't watch it today. The pre or post game shows. I just don't.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
I mean, I did a few things with Grant. He was doing a post game thing.
Oh, yeah.
In podcast. He was getting a pretty big audience.
Yeah.
You know, but
no.
I don't mind. Probably won't. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing if you want to do something halftime or something.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Something short.
Want to do something short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's your pod doing?
We're off for quite a while. We're going to start up again next week.
Okay.
You know, during the season, once season starts.
So it's you and Whitey and Phantom, right?
And Phantom, yeah.
Okay. I don't know Phantom. I know Whitey really well. Like,
he's a good guy. You know, of course, they used to have the Rise guys.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's where I used to go on with them quite a bit. And then with Kreidler and Whitey when they were in San Francisco.
Yeah, for like 3 years here in Sac.
Yeah,
I went on every day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually I was just about to go on with them one day, and Whitey texted me and said, "Hey, I got to cancel today. I'll get right back to you." And then he called me right afterwards. So, like, they just let them go, like, out of nowhere.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough business. Tough
Yeah.
business. Yeah, I still do the King's Herald. I do one for them, which I enjoy.
Yeah, they're fun.
They're independent.
Yeah.
Kings fan thing.
Yeah.
Like
they're fun.
Good writers. Not James Ham caliber, but they got some good writers.
Yeah.
They do, you know. I mean,
They do have a bunch of good writers.
Better than probably you get in the B, really.
Oh. Well, the B, like, at this point, I just feel for them. Like, you know,
I do too.
Their deadline's at 3:00. So if they have a game at 7, it doesn't on a Monday night. It doesn't go in on Tuesday. It goes in on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So you're literally getting 2 days old news. I feel bad for them.
I do too, and even the TV, local TV, really.
Yeah.
You know, it really doesn't.
Yeah. By the time you get to that, you've already seen it.
Yeah.
500 times.
Yeah.
That's what I really like. Jesse, how much time do we have? Oh, 10 seconds.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me here for this 11:00 hour is the great Jerry Reynolds. Jerry, we've been we just spent an entire segment talking about Larry Bird, which and winning time, and I didn't expect to do that, but I think that's kind of like the way we used to do. I called it car casting. So I have a Zoom, which is like a recording audio capturing device. I'd plug in 2 mics. We'd get in the car driving back from the studio at NBC in the Bay Area in San Francisco, and then we would podcast while driving. You remember, you could hear the thump of the Bay Bridge, and I would tell people where we were going, and then we would stop for Wendy's in like Cordelia, and you would sit, like, you always get your bowl of chili.
Yep,
that's right. We had some good times. One time we got stuck in a torrential downpour.
Ooh, that was scary.
It was scary. Yeah. Jerry was white knuckling it. I drove my Suburban, which cost me probably $300 in gas to get to the city and back.
Yeah, at least.
And we were like, it was pushing the Suburban all over the road while we were driving back. So We also both got stuck in traffic one time, and I think you missed the show, and I almost missed the show.
Yeah.
We got stuck in a car accident somewhere.
Yeah.
Like,
I certainly missed part of it, if not the whole
yeah,
thing.
yeah, we had to have other people just step in.
Mhm.
So some good times. Jerry, with this team here, we're watching, like, they didn't do a lot of movement during the offseason. And I would say sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes that's a bad thing. You saw some holes they needed to fill. I don't know that they directly filled all of the holes that I would have like gone after, but one of the pieces they brought in was Sasha Vezenkov. And like we're hearing these crazy things. Like they have some shooting drill where you take 150 shots, but they're not just all stationary from, it's not your standard like shoot around the 3-point line,
Mhm.
but he hit 134 out of 150. He set their current record. I had Luke Laux tell me, like, I've never seen anything like this, what he's able to do. De'Aaron Fox already said he thinks he's one of the, he shoots the piss out of the ball, is what De'Aaron said. And then he said, I think he's one of the great shooters in the world. Just what do you think of Sasha and his game, and how do you think he's going to be able to fit into this roster?
Well, I did start watching a good bit of him after the Kings, the real interest, where you could, go online and get different games. And yeah, he's a terrific shooter. I mean, and I think he'll fit perfectly on this team because of Coach Brown's style of play will benefit him, will get him some open looks. And if he gets open looks, he's going to make shots. Now, is he the best shooter in history or the world? I don't know. I know he's probably was the best shooter in Europe, and that's a big part of the world now. So we'll just take it.
That's true.
Take it to from sea to shining sea, how that works out. But yeah, I think he's going to be really good. I'll be surprised if he's not a top, all rookie. I'll be very surprised if he's not. I think because he really knows how to play. He's older.
Yeah.
Can play without the ball, moves without the ball, a lot like Peja that way, and really probably as quality a shooter as Peja was. If and I know some people would say, well, he's the best in the world. I'm not sure he's better than Peja, but that's just me. But he's close enough to where it's not something you need to get worried about, because I always remember a time I saw Peja hit, I think, 42 in a row from three, and so.
I know I saw him get out there in his skinny jeans with no socks on and some sporty shirt after practice one day while I was hanging out with Doug. I think we were waiting to do a podcast. And I think he still shot 13 straight or something from the corner without even, just looked like just perfectly smooth coming out of his hand. Nothing but net, nothing but net. I was just like, holy cow.
Yeah, and that's what really great shooters should make a high percentage. I always said that's when, people are wanting to get excited about Ben McLemore. I said, because he looks so good shooting. I said, yeah, but he doesn't make them.
That's right.
I mean, it was one of those deals back in the day, you'd watch a Page shoot 20 and he's going to hit 18, or Mike Bibby 16 to 18 every time.
Yeah.
And he's making 7. You watch him in warm-up drills, 7 or 8, maybe 9.
Yeah.
Well, if you're hitting 7, 8, or 9 when nobody's guarding you, don't be surprised if you don't hit a high percentage when somebody is, because it's automatically going to go down. We all know that. So anyway, yeah, you're great shooters. You give them open shots with nobody guarding you, and just in an empty gym, they're going to make, if they're great shooters, they're going to make most of them.
Yeah. I remember watching Tristan Thompson do baby jump hooks in the lane, and he was hitting like 2 out of every 10 or 11. And I was like, well, that's not a good sign. You're 3 feet away and you're 6'10".
Yeah. Yeah.
What is happening here?
Yeah,
so
clearly you're not a great shooter. I mean, that's like a Chris Mullin from years ago, same kind of thing. Mully, even today, I mean, when he was with the Kings, he'd go out there and shoot 16, 18 out of 20.
See, that is the other great video. When I ran cowbell, John Santiago went all the way down to training camp at UC Santa Barbara. I didn't go on that trip. I went like the next year to San Diego, or 2 years later. And they had the 3-point shootout with Jimmer, DeMarcus Cousins, and Chris Mullin. And I think Chris Mullin he hit, I think it was 30 straight, something crazy. I mean, that guy rolls out of bed and can hit a
Yeah,
three-point shot from
he can
40
shoot.
feet. Yeah, yeah. I think once you have that skill, it doesn't go away. The other player, I mentioned it earlier, we're going to bring this up, but JaVale McGee. You have a long-standing relationship with the McGee family.
I do.
Yeah, and you did at some point until you traded
I
Pam.
traded his mother.
Yeah, you traded his mother.
Pamela McGee, very good WNBA player at that time when the league just started, and you know, I liked her. I liked her. She wanted to trade it, and we needed to trade her, kind of get a different piece.
Yeah,
And all to LA, where that's where she wanted to go. And JaVale was a little bitty guy hanging around a lot. I was saying, truthfully, as I remember, he's a little pain in the ass, really. but a typical little kid. And of course, that was, she loving mother. She wanted him around all the time. So I always say I traded JaVale McGee's mother, and I cut Paolo Banchero's mother. So I don't know what that says about me, but actually we got better each time. So
in the end, Jerry,
that's
all that matters. That's why your banner's hanging up there in the rafters.
Yeah, it worked. That's all that counts.
That's all that counts. That's all that counts. That's awesome. How do you think JaVale fits in?
I think great. I mean, he's exactly what they didn't have.
Mm-hmm.
And when they signed Nerlens Noel, I thought, well, that can help, but I was never a fan of his. I always say that back years ago, if they'd have kept Drew Holiday and not traded him for the rights to draft Nerlens Noel, the process might have worked.
Yeah, that was a mistake in the process.
A huge mistake in the process, and so when JaVale came available, and I was just hoping. I mean, it was one of those things. Wow, he's still available. I wonder if they'd get him, and they did. Of course, it seemed like Monty McNair didn't make many mistakes, or any hardly. And I think he'll fit because in a limited role, he gives them something they don't have. He's going to protect the basket better. He doesn't need the ball to play. Can play without the ball. Still can on screen rolls and run the floor. He'll do that. And then when you add the creativity of Coach Brown, he'll know how to use him.
Oh yeah,
and he's a good. And I think to McGee's credit, he's become a good team guy, good teammate. His first few years out of college, like a lot of guys, have a different, kind of think they're better than they are.
Yeah,
and that they're the second coming to Michael Jordan. About 10 guys a year. It takes a while for them to realize
they always feel that way.
You're not. You're going to be lucky to stay in the league.
I totally agree. I think too. JaVale at 35, I watched him yesterday. Like, he's in phenomenal shape, right? He's a guy who keeps himself in shape. Plus, he's a lean guy. He's what we call wiry. Like when I was young, I was wiry. I'm not wiry anymore. I'm like a blob now. But that it happens, right?
Feeling, yeah.
Yeah. So, but when you look at his play style, and I thought Nerlens Noel again. I'm with you. Like, I like the idea of Nerlens Noel. But the actual reality of him was something totally different than the idea of him. And really, the idea of him is he's a poor man's JaVale McGee. And if JaVale McGee is available, then you go get JaVale McGee, which I think was brilliant. So the other thing is I asked Malik Monk about having him. And I was like, you're the real guy that needed JaVale, because off the bench, he's the guy that draws a crowd and then likes to throw the beautiful lob. And he needs, Chimezie Metu. How many times did Chimezie Metu have a wide open dunk because of Malik Monk last year? If we were going to walk into this season without that lob threat for Malik, I thought that would limit Malik's ability a little bit. And I think this is a perfect fit. I asked him about it, and he is ridiculously funny. He said, he looked down and said, I'm 0, and JaVale is, he said he got 0-0. So when we throw a lob, people go, ooh.
Oh, that's a great line right there.
That's a great line, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a great line. Yeah. Yeah, I think McGee, the way I'd look at McGee too, and the way I looked at Nerlens Noel is I really never thought Nerlens was good as Alex Len.
Oh no.
So what's the point?
Yeah.
And that's the same way with Nehemiah Queta. You know, I like him, and I like him for Boston. I think he might make a player someday, but this team is wants to get better now. And I think Alex Lynn probably, in whatever role he would have, would be more valuable.
Yeah.
You know, if 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, somebody gets hurt 15 minutes, as we saw last year, he's a pro. He's ready to go do what he does.
That's a really good point. And even with Nemias, I think, you know, the opportunity in Boston might be much better than it is in Sacramento. I mean, we started to stack up, and at one point the Kings had like 6 centers, because I think Trey Lyles can play a lot of small ball center.
A lot of small center.
Yeah, that's at least what it looks like to me. I even asked him about that. We'll run that tape tomorrow. But I asked him about that, and you know, he's like, well, I mean, it depends on what the coaches want to do, but yeah, I'm game. I want to play. I want to play as much as possible. But when you look at the Boston Celtics and you look at Kristaps Porzingis, who can't stay healthy throughout his career, you look at Al Horford, who, you know, is like getting ready to get his AARP card.
Yeah.
And, you know, like they're not young. And then they just traded, you know, Time Lord, Robert Williams. And so all of a sudden they might have a little bit of a gap there where maybe Mias is able to find some. And their pace of play is different than the Kings' pace of play. Their style of play. It's more conventional Eastern Conference basketball, and the Kings play Western Conference. It's weird how it's still the same thing, right?
Yeah, and really, I think as fast as the Kings played, and Nehemias really hustled, was in shape, but he's not real fast. He's just not. As you know, opposed to Sabonis, who probably has more stamina than any big man in the history of the game.
Yeah.
But I think, as your point with Boston, Noah, yeah, they're more of a half court team.
Yeah.
And that will suit him better. I believe that. I really do.
Yeah.
So I think he's got a chance. And a lot of it is, I mean, when you're not a star, it's a matter of finding a niche and staying in your niche. And of course, McGee's a great example of how that's worked for
I totally
15
agree.
years.
Yeah. I mean, people forget JaVale McGee's got 3 rings, 2 of which he played substantial time for the Warriors. 1 he didn't play a lot at the end for the Lakers. But on top of that, JaVale was on like that 59-win Team Nuggets team that George Karl's final year in Denver with Costa Koufis. It was Costa and JaVale, talking about full circle.
Yeah, full circle.
Yeah, it was those 2 guys playing back then. I think it could work. I think it's an interesting thing. The other guy I want to ask you about, the late edition, well, the edition this summer, Chris Duarte. He's another Indiana guy, so I'm sure you've got some insight on him. I like his game. I like his defensive metrics, but I don't know. What do you got, Jerry?
Well, I can tell you this. I mean, here again, it'd be a little bit of insight from Larry. And I'd watched him a lot as a rookie, and I thought he's terrific.
Yeah.
You know, and pretty much that was kind of what Larry's taking. Well, if you get the rookie Duarte, you really got to steal. If you get the second year Duarte, but he was hurt, and he, you know, said that you know, he's hurt a lot.
Yeah.
So, and then the third thing, which I thought was interesting, he said, "There's no doubt he'll be better with Sabonis." He said a lot of his success, because he's great without the ball. He moves well without the ball and can, you know, really good off of dribble handoffs and things like that. And of course, that's, you know, that's Sabonis, and part of why they, you know, he wasn't, besides injuries, wasn't nearly as good there. They just didn't have anybody who could do that to the same level.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of why Tyrese Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox didn't fit together, because if you have, it takes very specific types of players. Like Tyrese is really, really good with your standard rim runner. Like I don't know if him and Sabonis would mesh that well. I mean, they're both really smart players, so there's a good chance
they'd have sorted out something. But yeah, Sabonis, but they both kind of need to run the offense or have things, because they're both very unselfish.
Yeah,
they're both, and I think with Sabonis it works so much better because it allows Fox to be a scorer who can play make.
Yes,
and that's really just, to me, you lost a terrific player, but you gained a terrific player, and then you added something to a potentially great player's game in Fox.
Yeah, I like, it's one of those trades that somehow works out for everybody, and that just, it's so rare that it happens. I mean, even like I was going to ask you earlier, because you had brought up the Mitch Richmond to Chris Webber trade, and how that worked out, but that trade is it's one of the rare trades where you trade Billy Owens for Mitch Richmond, and then Mitch Richmond becomes a Hall of Famer for you, and then you trade him for a guy who becomes a Hall of Famer. I don't know that I've seen a string trade where it works out so well for one franchise.
Yeah, I mean that's one of those rare ones, and certainly it's happened to other teams. I think periodically where clearly you get the best of it in both ends. And I always used to tell Mitch, I said, you know, you made us better coming and going.
I totally agree.
You know? And I mean, not often is that the case. And I always say, usually good trades are like Kings made in those years trying to get better to the championship level when they traded Jason Williams for Mike Bibby.
Yeah.
Well, Mike's not better than Jason, but he's different.
He's different.
And they knew that besides the hassles that Jason brought, of course, Mike brought some too.
Mhm.
But I know Jeff, we all thought that once you had Doug Christie, you could have a Mike Bibby. But before you had Christie, you really couldn't have Mike Bibby because
No.
Christie really ran the offense.
Yeah.
And Bibby was a scorer. You know, he was a scorer who could make plays too, type thing. Very clever. But Christie was really the guy that allowed it to happen. And the same way with when they traded Corliss Williamson, you know, I mean, to get Christie.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those things. Well, Corliss was a terrific player, but you had Page coming on. And so you get Christie, who's terrific, but Corliss goes on to be sixth man of the year on a world champion.
Yeah.
You know, Jay Will goes on to be a starting guard on a world champion. It wasn't like you won those trades, but it fit for you. And,
Yeah.
and I think that's what probably, you know, Monty McWilliams and the Brain Trust, that's how they have to look at it. It's like, if we're going to get something that fits us better to make us better going, but we'll have to give up something good.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you're
I
going
agree.
to get good for good, but maybe good for different good.
Yeah, I don't think that they're looking. I mean, they're honest about where they need to go and what they need. I don't think that they think they're done. I don't. But I also know that, like, they got into this weird situation in the offseason where they literally had no one to trade at the deadline. I mean, at the draft, so many of their players were free agents. They literally had no structural salary to trade outside of Fox, Monk, Herter, Sabonis, and Keegan. That and Mitchell, like they had only like 5 or 6 players under contract, and then now they're in this situation where they can't trade anybody till December 15th. They have players that they could potentially use to go get, like when Drew Holiday became available or something, but it just kind of sets things up a little differently, and they've got to make adjustments when they can. And I would be surprised if this team isn't aggressive near the deadline and doesn't look at this team as one piece away. You know,
I mean, I think it depends on how it plays, of course.
Of course.
And I think we all wish, just like they do, that continuity is a great thing. And you want to have as much of that as you can, you know, and people off the floor as well as on the floor. But it's also true that there'll be, whether you're Denver or Milwaukee or any of the elite teams, you're always looking for that something that you think will make you better.
Of course.
And so I mean, you know, we'd be foolish to know Monty McNair, as sharp as he is, they'll see. But if the team has got the best record in the league at trade deadline, I expect they'll just stay that way.
I think, especially after last year, with what happened last year, they got to that point and they just said, "Oh, look, it's working. We're not gonna mix everything up. There's no reason to." And they were very successful. Teams that did mix it up were not, and I think it actually helped them. We've only got a few more minutes here, but I want to ask you about Sabonis. So Sabonis has spent most of the summer working with Doug. I talked to Doug, and Doug said something like they'd had like 2 days off early in the summer, and then Doug took a vacation at one point. He had like 7 days. When when his wife had a baby, they took like 2 days off. But outside of that, they've worked basically 7 days a week nonstop. Doug's been there the whole time. Doug's house actually flooded while he was out working with Sabonis for like 4 days and came back to like 6 inches of water in his house. Like, what just happened? But what can that do? Because we both have this relationship with Doug. We worked with Doug for a long time, and you've known Doug for years now. He thinks about the game differently. and he played with big men that did things so differently, and sort of the move to the move to the move. Like, there are little things that Doug likes to teach and likes to talk about. What do you think that will mean for Sabonis in this season?
Well, it certainly will help. I don't know how much.
Yeah.
He's close to a finished product, I think.
Mhm.
I mean, he's a state. Can he get a little bit better at several things? And as you pointed out, I think with Doug, and he's such a thinker, and I mean, he's almost like a young Pete Carroll. I can't quite put him there, but
They were close.
They were close, and
Yeah.
and Pete's one of those guys always thinking a step ahead, or the little things, the angles, that sort of thing, the difference making kind of thing. And so I think that'll be good, and I think Doug will be good about working with and pointing out the things that Domas has got to do a little better. And I think one of them is don't turn down open shots. You're a good shooter, I mean, he's a guy shot 37% from three. Well, shoot a few more.
Yeah.
Shoot a few more. Don't turn down 18-foot shots to get somebody that really isn't going to make any higher percentage if you get them open for 18-foot shots.
Yeah, I think that's something, like, we saw the holes that Sabonis has to fill in this game.
He's too unselfish. I mean, I don't know how many guys I've said that about, because not very many. Vlade Divac himself might have been the only other one I thought was, bordering on being too unselfish.
Yeah.
At times, trying to make sure everybody got theirs. And I think that's where Domas is. And you don't want him to change his game, but if he could just, okay, they're going to give me this, I'm going to take it type thing.
Yeah. Jerry, we're just about out of here. Just how much are you looking forward to this season?
Oh, I can't wait.
Got your popcorn bowl ready?
I am ready. I'll be nervous. Like I say, last year was interesting. That's the first time in years I can remember getting kind of nervous. Couldn't wait for the games, and so it was wonderful for me after years of, sometimes I just turn them off, be honest with you.
I wish I could do that.
Sometimes when I was doing games, I wanted to turn them off, but
I'll be back. That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things where you're like, all the time, you're like, I think I'm just going to scurry away now. This isn't great. I'm going to go do something else. All right, Jerry, we've run out of time. We have to do this again. You've been absolutely amazing. I love hearing the stories. Everyone out there is so happy that you're here and that you've dropped by studio. So can we do this again?
We sure can. Yeah, I live within a couple of miles of here, and beautiful studio, by the way.
Just come over anytime.
Of course, love visiting with you as always.
All right. Well, you're listening to The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. All right. The Chatty House is killing me here. They want to know, Jerry, what is your cereal that you eat? There's a guy that's called The Cereal Connection, and he wants to know.
What I do, I don't eat keto.
Oh.
Keto. Hey, what's going on there, David?
How are
Good
you?
to see you. I'm good, man.
Good
seeing
too.
you.
Thanks for coming in.
Oh, enjoy it.
There's your answer, people. Keto. All right. We got to get out of here so they can step in.
Hey, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you as well.
Oh.
You guys doing all right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I listen to you a lot. I mean,
Well,
I've
that's
got
embarrassing.
to.
Now I'm embarrassed.
Oh, shit. Jerry's been listening.
Crap. We gotta clean it up. The goat's listening. We gotta
Damn
clean
it,
it
Jerry
up.
just said he's been listening to the show.
I've been bumping my gums, talking about Ice Spice and Sexy Red. I'm like,
Oh,
Harry,
I
your
will
thoughts
tell
on
you.
Ice Spice?
What's that?
Bone
No.
Thugs and Harmony. One of those? Didn't they? One of them almost die, or did?
He did, yeah.
Did?
No, he's
He,
made
yeah.
Oh, he's gonna make it.
Yeah.
As soon as that happened, though, I was like, "Oh, I thought of Jerry."
The
Because
famous Bone Thugs and Harmony read.
yes. Hey, Jerry, I'll be right out.
If you have a chance, Stacy's office is open. Introduce him to Stacy.
Okay. Did she?
I don't know.
Just because.
Yeah, just because.
Okay. Yeah, that's. Yeah. God,
That'd be a good one.
he was phenomenal. Thanks for doing the graphics.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And then that behind you is spectacular.
Yeah, that was Seth.
Here.
Yeah, that looks awesome. Yeah, the Circle of Trust.
Circle of Trust.
That was
Seth.
Seth.
What's the other guy's name?
Jonathan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seth is with the beard.
Yep.
I'm going to make it to media day. I mean, to training camp today. Because I told you yesterday I didn't make it. I was pissed. First time since 2010 I didn't make it to training camp. Day. Thank you.
Right there, guys. Right there. Everything go well? I assume it did. Jerry.
It went spectacular.
I gotta go back and listen to that.
He's not feeling good. So that was a bit of an issue in the first hour just because he wasn't feeling. And then Jerry showed up early, and I'm like, "Oh, let's get you in here."
Okay.
So
Good stuff.
sweet, our gentlemen. I'm gonna run.
Okay. I'll see you. See you later.
Yes, sir.
See you guys later.
Take care, James.
Oh, what's up, guys? What's up, Jesse? There's Jesse. Now we got some real graphics back there. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Got that. Shout out Cam Rudolph if you're listening. We got that Jiffy Lube money, baby. You know what it is. Shout out to the big homie Matt. What's good, baby? What's good, baby? Let's go with some case.
What did we do? Oh, I was like, why can you see the window? But we got the PTI joint. We're not on the PTI.
Yeah, Jerry doesn't. I mean, Jerry. James doesn't like this look for some reason.
Yeah, Rob W. Don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Come on, man. Let's let these air horns rock. Come on, man. Shout out Jerry Reynolds.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. The legend.
That's a treasure.
The legend.
Shout out Jerry Reynolds for coming through and hanging out with us here at ESPN 1320. Appreciate him so much for coming in, spending some time with James Ham, with Kyle Madsen out this week. What a great job James has done building out a strong week. Shout out to Jiffy Lube. Welcome to the family, Matt.
Big up. Shout out Jiffy Lube. You know
Sponsor
what
of
it is.
the Insiders, man.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
happy to have you here on the team. And we welcome you in here to the Wednesday, October 4th edition of D-Lo with KC. I'm Damian Barlin.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we in here, baby. Day number 2 of training camp. James Ham driving 90 miles an hour down 80 to get to the Golden One Center in time for practice.
You can do that. I mean, you can fly. Literally, you can fly.
That's what them cars do. You would know.
We'll talk to
my version. We'll talk with James later in the show. As a matter of fact, when all is said and done, James will be with us in the final hour of today's program. Also, Jesse, what interviews did we air today?
Davion and Keegan.
Okay. So if you missed James' conversation with Davion Mitchell, if you missed James' conversation with Keegan Murray, we'll have those coming up here for you today. So also, you know what it is, man. Come on.
They say this is a big rich town.
Movement, but not like a major shakeup.
but some movement.
There's some movement and not as much movement.
Yeah, not as much movement because wow. I just saw Kenny's power rankings for the first time.
You know, I did power rankings myself last week, even though they weren't
official.
Yeah, I still did power rankings.
I got to imagine they probably don't look too different than what you got here.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Not as much.
So what you're saying is these are last week's power rankings. You're just transferring them over to today.
No, not necessarily.
All right.
Not necessarily.
We got those coming up. We'll talk football here throughout the day. We'll talk a lot of basketball, a lot going on. James Harden he's at practice. He's not fat. Apparently he wanted to win the scoring title, so that's why he's not in Houston. I'm going to say this flat out. I respect Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith been in the game a long time.
Mhm.
I don't believe that story for 2 seconds. I absolutely do not believe that story. He went into a meeting with the head coach and told him, I'm trying to win the scoring title. I do not believe that.
Yeah, that seems a little far.
Like coming off of a year where he led the league in assists, coming off what some would say was his most unselfish year.
Right.
Joel Embiid won the MVP, a teammate of James Harden. Look, y'all know what I think of James Harden, but I don't believe that happened.
No, I mean
I don't believe that.
The way I feel about James Harden, you know, he's a wild guy, you know, but I don't even think he's thinking that at this point in his career. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go out there and average 35 and win the scoring title. Like, no, that's not. I don't think that's where his head is.
I don't think that's where his head is. I'm a little bit more simplistic, and I don't think he'd say that to a head coach he don't know.
Right.
That's your pickup line. That's the icebreaker. Hey, coach, I'm gonna go win the scoring title. And you gonna say of all the, like, you might not know him, but I think we all know enough. You gonna say that to Ime Udoka? Come on. I again, with all due respect to Stephen A. Smith, I don't buy that story for a second.
Nah, I'm not buying that either. It's
But
funny.
For those that don't know the story, that is essentially it. James Harden was apparently that close to signing a max deal with the Houston Rockets, and he went into a meeting with Ime Udoka, but this was prior to free agency, and told Ime Udoka he wanted to win the scoring title, and Ime said, "Nah, we're not doing that here," and that blew up his max deal with the Rockets.
I'm not buying it, man. I'm not buying it. I'm not here to say somebody's crazy or nothing like that. I'm not buying it. I don't think
okay,
so.
I'll say this. I believe Stephen A. was told that.
Yes. So that's what happens a lot of the time.
I believe Stephen A. was told that, and I don't think Stephen A. properly vetted that before he took it to a national television audience.
We talk about that. That's what happens a lot of the times. Like, people aren't like the people who report this stuff, if it's false, I don't think they're making up a false
they
story.
were told that by somebody.
Yeah, they were told that by somebody. Now, whether your sources were correct or misheard or embellished some things, that's a whole nother conversation. But like you said, I don't think Stephen A. made that up. I think he was told that. He probably just didn't vet the situation as good as he probably should have.
I want to get to the Kings here.
That was real quick. I was chuckling because that was a funny line when you said James Harden's pickup line. And that reminded me of just this video I saw.
You want to put that Zion Williamson video up on the screen? Is that how we starting today's show?
Keep your eye on when New Orleans goes to down.
Yeah, something. Hold on. See?
So this guy, I was watching this video long years back and like pickup lines. And there's one guy, and they showed the guy in the club going to talk to a girl and like had a mic'd up or whatever. One of his pickup lines or his icebreaker was, "Hey, do I look like a drug dealer?" She goes, "Wait, why?" She's like, "Some guy just asked me for weed. Like, do I look like a drug dealer?" And then she'll say whatever. And then, "Oh, well, thanks. But what's your name?" That was the icebreaker. He said James's pickup line.
Well,
I want to win the scoring.
I want to win the scoring title, coach. What you think about it?
I want to win the scoring title. What's your name?
Caption on this tweet is Zion Williamson is a freak. Here is Zion Williamson. I don't know who this young lady is that he's talking to, but it's on the Zion Gatorade NBA Twitch takeover. Just nice
I've
young
seen
lady
her
here.
before.
Yeah,
I
just
know- I remember
very
her name.
attractive, great at her job, but don't focus on her.
Yeah.
Just watch Zion Williamson here.
What is your favorite road city in the NBA?
And the reaction.
Dallas.
No, it gets
I knew
better.
you were gonna say that.
It's better. Now watch, here it comes.
are you?
Dallas.
Why,
What
bro?
is your favorite road
Hey,
city?
bro. Like, what you doing?
No way, Zion didn't waste no time. He said Dallas.
For those that are
Love
listening on the Odyssey app and
City
20
in
a.m.
the NBA.
He's quiet, then he starts to cackle,
Dallas.
and then for some
I knew
reason
you were gonna say that.
every inch of his lips right here.
are you?
Dallas.
What? Like why?
What is your
Bro, it's like Zion is completely oblivious to the offseason he just had.
Like the caption said, Zion Williamson a
Free
freak.
my man right here, bro. What you do?
There is something or somebody
You know
in
what?
Dallas
Hey,
that is
what?
taking care of Zion
What if it's
Williamson.
Shorty though?
I don't think she's from Dallas though.
No, this girl.
Oh well, I don't know.
Because she had a reaction to it too.
She said she knew.
I need to
She
figure
said-
out. We need
she
to
said
figure.
she knew he was gonna say that.
We need to figure out who this is and where she's based at. Because if it is the Dallas Fort Worth
Alexis
area,
Morgan is what Denzel's saying. That does sound familiar.
Alexis Morgan. Okay. All right. No, that's fine. Alexis
They said he
Morgan.
loved Dallas.
I swear to God, if it say born in, she's a soccer player. No, let me investigate. Stand by. No Wikipedia page. Bio. AlexisMorgan.com. Okay, looks
seen
a
her
little bit
before.
different in this picture.
Might follow her on Twitter or something.
Alexis live shows. Nope, don't need that. Studied
That's
public
right.
relations.
That's where I've seen her before. She's on NBA 2K all the time.
Penn State. Well, I
Yeah.
definitely wouldn't.
Yeah, that's right.
know that. I'm trying to find. Okay, I don't see any ties to Dallas. So,
She knew though.
oh, she knew.
She knew.
She knew that's
She
what he
knew.
was gonna say. She knew. She knew. Oh, I'm sorry. She's in San Francisco.
Oh yeah, Novato. There we go.
Yeah, she's in the
2K.
Bay Area. All right. I see Atlanta, Memphis, Los Angeles. Nope, no Dallas. It's not her.
Somebody got
Alexis.
Zion reminiscing.
Man, that dude went full. that dude went full like 99 LL Cool J.
And just started smiling and looking to the sky and didn't
Oh.
reiterate. Oh, I love Dallas.
Yeah, and then
I
licked
love
his
Dallas.
lips. Boy, goodness gracious. Goodness
Oh, my boy.
gracious.
NBA's back, baby.
NBA
NBA is back.
Zion's licking his lips and James Harden is at practice. We back, baby. And the Sacramento Kings are talking championship.
Ooh,
Come on,
ooh,
man.
ooh, ooh.
Come on, man.
Yes.
Mike Brown said, we trying to win a championship.
Let's get it. Let's get it. I love that talk. And the crazy thing about that talk, well, for some is it's 100% justifiable.
Yeah.
That's exactly how they should be thinking. That's exactly the type of team that they have. I know people talk about, purple colored glasses and all this other stuff. I said it before, I'll say it again. It's a team that can play for an NBA championship this year. Absolutely. There's a part of me that feels like they're missing one piece. And I know a lot of people think that's at the guard position. I don't. I think they're missing a small forward or power forward, and they could be on the roster right now. It might be Keegan Murray. I don't know. But they can get his own shot, can get to the line, can get easy buckets outside of the three-point shot, outside of catch and shoot type stuff. I think they're missing one guy like that. And, team defense as well. I think that goes into it as well. But if they had that guy that could do that, I'd say they're a championship contender right now. Right now, they're right on the brink.
Okay, let's stick with that because football season is jumping off right now, and it made me. I was thinking this morning. Jesse put some notes, in the rundown that got me thinking about expectations. And, you know, we trashed, rightfully so, by the way, Brian Daboll and the New York Giants for the way that they played. So that was a team that had expectations, right? But I think there's different sets of expectations, ours, media's, fans. But in that locker room, what were the expectations in that locker room? We'll look at some of these NFL teams and we'll tie it back into the Sacramento Kings conversation. You brought up Keegan Murray there just a minute ago. You'll hear James Ham's conversation with Keegan Murray coming up here in this 12 o'clock hour. Don't go anywhere. We are just getting started. Steelum and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. You all right in there? Okay. All right.
Ja.
You had it 4? You gonna make it? So one thing I was curious about, they're showing John Moran on the TV screen. Was he at practice? Was he at media day? And they didn't make him available? I mean, he still got to take his pictures, but I don't think he was made available. Oh, there's Kings hater Tim McMahon. Bro, you better not be in my city talking about Light the Beam. Like, I be seeing you around, Tim. I actually like Tim McMahon. I don't know why he's standing so close to the camera. Like, can you, like, just take, like, one giant step back? Like, why is ESPN doing this? It's like he's talking on a ring light 2 feet from he's talking in front of a ring light 2 feet from the camera. But they were talking about Ja practicing and all that. I was like, I wonder if he was there on media day. He just wasn't made available.
I gotta assume he wasn't made available. We would have saw something.
Yeah, I think so. About Ja. Hey, Brad Clayton's here.
Brad Clayton. Well, I'll be damned. Hey, shout out to
Brad Clayton, number 5.
Shout out to the Chatty House who absolutely understood the the irony, the significance of the new partnership and the new friend we have here. Chatty House was all
Chatty
over
House
it.
know what it is.
They was all over it.
Hey, I don't want to wait too much longer because I'm afraid I'm gonna not get him. Do you want me to get a Quim and I?
No,
you want to hold off? You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. You want me to get anything? Nothing from Outcast?
Nah, it's good. Well, do they have Stankonia?
They do.
How much is it?
It doesn't matter.
Let me get Stankonia.
Okay. All right.
Since we're gonna be there all night.
Yeah, apparently. Because I'm getting Southern Playlistic. That's part of my story. I'm getting a couple of I got 2 Janet albums in here. I'm gonna get Renaissance just for fun.
Got to.
That's fuck. It's $40 worth of fun. Pause. Pause. Pause.
Damian Williamson.
Usually lasts you about an hour for that price.
I thought you had a stomach issue. Why don't you calm down in there?
I still got jokes.
Yo, you won't believe what happened in the on-air meeting.
What happened?
Yo, Aaron praised us.
He did.
Why?
He did it with a smile.
He did. Like, Aaron was all about D-Lo and KC today. He said he was proud of the transition we made over to 102.5 and the reaction that we've already gotten from the audience. It's pretty wild.
I said, what the hell's going
I'm
on?
like,
here?
yo, when we do that?
Southern Playalistic.
All right. Split this order between 2 credit cards.
Oh, well, we'll talk about it later, but apparently Tampa Bay didn't get the memo of how embarrassing they were yesterday.
Lowest attendance for a postseason game since 1919.
That's rough, man.
It looked it too. Remember, we were watching the game. I was like, yo, there's like nobody there.
And then we turned it to the other one, and we're like, yo, this looks different. Yeah, buddy. Shout out to our man Abs One.
Yeah, man.
We went to Solomon Vinyl last night to get ready for the show on Friday.
Oh man, I'm even more hyped.
Just dropped a couple bucks over at Amazon. Got some new records on the way. We building out our stories. Kenny's headed over to 12's Wax today.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I was excited before. I was really excited after hanging out with Abs last night.
It's cool.
I think
I got the spinning of the records down.
Nah, that's not accurate at all.
No.
Like this man like was trying, like, what if I put the needle here, like the middle of the song? He's like, I gotta put it at the beginning. Screws it over to the other. He's like, no. You want to pick it up and move it over here. It's hard to see grooves in old records.
Yeah,
like that.
It was a little difficult.
I can work the turntables for us. And
I'll
be the DJ, you be the rapper.
I always wondered. I learned something yesterday. I always wondered how they had albums on there and how you figured out where the song was and all that. I never knew that till yesterday.
Count the grooves, baby. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. So yeah, we're really excited. We hope you'll come through. We've been talking about this a lot over on 102.5. This isn't an event geared towards anyone other than people who might be interested in having fun. And we're gonna have a lot of fun on Friday night. We're bringing a ton of records. We're gonna tell stories. It's gonna be if you happen to catch our 50-year, what was essentially, it was like our pilot episode of D-Lo and KC on 102.5, where we're spinning records and going through 50 years of hip hop with DJ Complex.
Yep.
That's going to be this. Like, we told stories along the way. That's what we're doing here. We're telling the D-Lo and KC story along the way with music as the backdrop of all of this.
Yeah, man. And what's cool about that too is, you get to hear a little bit more about Damian and Kenny, you know what I mean? And with growing up and different moments, along our journey in life, and how they sync up with different songs and all this other stuff. Because that's an experience I think everybody goes through. Like, certain songs always represent a certain time in your life, and we'll be going through our life.
You said that. I'm like, damn it. I just thought of another record that I need. This is a completely. Come on now. How do you not have this? See, it's a name you might not even know. Oh, come on, man. This is part of the story.
Yo, so
right.
After you told me what was going on, I was like, oh, I saw that this song I wanted is on this single on vinyl. Let me see. It's like $300.
Yeah,
I know. I said,
yeah.
What?
Yeah. So if the vinyl hasn't been, and this one hasn't been repressed, oh no. All right, I'm gonna have to rely on an in-store option for this. Do you know who Stevie Ray Vaughan is?
No.
That's important to my story. That's my mom right there.
Really?
My mom loves Stevie Ray Vaughan. That introduced me to a whole different type of vibe. It's blues.
Stevie Ray Vaughan. Huh.
Yeah, it's blues, but it's.
I'm interested to hear this story from D-Lo.
Yeah, so you got to come out. You got to come through. Solomon Vinyl, 8:00 on Friday. We're talking Mike Brown. You'll hear from Keegan Murray today, by the way. Keegan Murray talked with James Ham at Media Day earlier in the week, and you will hear that conversation with host of the Insiders, James Ham, and Keegan Murray coming up in about 25-30 minutes or so. We were talking about what Mike said, and he said this in the media scrum. He told James Ham this. The expectation for this team is to win a championship. That's what our goals are. That's what we want to do. We want to go out and win a championship. And you look at, we're 4 weeks into the NFL season, and the structure of the NFL season is a little bit different than it used to be, but it's not drastically different. 4 weeks, you're starting to get a bit of a sample size. Jets of last year are a great reminder. Like, you can have two completely different parts of the season, right? You can have two completely different flows to the season. That's what happened with the Jets last year. That's why so many people were confident in the Jets when they went out and got Aaron Rodgers, where they were going to be this year. they showed something. But you get 4 games into the year and you look at a team, and I'll stick with the example that we just used, the 1-3 New York Giants. This was a team that was, I can't remember, it was like 9-7-1 or something like that. Brian Daboll, coach of the year. We've made our jokes. Brian Daboll did a hell of a job because this is essentially the same roster he had last year. I don't think he should have won the award. I've been critical of it, but I'm not going to deny that the man did a good job last year.
He did a good job. He won games, and they got him to the playoffs.
And we talked about this yesterday in coverage of a coach. And I had this issue with Kyle Shanahan for a few years. The coverage doesn't match the production. And like a lot of people really went all in on Brian Daboll and the New York Giants and Daniel Jones for that matter after a single season. And it became, hey, watch out for the Giants. Watch out for could be Eagles and Giants. Could be, it was like, wait, I'm sorry. The Dallas Cowboys are still really good. But it's fine. You're all in on the Giants. We'll take fan bases out of this because fan bases always, and us included, sometimes always have unrealistic expectations, right? But the media seemed to really, they bought in on this. I'm fascinated to know what those guys in that locker room thought. Now, for no second do I think, hey, guys, all right, Daniel Jones rallying, everybody. Let's go. Let's get to that wild card game, baby. That's what we doing this year. We go, you know what? Come on, man. I'm feeling good. Let's get to that divisional round. No, like I get it. Let's go, guys. First step to the Super Bowl is today. I understand that. Like that's what you do, especially in football where the season is so short. It's one elimination. But at the end, if the Giants turn this thing around, get to the NFC Championship, and bow out, right? Lose to the San Francisco 49ers because, of course. I think they'll be like De'Aaron was last year. It stings. It sucks. But we know where we're going, right? Like I feel like that's where they are. But from an outsider's perspective, it's, this team's falling short. Like right now, talking about right now.
Yeah.
This team's falling short. This team, I think about the Kings, and it's like you set these expectations. Media sets expectations, fans set expectations. But the ones that matter the most are what's going on in that locker room. And this team, and this was so apparent on Monday. And it radiates from Malik. This team's really confident in what they're doing. This team is really, really confident in their direction. And now the one thing they didn't have to deal with, because I think I don't remember if it was Mike or Malik, but it was one of the two who said our goal last year was to win the championship. And I think we can all look at that and go, that's cute. De'Aaron kind of let the cat out of the bag the day after the Game 7. Like, this sucks. This hurts. I did not want this season to end, but we know where we're at. And I think the idea of managing expectations is something. It's a set of issues, if you will, or potential issues that they didn't have to deal with last year. And how they handle that moving forward, I think, will be a fascinating part of the 2023-2024 Sacramento Kings story.
So what do you mean about handling their own expectations or
their own?
Yeah.
So again, the media, like we could media expectations for the Kings. Nobody worried about them.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking. They clearly ain't worried about D'Lo and KC. I'm talking about the Brian Windhurst and the Tim McMahons and the Malikas and Kendras and the whole crew that's on television. And then the guys who come and watch them 4, 5, 6 times a year at the Golden One Center. But in the locker room with expectations, let's use one of the most famous examples, Malik Monk. I think I don't remember what time he said it. You're better at remembering this stuff. I don't remember if it was the losing the 4 games where he was like, "We're fine."
It was after the 3 fouls in one play Kevin Huerter game against the Warriors.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're fine. We know where we're going. We've got to correct a few things. We're on course. We're good. What were they? They were like 1 and 2 and 7,
like 2 and maybe 3, maybe like 3 and 7, something like that. Yeah.
Does that does that type of moment get handled the same way this year? That's where I think about expectations within that locker room. 0-4. You start 0-4. That's not meeting where you thought you'd be. And again, we could argue where they didn't think they would be 0-4 last year. They didn't think they'd be, 2-7, 3-7, or anything like that last year. But correcting the course when you don't quite know what you have, I think is a little bit different than trying to correct the course when you feel like you know exactly what you have. Because in my head, and I'm not in that locker room, in my head, like we can talk about with the three of us. Hey, yo, what are we doing? It's one thing if we're 2 months into this show and we're at home. Hey guys, like, it's not showing yet, but we're on the right course. We're doing the right things. Let's stick with it. We got Roddy on our side. We got Dr. David and John Bull. They're going to let Jill Adge. They're going to let everybody know we're here. Let's just keep doing what we're doing. Well, if we hit a slump today, the reaction might be a little bit different because it's like, yo, what are we doing? Why are we in this position? We're better than this. Like, where are we lacking? What's Jesse not doing? What's D'Lo not doing? What's KC not doing? We've got to be better than that because our expectations of ourselves are different than they were when we started this show at home 3 years ago. That's what I feel like the Kings are this year. Their expectations are different than they were 4 games, 10 games, 12 games into the season last year. And I wonder if roadblocks are handled differently.
It's a good question.
Thank you.
I think last year, though, I think they did know who they were. I think that's what you heard in Malik's answer. Like when we didn't know,
yeah,
they knew. When they were 0-4, like, we'll bounce back. Like we're a good team. We're a team that should make the playoffs, that probably will make the playoffs this year. They knew that. So I compare that to what may happen this year. I don't think the expectations are different this year than they were last year, if that makes any sense. Like last year, they were a playoff team. We'll be fine. Like, we got to correct some stuff. We'll be good. This year, say they start 3-7, expectations are championship. No, we're a good team. We're not playing well. We're not doing what we're supposed to do. We'll be fine. We'll get it together. We got to lock in a little bit. I think it would be the same type of reaction because they are confident. Now, there is, and this is where the expectations come in. The confidence compared with saying, you know what, we're just not handling business. Like we are not taking care of business. I don't think they had that type of feeling last year, right? When they were 3-7, when Malik said that, it wasn't, and we're not taking care of business. Like this is beneath us the way that we're playing. They were like, no, we're okay. Like we're playing fine. Just a couple of things here, and we'll win some games. I think that's where you'll see a difference. Where if they're not playing well, and losing games, that's where you see the come on, let's get it together. But if they're playing well, like even last year when they were 0-4 and they were 3-7, especially when they were 3-7, they started to play good basketball. They lost the Tyler Hero game, where he hit a 3. They lost obviously that Warriors game where they were right there and should have won. And there were a couple of games like that, and they could look at it like, we're playing well. We just got to kind of stay doing what we're doing, and we'll get there. But if they play like they did, the fourth game was the Memphis game, where it was just that they were down 20 at some point in the third quarter. At a 5, man, that's not good enough. Like I think the way they're playing more than the record will dictate the sense of urgency.
Okay, makes complete sense. I just wonder the thing that I just think about like human nature, right? People's emotional reactions to stuff. I get over emotional about things that go on with this show. You get over emotional about the San Francisco Giants.
Oh, I'll talk about their asses.
And I wonder if, and I'm going to stick with Malik because he did it multiple times last year, if his dialogue is different. I get your layout because that makes complete sense to me, how they're playing versus, playing well, just not connecting all of the dots
Mhm.
versus, yo, why are we playing like trash?
Mhm.
And I hope that I hope that for their sanity, they have that leeway
Mhm.
to differentiate the two and be able to react the same way that they did last year. Because it's weird. For the most part, last year was a pretty smooth season.
Mhm.
Like following you obviously had the 4 losses, then you had the 3 leading into Indiana.
Mhm.
After Indiana, it just was kind of like, okay,
Yeah.
it
Kept winning games.
It was a relatively adversity-free
Yeah.
season. You obviously dealt with the concern about Domas. Keegan was going through something. You had like different like components with team members, but from an overall team standpoint, it just felt like, hey, we often ain't no turbulence here.
Yeah.
We just off and moving.
You're 100% correct about that. The other thing about that, though, and why just the reaction to it, to any type of adversity, it's the personalities. Like Malik, even with like Malik, Malik is a little bit more outgoing or whatever, but Malik has confidence that can never be deterred, right?
Mhm,
So
mhm.
they could lose 10 games in
Facts.
a row, and Malik be like, we'll be all right. Like
Yeah.
we about to turn up right now. Like that's just his personality. When I think about somebody like getting on people, I think about Mike Brown.
Mm.
Like Mike Brown will be the one to say, "Hey, the hell's going on here?" The people in that locker room, De'Aaron will probably be like, "We gotta play a little better.
Yeah.
Like we gotta
No
play
do-rag.
better. No do-rag De'Aaron." Like they don't have a personality. Say like I mentioned Mike Brown as a coach, but as a player like Chris Paul, right? Chris Paul is real antsy. It seems like, Draymond Green, real antsy. Oh, they're on the same team. Real, real antsy and like, well, I got to get in people's face and
Yeah.
yeah, that's not who this team
It doesn't
is.
work.
No, like De'Aaron, like it would look crazy if De'Aaron did that at this point. We've seen him 6-7 years. That's not him. That doesn't mean he doesn't hold people accountable or anything. That's just not his thing.
Mhm.
Like whether it's they're killing or whether they're in a big old drought, like his demeanor will be about the same. And look at Sabonis, he's the same way.
Yeah.
Keegan the same way. Harrison the same way. Yeah, but
But Malik's, and what's important, Malik's not.
Malik's not, but Malik
JaVale's not.
No.
At least we don't think JaVale is.
But Malik,
we don't really know yet.
right.
There's nothing about us that leads us to think JaVale is going to operate the same way Domas and De'Aaron and Harrison are.
Malik is like I say, he always got that confident slant on it though. Right? Like Malik is probably a little bit like I think I could relate to Malik a little bit more. Where
Then
De'Aaron
okay.
or Mike Brown or something like that. Like
That's
something
funny.
will be going wrong. I'll be like, hey, don't worry about it. Like we about to turn up. Don't worry about it. Don't sweat it. It's done. Like we about to turn up. Like I'm gonna fix this little screw over here. We're gonna turn this little knob over here, and we about to go for 40 tonight. You know what I mean? As opposed to, like I said, Mike Brown, Chris Brown. Hey, what are you doing? Like I'm more Malik than CP.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And I think that's his sense of urgency of keeping everybody confident in the team. So it's a good point that you bring up. I don't know if they have that guy that will turn it up that way
You know what's funny?
outside of the coach. The head coach. I think the head coach is that type of guy.
So what was funny? You think you can relate more to Malik,
Mhm.
and you said his name right after. I feel like I can relate to Mike. Listening to Mike yesterday. I mean, listening to Mike, period. I feel like Mike always presents himself like a certain way. And I think that was a question I asked James earlier I don't remember if you were here. About does Mike, how is Mike's approach different? Privately, because De'Aaron has said a couple of things that makes me think there's a different Mike Brown that's not in front of the camera. Because I think it was De'Aaron, and it might have been in the scrum on Monday, where he was like, "Yeah, we doing this stuff. We ready to get to practice though. I'm ready to get up and down the floor. I'm ready to get yelled at. I'm ready to get cussed at. I'm ready to blah 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 blah." And he said it, and I caught it. I was like, "Who's he talking about? Who the hell is going to cuss at De'Aaron Fox?" Because there's probably only one person that's going to do it, and it's probably Mike. Yeah. And so, like, privately, I think Mike Brown is going to be exactly what he was last year. Publicly, I wonder if we see a different approach to this team rather than trying to publicly point out flaws late in the season when they know they're going to the playoffs. 10 games in, hypothetically, let's go with it. They're 8-2.
Yeah.
We missed 13 free throws tonight.
Right.
We stole this game.
Right.
Like, no, it's fine. No, it's 8-2. No, it's fine.
Game. Yeah.
13. We missed 13 free throws. Where are we going to go if we're missing 13 free throws in the game? We've got to correct that. Mm-hmm. We turned the ball over, 20 times. We're lucky to walk. I wonder if he does those types of things more. The New York one was obviously the offensive rebounds, the rebounding in general. Do we see those types of things more from Mike Brown this year, if needed? I'm not saying he just goes out there and trashes the team to amuse himself. I'm saying if there's situations that the offensive rebounding thing, I don't know why I keep pointing out offensive rebounding, probably because of the Golden State Warriors, but the rebounding issue, it wasn't like it popped up in New York and we were like, oh my God. It was like, hey man, this is a little bit of a problem. This is one game, two games, and then finally, and I don't know how many games it was. Obviously, we were late in the season before Mike was like, we can't do that. We can't.
Yeah.
We can't do that and win in the playoffs, which I think was the main purpose of Mike saying that. It wasn't about winning games. They were past that. Mm-hmm. We're going to the playoffs. We're not winning series if we do that in the playoffs.
Right. And I think that's what it would be, right? Like, I think that message, maybe it's winning in the playoffs, and maybe he turns it up a little bit, and it's like, we can't be a championship contender playing defense like this, rebounding like this. You're in the playoffs. You haven't done it, so it's hard to say but you're confident you can win a series. But you might be one and done if that's the case, if we're playing defense like this, if we're rebounding like this. You guys told me, because you talked about the new contract and all this other stuff, I don't know, but a championship might be in that new contract, not just winning or getting to the playoffs. Like, championship. You guys told me you signed on board to be a championship team. This is not a performance of a championship team. This is the performance of a playoff team, not a championship team. And I think that's where his message and getting after these guys will be a little bit more this year, as it should be. I would love that. I would love that. I think De'Aaron loves that. I think Sabonis loves that. We say all the time, I'm not looking at you like some type of scrub or some type of charity case. Like, oh, just win games, little Jimmy. Like, no, I expect championship level performance from you, and I'm going to hold you to that standard. That's what Mike Brown is looking at those guys like.
Doug Christie could be cussing them out too.
That's true.
Like Doug be fooling y'all with the smile and the nice guy. Like, Doug will snap. Well, I guess everybody knows Doug got a short fuse. I wonder, I'm just working through this together. I wonder if that other station's had like 47 afternoon shows since Doug was on the air.
Yeah.
I wonder if we're finally allowed to have him on the show. Like, Doug got paid they kept Doug on payroll to keep him away from us. I wonder, like, are y'all just going to do that forever?
They have the and this is what I kind of talked about yesterday. I don't think this is the right term, but like the statute of limitations. Like, there's even if the person ain't there, there's a stay away period. There's a certain
no compete clause.
There you go.
No compete clause.
I don't know if they might have signed him to a new one.
Given what else they're spending their money on, they very well may have. DC was down to come on. He was like, hey, I got it. Let me check. And he hit me back. Can't, big dog.
That was crazy. That was crazy when other people were like, yo, let me on, dog. Bro,
it's like, man, I think you get in trouble if you came on our show.
He said, you're right.
That's right. You can't do that. Hey, they be out here risking it all to come hang with D-Lo and KC. We got you. We don't want y'all to lose your job over it. We'll come back. I'm gonna check in with DC, man. We got to talk. That would be amazing.
Love to talk to
We got Chris Haynes on the show, for God's sakes. We get DC here on the show.
Chris Haynes got us on that NBA Central.
Man, shout out Chris Haynes. Chris Haynes just up there podding on the stage at
really podding, like you have the dump
Chris,
butt ready.
Hey, Chris, you can't say that. Hey, shout out to Chris. Oh, my bad. I forgot. Shout
out Charlene's Beauty Supply too. I went over there,
indeed.
got some stuff for Ryan the other day, man. So shout out to Charlene's.
I need to go over there. We'll come back. You will hear James Ham's conversation with Keegan Murray when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. This made me laugh. An 1140 Legends contract.
Legends contract.
That's funny.
Hey, shout out Big Perk. Primetime matchups. Curry versus Fox is in the top 5. Dun, dun, dun. Y'all don't mind me. I was just joking. Anybody that's interested in the Coach Prime shirt, I got it from what's the name of the place? Obsessed with Graphic Tees, I think is the name. It's on Instagram. I gotta find them.
Do not disturb. Has some good Coach Prime shirts.
Yeah, they have like it's exactly what they said. They are obsessed with graphic tees. They have graphic tees for any and everybody.
That's Davion's nickname.
Yeah, that might be where he gets all the stuff from.
That's going to be my first question if we're ever allowed to talk to Davion. Bro. And why is it not the Davion Mitchell graphic T line?
Yeah, who's your connect?
That should be yours, dog.
I ain't even gonna lie to y'all, man. I can't even find the page right now.
Look, you see him?
Oh, you see me looking?
Wow. Wow. Look, we asked y'all to come hang out at Solomon Vinyl, and Kenny's like, no,
it's
just give us the T.
I found it. Obsessed_boutique. Obsessed_boutique.
Well, King's Muse. Shout out King's Muse.
Shout out King's Muse. King's Muse.
Who is King's Muse? Do we know?
No, he or she be hollering at me though, and I'll be like, but not like that.
Oh,
just be like, yo, check this out, check that out, whatever. So shout out to King's Muse.
Yes, indeed.
King's Muse did something. I saw something on the timeline. Let me see what it was that piqued my interest. King's Muse was doing God's work for all those people who think Bam is so much better than Sabonis.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, and I like. That's what King's Muse is talking about. You see Monty Williams?
No. Oh no.
Monty's fine.
Oh.
Monty Williams said Wiseman and Bagley are competing for, quote, the backup big spot. Sounds like there's only room in the rotation for one of them.
Ouch.
Mm.
Ouch.
Mm.
I don't want that for that dude.
I would go with Wiseman.
I would too.
And that's not even a shot at Bagley.
I would too. I just didn't think there wasn't room for both of them. They signed Marvin. Marvin ain't going nowhere.
No, but he might not be playing. That was an interesting situation because they got Jalen Duren, who me and Jesse love. So that's your big. I think they got another big too. They got like 4 or 5 bigs. It's like how's all this gonna go down? No.
I think I saw him in the. Okay, it's all right.
What you gotta do, big dog? What you gotta do? It's not official, so I don't want to speak about it too much, but Stockton Kings head coach is gonna be in the building that day.
Oh. Who? Our building?
No, I think we talked about Stingers up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aha.
Yeah, man.
Okay,
It's
I'm
gonna,
with
it's
it.
gonna be dope when we officially can say what it's gonna be. I think you guys gonna be in the building. It's gonna be really cool.
Yeah, we've got we say this all the time. We got some things planned.
Because we do.
We do. I don't know why our voices just did that. I don't know why at all that happened. But this is the funnest show in the world. Like, I swear to God, this show is so much fun. It's like, it's not a 3-person show. It's like a 356 person show, because all the people in the chatty house are like just such a big part of this.
What if it was like a 17-person show?
That'd be bad. Just quit. Let's quit. I'll say this.
That was a call. I didn't have to do that. That was a call for it.
You didn't.
I apologize.
I don't have to do this, but I'm gonna do it. Not everybody's cut out for this. So just because you sign a deal to do something doesn't mean you cut out for it. But hey, good luck to everybody involved.
Yeah, man.
You guys will enjoy.
As Hov once said, it ain't for everybody.
It ain't for everybody. It is not. Let's go to the interview. Let's do that. That way we could talk about the interview when it's over.
Yeah.
James Ham talked to Keegan Murray for a few minutes.
Keegan.
Here's that
Murray.
conversation with James Ham of the Insiders.
Welcome into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Keegan Murray. How are you?
Doing good. Can't complain. So,
how much are you ready to get this thing started?
Yeah. I've been ready for a while. Be able to play in front of fans and stuff like that. So,
we watched you really like during summer league. You were given like carte blanche to be like the guy. Thank you, JaVale. Thank you, JaVale McGee. You were given like unlimited, like you go be a star. Like, how much did that help you grow and really maybe show you what you can be at this next level?
Yeah. I mean, just to be able to kind of be the guy that they all rely on the court was a big thing for me. Experience different things on the court that I really didn't experience during my rookie year. Be able to bring the ball up the court, initiate offense, guard the point guard, be able to create space offensively, shoot late in the fourth quarter, stuff like that. I feel like it helped me just get more comfortable and kind of see where my game was at in the offseason.
When you get done with your rookie season and you look back, and how much did that prepare you to say, okay, this is where I am and I know who I am today, but this is where I want to be and this is what I'm going to have to do this summer to get there, this first summer, and then next summer you'll add more, but this first summer, how much did it give you an idea of what your identity needed to be going forward?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I'll be known as a shooter just from what I've done my rookie year. So it's just kind of adding different elements when I can't get my 3-point shot. So it's just like we came up with a game plan earlier in the off season, the stuff we needed to work on. I feel like we've gotten a lot of production from those different elements. So I'm excited to kind of get my foot in the water earlier in a couple of weeks. So.
Okay, so when we see you guys on social media, like Uncle Keegan has become a thing, like taking care of Rain all the time and like pushing the stroller. How much has that bond helped you this summer? Like, have someone here that's in town that's becoming like a leader on this team and a mentor for you in De'Aaron, and even like being part of his family and that in his world.
Yeah. I think, I mean, on the court, being able to work out with him, it's been great. But I feel like off the court, it's been special just to be involved with his family, with Rasay, with Rain, with Reno, the people that he's with the most. Just being able to have that bond with them has been really cool. So just doing different things off the court with him, and just talking with him and them. It's been fun for me.
So much of your story before this season was you and your brother Chris.
Yeah.
How much fun did you have seeing him get drafted? And the Portland situation is just weird and crazy, but he's right in the middle of it, and you kind of have like a front row seat through him.
Yeah.
But how is that having now your brother in the league?
Yeah, it's really cool. Just because, I mean, last year I kind of did this by myself, and I've always had him to kind of rely on and talk about things with, things that we're going through. So to be able to see him experience the same things I did last year, and it's kind of almost like a surreal moment for us as brothers, and I'm just excited to see him and what he does in Portland and the future of his career.
Awesome. Thanks, man. Well, it's great seeing you. You look good.
Appreciate it.
You gained 8 pounds early, right?
Yeah.
You gained any more, or are you right there?
I've gained a couple more. So
Uh-oh.
yeah.
Oh, you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
All right.
Sure.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
There it is. Keegan Murray, 10 pounds of muscle. I mean, if he gained 8 and there's a couple more,
I'd say 12.
That equals 10.
Yeah, I'd say 12. Go 12.
If we got Keegan Murray in studio, do you think we could get him to like loosen up, like fully just like, could we get him to pause at any moment, like in the for like you to say something and him Keegan be around us long enough to go pause?
I think,
or is that just
that's a good
him?
question.
Like,
I think that
is
might
that
be it.
Keegan publicly, or is that Keegan? Because I don't know him.
Well,
I don't even think I've ever seen him. Like, we've never seen Keegan because he's not out there when we're there.
No, he's not. Him and Metsu, we never saw, like, ever.
No, well, now we'll never see Metsu. So look what we did. We never got there early enough to see Metsu.
Never see Metsu again.
Oh.
But Freeport, stand up.
Where's he at? Phoenix.
He's in Phoenix. It's funny. They be shouting out. It's like some of these like reporters and stuff, they be shouting out like, "Well, Phoenix, you know," and they got Metsu.
Okay.
Talk about Metsu when he was here. Now all of a sudden he in Phoenix, and he could be a weapon.
Now
Stop
you're all
it.
about Shemezi
Stop
Metsu,
it.
huh?
Oh my gosh.
You don't
We were
even
the
know-
only ones that even liked Metsu.
You
back
don't
then.
even know why his name is Freeport, sir. Sit
Yeah,
down.
oh my gosh, that's what these people are telling you. Anyway.
And the fact we didn't have Sean Cunningham ask him about being called Freeport Metsu, because Sean was the one who would have done it.
Yeah.
And oh well.
What was the other thing? Oh, we're gonna have James ask Mike Brown about the Chatty House.
That's right. Yeah, James won't do it. So we got to get Sean will do it. Sean's all about Sean's about that life.
Right.
James not about that life.
Mike will be like, the what?
Oh, I love those guys. I love the Chatty House. It's great. Ramsey, Katrina. He knows what it
Be like,
is.
oh yeah. Shannon, what is the Chatty House?
We'll get him one of them Chatty House t-shirts.
But what I was gonna say though was with Keegan, I think it was on the interview Fox and Rice did with Dusamo, where they were like, "Yo, Keegan's hilarious." I was like, what?
That's what they say like about Pop and like Belichick. Like they're really funny. Okay, well, or Tim Duncan. They say that about Tim Duncan.
I can't believe that one.
Like-
They podding at that point.
Well, the Tim Duncan,
not funny.
Tim Duncan does have one of the great commercials of all time, where he knocks he like turns over it was like a tiny plant and goes, "Oh, I'm going crazy," like over some sneaker release or something, and he just, "Oh, I'm going crazy."
I think Tim would be a little goofy. I don't even think he'd be funny. I think Keegan might be funny. I think we could get. I think Keegan would like. He wouldn't like engage with us like that, but he'd be around us enough where like we'd say something and they'd be like, "Whoa, pause."
That's what. Who got paused on the podium last year? It had to have been Malik and De'Aaron. It had to have been.
No, it was Malik said something about De'Aaron. He was like, he knows how to get me open.
Oh, that. Yeah. I don't think open was what he said, though. I think he might have said
Get me
something
off.
else.
I
I
think he said,
think
"Get
that's
me
what he
off."
said. And De'Aaron was like, "Whoa." And I think Malik was the mature one. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Stop.
No, I think Keegan would do that, but I don't know. Keegan is always Keegan, man. I can't imagine him being any different, like being louder.
Remember I had
talking more. I
DeMarcus.
can't
Remember I had that like Boogie's comedy, Boogies. Can you imagine like the Keegan Murray comedy jam? That'd be amazing.
Well, let me tell you this joke.
Keegan Murray comedy jam. I didn't think about that. I thought that was a good question by James at the end about his brother being in the NBA and how, even in Portland now, like they're both in the league together. And it's probably at a greater advantage for Chris that Chris is going to go through some things this year that Keegan went through last year, and he can lean on Keegan the way Keegan didn't have anyone to lean on last year.
Right.
So the fact that the two are in the league together, I just thought that was a great question. It'd be, I feel like it's going to be more beneficial for Chris. I don't mean this at all in a negative way. I feel like it's going to be a lot more beneficial for Chris than it is going to be for Keegan. But Keegan, obviously, clearly, by that conversation, excited that his brother is in the league and they can go through this process in the NBA as NBA players together now.
I mean, what you said is spot on. Where if it's you didn't play 4 games in 5 nights, or you're in a stretch where you played 8 games in 2 weeks. I don't know. Like, he can talk to Keegan and say, "Hey, man, like, did you ice a little bit more here? Or was it not going to shoot around at the beginning that helped your legs, or would have helped?" Keegan didn't have any of that. I mean, he had his veterans, around him, but he might not be talking to the veterans on a FaceTime at 10 p.m. He just got to wait till he gets to the locker room. He talked to his brother, anytime.
Yeah, what veterans does he have? You gonna call Malcolm Brogdon, who might be traded? He doesn't. I don't know. I don't know who my brother's going to call right now.
Anthony Simon's been in the league forever. He's like 22.
I was going to say, Anthony, and you're right. He's been in the league a few years. He's like 21 years old.
Right. Shaden. Jeremy Grant probably be his.
Oh, Jeremy Grant. There you go. Yeah. And there's DeAndre Ayton's been in the league like 5 years.
But it's still different, though.
No,
right?
it's for sure.
Like Keegan had Harrison, but it's not also the same as his brother.
That's a team in transition. That's a team that's probably collectively looking for a leader and looking for a voice. Scoot's the guy. A combination of Scoot and Shaden. Those guys. That's the future.
Right.
But someone's got to be there like now. And I thought Brogdon was going to fill that role. Maybe he will, maybe he won't.
Yeah.
It sounds like there's still a lot of talk about what Malcolm Brogdon's immediate future is. But yeah, that's certainly got to be tough to be on a team that's kind of trained. Keegan doesn't know that. Keegan just joins winners. Keegan, he's just about being on winning teams.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. Keegan just win now. He's trying to go to the finals.
He's trying to go to the finals. That's what Mike Brown said. We got championship aspirations, baby. Steeler with KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2, Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter as well. Wherever you are, we appreciate you so much for spending part of your day with us. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you can and you should. 916-909-1320. James Ham also spoke with Davion Mitchell. You'll hear James's conversation with Davion Mitchell later on today. You'll also hear James' conversation with us as he'll join us in the final hour of the show. Power rankings on the way. We'll talk football as well. Coming up, Woj reported yesterday that James Harden was going to show up at training camp and make a scene. By all indications, he has in fact showed up to training camp. By the way, one just quick sidebar question. Why are they in Colorado?
I don't know. It's one of those things. I think Brooklyn was in San Diego last year. I think, was it last year or the year before? Because that was a Kyrie situation. But maybe that was because of COVID or something I don't know. Sometimes these teams didn't.
I know sometimes they
the Lakers used to go to Hawaii, didn't they?
For training camp?
Yeah,
Oh, maybe they did.
I think they did. I think the Warriors.
That I understand.
Yeah, Colorado. I don't know. I don't know why.
No, there's
Philly's
nothing
going to
wrong with Colorado.
I just don't know why you're going there. I mean, why? You be there for 2 weeks and then go back to Philadelphia. Season starts in 3 weeks. What are you doing?
I mean, I got to imagine they're not going to be there for 2 weeks. They got to play a home game, I would think, right?
In Colorado for 4 days.
Yeah, I don't get why. Maybe I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. Maybe it's
I don't know, man. What?
Yeah, thank you. I don't know, but I that's a pretty wild report, by the way. Woj went on TV and said, and I always find it funny what they say on television and what they choose to tweet and not tweet, because stuff goes viral in kind of different ways. And I thought I won't call it an accusation. That might be too strong of a word. But the idea that Harden was going to show up with the intention of making a scene was a pretty incredible thing to report on Woj's part, because it's clear where that came from.
Right. Right.
Like that obviously came from the Philadelphia 76ers front office with the intention of making James Harden look bad before James Harden had the opportunity to make himself look bad. And that's a rough look for me. And again, I feel like this is the second time I've defended James Harden today.
I was just about to say, so they're really out here making James Harden look like a sympathetic figure.
They're turning him babyface.
Right.
Yeah, they're turning him babyface.
They're behaving.
Yeah.
Like the way that they're behaving, in my opinion, adds more credence to James them doing something that pissed off James to the point where he's calling him a liar in China and in the club.
Well, I don't think James Harden is lying. Like he never said what James Harden never said what Daryl Morey lied about. He told the NBA what Daryl Morey lied about. I think James Harden lied to them because he had to. But the connecting the dots of Daryl Morey promised James Harden this and then is reneging. I don't like James Harden. I completely buy that. Because the only person I might dislike more than James Harden is Daryl Morey. I really, really don't like Daryl Morey. And more specifically, I don't know Daryl Morey. I don't like the way that he moves. Yeah. And I'll point out till the end of time, Carmelo Anthony. And I was thinking, watching this James Harden thing unfold and how, the reports are the Clippers are the only team motivated to do this deal. And they're truthfully not that motivated. No other team wants any part of this. Starting to bring the question is, like, what is James Harden's place in the league next season? And it's, I stop like, okay, there's a lot at play here. Trading for a player who could be a malcontent, trading for a player who only has 1 year left on his deal, giving up assets. There's a lot of different things at play. But then I thought, like, where does James Harden really fit, given the fact that he's been disruptive everywhere he's been? And when it matters the most, which is my biggest gripe with the Clippers, he's failed. And I thought it's impossible to think James Harden doesn't have a place in the league next year until I remembered what happened to Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo, although at a slightly different stage of his career than James Harden, kind of lost his place in the league. Daryl Morey was a big reason why, but he did. Yeah. And it's like, man, James Harden led the league in assists last year. Like, he's a very capable scorer still at this point. For me, the fictitious general manager that I am, the negative far outweighs the positive. This man's quit on 3 teams. I can't, like, what locker room brings that in? And that's why I keep looking at Ty Lue and Lawrence Frank. Like, what? Maybe it's not Ty Lue. Whatever the conversation the Clippers are having, like, what are you guys thinking? Why would you do this? Well, he might be happy in LA. Okay, best case scenario, James Harden is happy in LA. You're still dealing with the most prominent James Harden issue, and that's what happens when there might only be 3 games left in the season, 2 games left in the season, 1 game left in the season. You're going to get the absolute worst out of him. That was a lot.
No, you're good. I wonder what James is thinking about the cards that he's playing and his team and his agent and all this other stuff, because I would advise him to tread lightly.
Yeah.
Tread lightly, man. Yeah. Like, humble yourself a little bit. And to be honest with you, to be fair, maybe they are. This is almost like a Dame Lillard situation, like I talked about. Almost. The thing that we've heard from James is that Daryl Morey's a liar.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of this other stuff is speculation, and we don't know who's saying what. We do know that James Harden has come out and said Daryl Morey's a liar. Yeah. We can all assume, we can all think. James hasn't said he was going to have a fat suit. James hadn't said
he insinuated
it. He did do that on his social medias. But he hasn't said what he's going to do one way or the other, to be honest with you, to be fair to him. So
he did say he would never pay for a Daryl Morey-led team. He's a liar.
I repeat, Daryl Morey is a liar, and I'll never play for a Daryl Morey team.
Sorry, James. I just asked what your favorite shoe was. I didn't mean to.
James, I just asked for an autograph.
Yes. James, I'm 10. What are you talking about?
James Dennis Scott Harden.
Oh my God. You couldn't hear it, but he was bumping Biggie in the background.
I need to holler at Dennis Scott, see if he got some of them vinyls. The songs he was playing during his rant.
Still got that life after death there, Dennis. I love the news. The news clip that we played was so great because of the news voice that, news people have news voices. A bizarre rant by Orlando Magic guard Dennis Scott left a group of 12-year-olds confused. Sound plays previously on Life After Death. What? Or Ready to Die. What? Like, why? Why? What is happening here?
Oh, man.
That's one of my favorite clips of all time.
That was hilarious.
One of my favorite clips.
3D, man. I'm glad 3D has moved on with his life. He does a great job on Players Only.
Yeah. That's still a thing. They still call it that.
I don't know. I don't think so because I don't think it's Players Only.
Got a bad connotation.
But I think he's like a
bad mojo.
I think he's a sideline reporter when NBA TV does broadcast. They bring in I think it's like a regular play-by-play guy and your man Isaiah Thomas sometimes.
It's not my man. If it was my man, it'd be over.
Like this. That's a classic.
Hey, Casey.
That's a classic.
This is such a visual bit. Like, I'm so sorry. Yeah, like, no, let's talk Mike Brown. Right? Mike Brown is such a good piece of the Sacramento.
Oh man, I need to
the bigger issue is
the
bigger issue is the NBA TV producer who wasn't like, hey, Zeke, scoot over.
I wish I could find that interview. I got to see it again.
I feel like
they were talking to Monty McNair, weren't they? I think so.
Probably because I think he was talking about his love for Doug. like Zeke professed his love for.
Damn, I wish I had that.
Doug Christie. I think Doug Christie was the only thing that Isaiah Thomas knew about the Sacramento Kings.
Whose name he didn't get right? Cater, right?
Okay, no, he didn't get Cater's name right. He didn't know who Cater was. Hey, who's big fella right? Yeah, he had no idea. The crazy part is he probably know who he is now that he's on the Boston Celtics.
Called him Neemias Quota.
Oh, that's right. He kept calling him Quota. I watch Quota. Quota gonna get that work in.
Hey,
man, you do.
Leave my boy Zeke alone.
Hey,
man.
I hope if you are ever put in a position to defend me the way you defend Isaiah Thomas,
leave my boy Zeke alone. There's some things that are indefensible, but other than that, leave my boy Zeke alone.
Man, you talk about let's just ignore that. That was up till that point. That was low key like the biggest scandal in the NBA history.
That was crazy.
And Isaiah was at the center of it. That's cool. Give him the Ray Lewis treatment. Let's keep it moving.
Here on NBA TV, we got Isaiah Thomas on NBA game night tonight.
Yeah, just happy to be here. Isaiah, we might need to pull that clip up. I think quarter, Kata, what?
Oh man!
Wow.
Oh man! Shout out Kata, man. In Boston.
Can they still get names wrong on the Sacramento Kings?
I think
like at this point.
I mean, well, they definitely getting Sasha's name wrong. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a guarantee.
Yeah.
Who else? Davian. Nah, I think they'll get Davian.
Like I can't. I mean, they got Trey Lyles wrong most of last year.
What they call him Kevin Lyle.
Kevin Lyle. I think that was Kenny, wasn't it? Wasn't that Kenny Smith that called him Kevin Lyles?
No, I think Kenny called Terrence Davis, Terrence Harris III.
Terrence Harris III.
Call him Terrence Harris III.
Is Terrence a third or a junior? Because I feel like
think he's a junior.
I think
Yeah,
he's a junior too.
Yeah, I think he's a junior.
He just added one more.
They call this dude Trey Lyles an A&R at Atlantic Records. Call him Kevin Lyles.
Yeah, they're gonna screw up Sasha's name, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, Sasha.
I don't think will they get Duarte wrong? They ain't gonna get Chris Duarte. Chris
He was
Duarte
he was
played
in
pretty
Indiana,
good.
yeah.
He played pretty good that first year.
Yeah.
But now
I mean, Trey
you know-
Lyles played solid in San Antonio and Detroit. They got him.
I think Trey Lyles is just so inconspicuous.
They said that man was on there trying to get
Ramsey
Young Thug his bail.
Ramsey says Terrence Davis is a third. I knew he was a third or a second. I couldn't remember.
Terrence Harris the third.
I don't know.
Hey
what
man,
about that
sometimes
about.
it's hard speaking on live TV.
Yeah, he got to hit the space bar
Yeah,
again,
man.
like you said yesterday. Hit that space bar a
Sometimes
second
it's
time.
difficult, man. It's all good. Man.
I'm guessing Marcus Smart got a note from the league office today. We'll
Yeah,
explain
come
that.
on, Marcus.
We'll explain that. We'll dive into football power rankings as well. James Ham coming up. It's the other one, KC, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. Is Charlie not out there? Oh. If you need to go, I can do it. You just got to show me what button to push. All right. All right. Yeah, so Drake. The hell is that noise? Drake bars. So Drake bars aren't going to be every game this time, guys. I think they're going to be. I think Kenny said they're going to be almost like in-season tournament games. It'll be a special Drake bars game. Will Z, what's happening, baby? Will Z, see John Bull hanging out with us today? Drew Down. There's my man Drew Down. Mac of the year. Johnny G. We can't do roll call anymore. Jacob, what's happening, man? Chris, we see you. 337, what's good? Because turnover's too quick. Jordan Honda. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, they might mess up Duarte. Oh, Keegan Bradley. That's a wild one. Keegan Bradley. Shout out NBA app. That's funny. That really should be the tagline to the show. Sorry to the radio audience. You're missing out. Prince Jaffe Jofer, welcome. I feel like you've been with you ain't been with us in a while, man. Where you been at? Were you parked next to James?
No.
Okay. I couldn't remember what Jasmine's car looked like.
No, I was up towards the front.
I ran something downstairs and a black car was next to James. Oh, I was like, this be the biggest D-bag picture of all time. And I realized, that's not what I thought it was, but it was it's an Infiniti that Jazz has, right?
No, that's my old car.
Oh. Yeah. What does she have?
She got a Equinox.
Oh, okay.
I love that car.
Those are good cars.
I love my Infinity.
I love you, infinity plus infinity plus infinity.
What was I about to do? Oh yeah, I need to see what's going on there.
Man, that Lucid Motors car looks so dope.
Which one is that?
It's an electric car. Gets like 500 plus. It's expensive though. It's not like it's expensive. think their lowest model is like 90,000.
Mm.
That's the low model. It's a nice car though. Yeah.
Jeez.
That's that Kenny Caraway post KSFM car.
Wow, this guy. This guy. Don't listen to anything he says, except on Friday. Huh. That's interesting. I thought he got hurt last year. J.C. Jackson going to the Patriots. He was like a prize free agent. He tore his ACL, I think, at the beginning.
I laughed at something yesterday, reflecting on the show. And I don't remember if you even said this yesterday. I just thought about the line. Oh, I know, because the alert popped up.
Oh,
well, I'm going to tell the story on the air. I was laughing at something this morning. I saw the notification that the Patriots traded for J.C. Jackson, and it made me think of the line you said when we were talking about like Mac Jones and Trey and Justin Fields, and how it's like no one won that argument.
No.
Like everyone lost.
We all just walked away from the argument with no winner.
But there's only one team not looking for their franchise quarterback.
Well, there's that. Thank God for Brock Purdy.
That's amazing.
Thank God for the last pick in the
That's
draft.
absolutely amazing.
Speaking of, I know we'll talk football in a little bit too. I definitely want to get to that Marcus Smart thing. Your boy over at the Ringer, he's still podding, bro. He's still podding. I gotta find his name.
Whoa.
You know, the dude who does the quarterback rankings weekly. What's his name?
Okay.
Steven Ruiz.
Okay.
First, he started the season as Purdy is the number 32 quarterback in the NFL. Started the season that way.
Okay.
Now, after 4 weeks, he's got him at number 25. Number 24 is Anthony Richardson. Number 23 is Jordan Love.
Why is he doing this?
He's podding.
Okay.
He's got to be podding. 22 is Deshaun Watson. 21 is CJ Stroud. And this is like, so look, it's not the biggest thing in the world. I kind of know you're probably podding at this point, but it does make me look at you and say, bro, I can't take what you're saying seriously ever. Because who knows? Because I didn't even get to the big payoff. Number 20 is Mac Jones. Mac Jones above CJ Stroud, Deshaun Watson, Jordan Love, Anthony Richardson, and Brock Purdy. Mac Jones, who got benched on Sunday. I can't take you seriously, man.
I don't know. Like when there's being committed to a bit, and then there's that. Like I just don't. I think you said it perfectly. We pod this for fun, and everyone knows when we're doing it. But why would I ever go to you for information?
Right.
Like, why would I take any of this seriously if you're telling me Mac Jones is a better quarterback than Brock Purdy? And I think media has this, I think there are people in the media who have this commitment to either you're podding, which is saying stuff, content over everything. You're just saying stuff. To hell with your credibility. You're just trying to start a conversation.
Yeah.
But there's also like this thing of like, I really don't want to admit that I was wrong about this kid. So I'm going to stay committed to this because in my heart, I believe at some point this thing's going to blow up.
Right.
And I can tell everyone I was right.
Right.
And that's goofy. Brock Purdy is, and I don't know, I haven't made a list. Brock Purdy is approaching like top 10 quarterback.
Yeah,
I don't know that he's again. Oh my God, is he better than this? Okay, I haven't gone through the list. I don't know, but I'm past the point of thinking, oh, he's just kind of managing the whole thing.
Right.
No, he's not. Like he's a good quarterback.
And there, to me, there isn't 10 quarterbacks that are better than Brock Purdy right now.
Yeah, there might not be.
We could, maybe one of these days we'll go down the list. I don't think there's.
I mean, we look. Just, I mean, well, we're going to exclude people that are injured because they're not. I'm thinking Aaron Rodgers, right? Aaron Rodgers isn't playing football right now. Like Josh Allen and Tua Tagovailoa, both of them ahead of Brock Purdy.
I'd say yes.
Okay, yeah. So would I. Lamar,
Yes.
Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him respect. Yes.
Okay,
Because he's been playing trash this year.
because I'm not.
He hasn't been good.
No Pinkett, no Deshaun. I'm just looking at conferences. So we're at 4.
Mhm.
No one in the. Okay, Trevor Lawrence.
No.
Not for me either. So I no one in the AFC South. AFC. Let's Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Herbert.
I'll show respect and say yes.
So we're at 6. Not Jimmy or Aiden,
No.
and not Russell Wilson.
No.
Jalen.
Yes.
Oh, this will be interesting.
No.
Okay. Okay.
Me and Andrew say no to Purdy or Dak over Purdy.
Okay. I don't have a beef with that.
And it's not
So I
like
think
they're years apart.
No,
just-
it's fine.
Yeah.
We'll say we're at what do you say in spades? A soft 7 or whatever.
You say we got 7 and 2 maybes.
Okay. We got 7 and 1 maybe. We got 7 and 1 maybe. I think this is a little bit more Jared Goff.
No, I take Purdy.
Okay. I'm gonna skip past Jordan Love. I think he's had a solid start. I'm gonna say no. Kurt.
Kurt is no.
No.
Because Kurt is the same as Dak to me. Like I think they're both
7
good.
and 2 maybes. How about my boy? Baker Mayfield.
Taking Purdy.
I would too. To be fair. I like Baker. I would too. No one else. I mean, only other one to ask is
Stafford?
Derek Carr.
Oh, in that division.
Yeah.
No,
I wouldn't either.
No.
And now you've got Geno.
No.
Stafford.
That's a maybe.
Okay. 7 and 3 maybes. And then no on Josh Dobbs. So you have at worst in the exercise we just did, you have anywhere from 8 to 12.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which that's an upper. You're in the upper tier
Right.
of quarterbacks now.
Which is like we just did the exercise. Why would I? This guy said he's 25th.
I like Geno. I think Geno's having a hell of a start. I think I like Brock Purdy more.
Even if we took all the maybes, you're still
That's what I'm
like
saying. It's 8
inside
to 12.
12.
Yeah.
This guy's got him at 25th.
If you split the maybes, we're in the, he's in the top 10. Like Securing the Bagley says he's not top 10. How? Like who are we missing? Who like we
had 7 and 3 maybes.
I said
right?
I'm so used to Securing the Bagley. I said it wrong. It's Securing the Beam. Who can you say definitively is better? Like if you said Stafford, like okay, Goff was a maybe.
Goff was
It was being respectful.
Yeah, Goff
and
Dak in
Dakota
and Kirk Cousins.
And Kirk Cousins, that was the other one.
Are the ones that like
yeah, it was Dak.
All right, if you want to go by like body of work or whatever the case.
No, right now.
Right now, you
We're
can't say I take definitively I take Dak or Kirk over Brock Purdy. The man is like 73% completion rate, no interceptions. He just got off a game where he went 20 of 21. Come on, man.
See, I feel like Securing the Beam is podding with us now. He's saying Stafford, Geno, Goff, and Dak all better than Brock.
How?
Like I could like if you. I feel like you could make arguments for a couple of those guys, but I feel like the argument in Purdy's favor would put him higher.
Here's what I would say.
At least in 2 of those guys, I'd probably put him above Geno and Goff almost for sure.
And Securing the Bagley,
the Beam.
I would just Securing the Beam. I would just like to. What do those guys have today that Purdy doesn't? Because Purdy's won more games than all those guys today, as far as this season, and he's outperforming these guys. And we're watching the game; he's outperforming these guys.
I'm not sure, like what some of these guys want Brock Purdy to do.
Go 21 and 21.
You know what I think some of these teams want him to do, which is fascinating because of the way they marvel at quarterbacks that didn't have to deal with this in the past, is they want to see him on a bad team. They want him to be in the position that CJ Stroud is in or that Anthony Richardson is in. They want I can't evaluate Brock Purdy till his team is ass.
Can't
and then I
evaluate him
can
'cause
judge.
look at the weapons he has around him.
Look, well, yeah, that's a credit to the team that he's on. That's why he was the last pick of the draft and not the first. We just spoke about the challenges that guys like CJ Stroud and those guys are going to have being on teams that are so terrible. We've said this a million times, and I'll say it a million more. More quarterbacks die in the NFL because of the team that they're drafted to than their actual skill set. And man, watching, if we kept ranking quarterbacks, I don't know where we'd get to Daniel Jones, but I don't think Daniel Jones is a bad quarterback.
I don't think he is either.
I think what happened to him on Monday is one of those things that if it happens to CJ Stroud on Sunday, that scars you. That's
11 times.
That's
bro.
5 years into your career going, this is the NFL.
Right.
This is the team that I'm on.
Right.
I'm on pace to get sacked 100 times. I'm gonna blow David Carr's record away.
Right.
Assuming David Carr has the record. I think he does.
Pretty sure. The poor guy.
Oh, but man's an analyst because of it.
Right.
He was like, forget this. I can't do it. But like we talk about the David Carrs and the Josh Rosens and some of these different guys. Now, I'm not saying they all fall in the category of guys who should have been successful, but I think far more guys fail because of the team and the system around them than their actual abilities. And I think it's part of the reason that I hang on for. I don't know why I'm a Baker guy, but maybe that's it. But I still think Baker has talent. And I also think people just willingly ignored that he played extremely injured last year. I still think there's something to him. This is a big year for him to prove it. I think he's doing a good job so far, but we're 4 games into the season. He's got to maintain it. There's a lot of guys who don't even get the opportunity that Baker's getting right now. And you eventually see them just kind of be done. Right. Brock doesn't have to do that.
Right. He's got a job. He executes his job. And
which is exactly what you want him to do.
The funny thing about it is if you Baldy breakdown, he does a great job at breaking this stuff down. He goes over some of these passes that Brock Purdy makes every week. I'm not saying he's Patrick Mahomes or nothing like that, but he does some kind of high level stuff. I'm just looking at the untrained eye or not the coach's eye in the situation. The touchdown pass to McCaffrey the other day I looked at it and I was like, oh, they had McCaffrey on an angle route. That was number one. And Baldy goes in there and he's like, oh, look at him. Looking here, doesn't have it. Looking there, doesn't have it. He goes to McCaffrey quick because he knows McCaffrey's like the 4th read on that play. And quickly, Brock was, boom, nope. Okay, boom, hit him. Hit him with a perfect pass. Yeah. The other one, he does little stuff like with one of the Ayuk passes. He's does a thing with his eyes where he gets his whole body to his left and sells whatever's going on to the left. There aren't even receivers on the left. But he does it to move the guy. The guy moves, the safety moves, and he comes back at the right time with the right timing. Boom, hits Ayuk. So it's a little bit more than just, drop back, get your first read. He's probably going to be open because you got so much talent and hit him. He's QBing back there.
Yeah,
he's QBing back there, and I think he's really good, man. And the whole point of this thing was.
But can I say one other thing about you talking about QB? A quarterback on a roster with weapons does what Brock Purdy is doing. When you have dynamic receivers, dynamic running backs, tight ends, different positions, and you don't take advantage of it, you're Jimmy Garoppolo and Aiden O'Connell. Right? You can't have it both ways. Right. You can't look at the Raiders and go, man, Devontae Adams is one of the best wide receivers in the league. Say word? Yeah, how's that look for him? Right now, how does that look for him? Yeah. It's tough because the quarterbacks don't work for him. You want your quarterback to be able to – you got a guy who can bust the middle of the field open. You've got to be able to hit him.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy's doing that.
Yeah.
You got a running back or a tight end you can catch on the slant. You've got to be able to do that. You got a running back coming out of the backfield, circling around to the center of the football field, and you hit him in stride. That's what good quarterbacks do regardless of how talented that running back is.
Yep.
Because how many times have you sat through with whoever your favorite team is and watched your quarterback miss that dynamic running back, miss that dynamic wide receiver, miss that playmaker?
Mm-hmm. The
It's
placement of these passes, that matters.
People want it both ways when it comes to Brock Purdy. You want to be able to criticize him because he has too many weapons, but if he was missing his weapons, he sucks. So either way, in those people's minds, he's going to suck anyways.
Right.
Like there is no scenario in your mind where you're going to think Brock Purdy is good if you think he's just, well, I mean, I could be quarterback if I had Deebo Samuel. No, man.
I could play wide receiver if that's what they're trying to. Shut up, Puka, man. I like Puka, man. Stop playing.
This man really came
Stop
in
playing.
here.
No, I'm just saying nobody was guarding him. Nobody was guarding him. That's all I said. I like Puka, though. I do. Good. Cooper Kupp might be coming back. So Puka and Kupp. Ooh. And I like the other receiver, too. Oh, man. Come on.
What? Come on. I'm nothing.
Who's it's Addison or I forgot the other wide receiver. But I like him, number 5.
Mm-hmm.
So
could you do what he does too? Like you could do what Puka does?
Fast.
Oh, okay. You're not that fast.
Really
You could just do what sorry ass Puka does and run across the middle. And
he don't even run across the middle. He stops in the middle of the field.
He stops and caught the football. That's all he did. Puka Caraway out there. I could it's out there not running routes and just standing in the middle of the field.
That's his name. What I say? Addison is Atwell. I knew it was something. You're a rookie too.
Oh, Tutu and Puka. Because that's a solid receiving core right there. Tutu and Puka.
But yeah, man.
Brock Purdy's a hell of a quarterback.
He's a good quarterback, man.
And I think Matt Stafford's a really good quarterback. I think all of the guys we named are good quarterbacks. I think Dak the tough thing with Dak is, we were just trying to figure out who was ahead of Brock rather than ranking quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
But we gave Dak a maybe status, right? Which at best, at least in our exercise, puts him between 8 and 12. Best and worst case scenario in the exercise we just did puts him between 8 and 12. The problem with Dak is I think it's completely fair, at least in my mind. He was once like 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
And that's the tough part is like when you're there and you just slowly kind of start to trickle down that list. 12 doesn't look bad. 11 doesn't look bad. 10 doesn't look bad, except when you were once 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
And I don't know because I think if Brock keeps doing what he's doing, we have him. Let's go best case scenario. We'll go middle of the pack. He's 10.
Mm-hmm.
They could win the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not 100% certain if Dak at 10, the Cowboys can win the Super Bowl. I feel like they need Dak to be a little bit closer to that 4 or 5 because I'm not sure if Tony Pollard's going to get going later and you're going to get that monster that you had last year and you're going to be able to rely on him and like to the point where defenses are game planning for him, like heavily game planning for him. But if you have Dak being that old version of Dak, it doesn't matter. That old version of Dak was lethal. He was very, very good.
What's the old version of Dak? When's his prime?
This is tough.
His rookie year, he was really good.
He was really good, but like his second and third year.
What like I'm trying to think of what happened.
What was the Packers year?
That was his rookie year.
That was the rookie year?
Yeah.
Jesus. Really?
Yeah.
That Aaron Rodgers? Wow.
Because I remember he struggled in the first half and then he turned up in the second half.
He was nasty in the second half.
I'm trying to remember what happened.
I don't
for
feel
the rest
like
of his career.
I don't feel like the rookie year was his best year, but he played 3 years.
Computer and the internet.
Oh, do we have that? When did he get hurt? Was that his third year? Because it was the year before the deal, question mark?
He got hurt in his his fifth season. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, in his fifth season.
Okay.
He got hurt. Looking here, he was balling the year before that, 2019. Threw for almost 5,000 yards, 49.02.
What'd they do that year?
That's the year I think they lost to the Rams. No, they didn't lose to the Rams. That was 2018. Damn, what did they do? Did they make the playoffs? They were 8-8 that year.
Just stay with us. That's it. Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Did they miss the playoffs that year
missed the
that
playoffs,
he?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think.
Because he.
Oh no, I'm sorry. The Stars are not playoff years. They're Pro Bowl years.
Pro Bowl years.
Let's see playoffs. He made the
Just
playoffs.
stay with us. We're Googling.
He made the playoffs in 16 and 18. They did miss the playoffs in 2019, 21 and 22.
So they missed it in 17 too?
Yeah.
That was year 2?
Yeah. Year 1, they lost to the Packers.
Yeah.
Year 2, they lost to the Rams. Beat the Seahawks in the wild card.
Okay, I'm sorry. Now I'm confused. They made the playoffs the second year.
No.
Okay.
2017, they missed.
Okay. So his third year.
They made the playoffs.
Got you.
And they won a game and lost to the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
2019, his best statistical season, they didn't make the playoffs. They went 8-8. 2020, he gets hurt, breaks his leg. 21.
Oh, Cameron brings up a good point. Was he on the tag?
Yeah, when he broke his leg.
Oh, okay. I knew the contract came after, but like when you said the film, I was like, wait a sec.
Because remember, everybody was mad because they're like, this is why he shouldn't play.
Yep.
Lost his money.
And he had the bad break. He had the.
You don't want.
I saw that one. Yeah, I saw that one. I was like, oh God. Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah. So Dak, the crazy thing about this with Dak is he's a good ball player.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's really talented. There's a part of me that feels
but does
like
he have to be great for them for the 49ers to do what I think a lot of us think they can?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, the Cowboys, not the 49ers. For the Cowboys to do what a lot of us think that they can, does Dak have to be great, or can Dak be in this kind of, I'll call it the Brock Purdy spot, like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, somewhere around there? Not that it feels like that probably should be constant. That's really good, by the way.
It is. It feels like he has right now. I said I would take Purdy over Brock, which essentially I think
Purdy over Dak.
I mean Purdy over Brock.
Because that'd be. I don't know what Brock Lesnar's got to do with this, but I got you. I got you.
I would take Brock Purdy over Dak.
Yeah.
Which essentially I'm saying I think Purdy's a little better than Dak right now.
Okay.
If Dak were on the same, I don't want to say same level, but if I thought they were just supremely equal, I think that would be good enough for the Cowboys to win. He doesn't have to be a superstar. I think we'll do my Madden rankings.
Okay.
I think Brock is an 86. I think Dak is an 82. If Dak got to an 86, I think that's good enough for the Cowboys to win the Super Bowl.
But they can't win it at 82?
I don't think so. I don't think so. That offense, that's the sneaky thing about this Cowboys team so far this year. That offense, it's not great.
It's not
great.
No, it's not.
They're really being carried by the defense, and that's why Sunday is so intriguing, because it's can the defense carry them against a top level team and they still win, or can the offense wake up and help the defense out against a top level team and get a victory?
This game is intriguing for a lot of different reasons. That's absolutely one of them, for sure. The 49ers offense against that defense is, it's a guaranteed 30 points when Brock Purdy's on the field.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, this game is less about, this is going to sound like a pod remark, but I'm dead serious. Just based on what we saw yesterday, things that we read, things that we heard, this feels like less of a game between the Cowboys and the 49ers and the Cowboys and the Cowboys.
Yeah, I knew you're going to have. I agree too.
They are so in their head about this game. I do understand the importance of it. I'm not naive to it. Like it's two of the top 3 or 4 teams, and we'll discuss that later in the NFC. It's 2 storied franchises. It's the team that's eliminated you from the playoffs if you're the Cowboys 2 years in a row. Yeah. I get all of that. That stuff you keep in the locker room. These dudes, and it's headlined by their owner, just out here talking about it.
Right.
Like, why? If you're Jerry Jones, would you go on the radio and say this game is a measuring stick for us? Because if you lose, how do you walk in that locker room and go, guys, we suck? We couldn't beat the San Francisco 49ers again. That's why you don't do stuff like that. Jerry, please shut up for the sake of your team. Be quiet.
I'll say this. Matter of fact, I'll say it when we get back.
Okay.
We'll
talk about it.
I'll
We'll talk about it.
I'll defend Jerry just a little bit.
But look at you. Well,
Just a little bit.
all right.
Only on a football term.
You okay? Well, now D-Lo and Sexy Red coming back here. 102. 1025. We'll come back. I want to hear you defend this. I'm curious. It's D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Let's try again. Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up, thumbs down. We back. Hold on, might be a little bit of delay. Got us. No sound,
There we
big
go,
dogs.
dog.
Oh, there we go.
There we
Okay.
go.
All right.
Now that
We did
we're
it.
back,
We did it, Charlie. We're
just
back, baby.
for my man Drew Down, I gotta do the Jerry
Oh
Jones.
no, we don't have to do that.
I know that I just came back from having no sound, but dadgummit, I'm back.
Dadgummit. That's such a Jerry Jones thing too. Dadgummit. Holla. Weedon boys. Who was that? Wiz? Who was that?
Yeah, that's what it is. Hola. Raising it.
Oh, man, I meant to turn this back earlier.
We're on.
Oh, we're back. Oh, okay. Hey, welcome back. Stilo and KC here on ESPN 1320. It's all right, Charlie. We got this. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. There's nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here.
You want other than Kenny about to defend his boy?
Well, see, that's why
You
can
getting
never
invited
say
to the
nothing in
next?
public.
No, you get invited to the next.
That's why,
you
like,
gonna be sitting in the field seats in Arlington. Go
no,
ahead,
it's
defend
like
your man.
Devin Booker. That's why I'm not doing no press conferences.
No,
The media always turns it around.
I didn't turn anything around. You literally, we went to commercial break, and you said, "I'm going to defend Jerry Jones." I didn't say that.
And what
I didn't
he
make. Charlie,
said,
did you hear that? Thumbs up. Charlie heard it. Everybody
I'm
heard
going
it.
to defend
Everybody
what
heard
he
it.
said
Oh, okay.
about this being a litmus test.
All right.
And here's what I'll say.
Jerry said this game against the San Francisco 49ers is a measuring stick game.
That's not what he said. He said, this game
No.
against the 49ers is going to be a measuring stick for this team and where we're at. Dadgummit, it's going to let us know
I'm so glad you don't do this on 102.5. I'm really
I got to
happy.
figure out what hip hop artist I can do it. But
Why
no,
are you okay with this?
I don't know if I would have said it, first of all. But if you are going to say it, here's where you can kind of spin that and be all right. It's week 5. You can lose to the 49ers in week 5 and be like, today, we're not there. We got to get better, guys. We got to get better. That doesn't mean you, this is what I would say, lose to the Niners. We're not on their level right now. That doesn't mean in December we wouldn't have worked and done what we need to do to get to that
Why
level.
even put that out there?
I agree. I wouldn't have said it. But if you're saying, but there is coming back from it.
Now you're relying on
You
him
said
to-
there's no coming back from it. There is coming back from it. That's the way you come
No,
back.
I said, how do you come back from it if you lose?
That's what I just told you. Like today,
I don't
in
agree
week
with that.
5, we're not there.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
If you're playing the Kansas City Chiefs for the first time,
Mm.
you're playing the San Francisco 49ers. They played last year once or twice.
Once.
They played the year before once or twice.
Once.
Okay, so you lost your last 2 outings
Mhm.
at the most important time of the year
Mhm.
against the San Francisco 49ers. You're talking about this being a measuring stick game, and you go out there and you lose, and you talk about, oh, we're not as good as them right now in week 5. Oh, but come January, we'll be ready. I'm sorry, last January you weren't.
Mm.
And the year before, you were petrified on your home field that was taken over by San Francisco 49ers fans.
It's true.
You're setting yourself up. You're just putting, I don't care what Jerry does for himself.
Mm.
You're putting those players in a bad position
Mm.
because Jerry can go on his radio show and say, oh, well, we're not as good as the San Francisco 49ers.
Mm.
But when Dak, in the heat of the moment, is asked post-game, hey, Jerry said this was a measuring stick and you guys didn't make it. Yeah, exactly. You thought his response to the 49ers question on Sunday was bad. What's his response going to be when he finds out his owner doesn't think they're good enough right now?
Right now.
Dak's a bad example.
Right now.
Because we know, let's go to Micah. How's Micah going to react to this?
Michael will be so nice about it, though.
Probably.
Michael will be like, you know what?
He'll pot about it
He'll
later.
be like, you know what? The Niners are a great team. They are better than us. You
I
know,
don't think Michael's going to say that.
we're going to keep working. You know, no shade to us, but they're better than us. That's the best team in the NFL. Hey, 49ers, go get one for the NFC.
I don't. That is just all a massive fabrication. None of that is going to happen. None of that is
I'll
going to happen.
tell you, man. I've never hated Micah Parsons, but I do like Micah.
I like Michael Parsons a lot.
Yeah, I like him.
I like Micah a lot.
I understand. No, I wouldn't have said it if I was Jerry. I wouldn't have said it. I wouldn't have had the quote that Mike McCarthy had when he's like, "Yeah, some games are bigger than you'll live to play in these games, bro. It's week 5.
Mike, calm down.
It's week 5. If you lose, you're 3-2.
But like,
So what?
again, if you lose, you're 3-2. So what? But if you lose, you two spent the week hyping this up to lose, and now you have to go. You have to go in the locker room if you're Mike McCarthy and this thing doesn't go your way this weekend, and go, hey guys, I know I said what I said. It's only week 5. Yo, we'll get better. We'll make some adjustments, and we'll be where we're supposed to be in January. All right, Mike, how about you shut the hell up the next time a big game comes around? How about that? Dak, Mike, Jerry, I don't like it. If I'm a Cowboy fan, bad vibes.
So really, it's
bad
a
vibes
really
from the Dallas
big
Cowboys.
game for the Dallas Cowboys, and I think,
And
the
it's a
40
week 5 game for the San
week
Francisco
5
49ers.
You know, the thing about it though, I think I've thought about this a couple times because I feel like somebody asked McCaffrey or Ayuk maybe after week 1, like, why don't you guys have this big team celebration or whatever after a touchdown or something? It's just like, I don't. We just trying to score. I think it might have been Debo.
We said this. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I think it might have been Debo, and it's like we're just trying to score. They play like a team that knows the only thing that matters.
Yes, that's it.
Is what happens.
Yep.
Is winning the Super Bowl.
Yep, that's exactly
It's
what I
the
was going
only
to say.
thing that matters.
Yep.
Like, and in the meantime, we're gonna go out there. We're gonna play our best football.
Yep.
We're gonna try and get ourselves together. I think we talked about this over the summer. Kyle Shanahan and that team, they really want home field advantage. That's the common denominator with them getting to the Super Bowl the year they did
Mhm.
and not getting there the last 2 years is they didn't have home field advantage. I think they started this year saying, we got to get that number 1 seed. We want the bye, in the first round. And that's our mission, because if we do that, that's going to help us get closer to the only thing that matters, and that's winning the Super Bowl. And that's how they play. That's how they play. And I think regardless of what happens in this game, they know it doesn't mean much of anything to them. They're not going to be judged on whether they win or lose this game.
Right. No, I'm completely with you.
Yeah.
I'm completely with you. You want to do some overreactions before we get to power rankings? I haven't forgot about the Marcus Smart story.
Yeah,
we're gonna touch on that. And I think Kenny, I just got the impression, wants to sound off on the San Francisco Giants. So we'll
somebody got to go.
We'll let that happen. A couple of quick overreactions here for week number 4. The Lions are a contender in the NFC.
Absolutely. I think the Lions are the 3rd best team in the NFC.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ty goes to the runner, though, but I think they're the 3rd best team.
Okay. Hey, not to spoil anything, you want to check them power rankings again, big fella?
I see him. I understand what it is. No, I do. I think I'll put it to you like this. I won't say it as definitively. You can make an argument that they're the 3rd best team. You can make an argument. I think I think if it comes down to it, this is how I always do the power rankings. If they played in a game on a neutral field, I think there are teams that'll still beat them.
Wait, if they played where?
In a neutral field.
When do you play on a neutral field?
Or if they played in general.
The national championship?
If they played in general.
BCS voting them in? Like, what are we doing?
If they played in general, I'd still pick Team X to beat them. You can make a strong argument they're the 3rd best team in the conference. So that makes them a real contender.
This is fascinating. The Lions are a conference contender. You said that's not an overreaction. The 3rd best. I think that's a complete overreaction.
No, I don't.
I do not think the Lions are a conference contender. Not yet.
I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't pick them.
And they are not the 3rd best team in the conference.
There are 2 teams that are clearly ahead of them, in my opinion. There's a 3rd that I think, once again, if they played head to head, I'd pick that other team. So that's why I can't say definitively they're the 3rd best team in the conference. But you can make that argument.
All right, I'm not making that argument. But yeah, like I don't know where this neutral game that the Lions are playing in is happening, but all right,
it's not an overreaction to answer the question.
I think it's a complete overreaction. How about this one? The Bills should be the favorite in the AFC after what they did to Miami.
I won't go there. I'm not going to say it's an overreaction, though. I don't think they're the favorites. I don't think they are.
Okay. So it is the Bills should be the favorite. So it is an overreaction.
I'll say yes. It's an overreaction. They're not.
Okay.
They're not the favorites to me.
I still like Kansas City more. I still like Kansas City more. I think I like Miami more, but I'm not sure that I'm 100% sold on either one of them.
Did Sunday say anything to you about the Chiefs?
No. Should it have?
No.
The game was too close?
Yeah, I mean,
well, that's disrespectful to Robert Saleh.
Sorry, Robert.
And Taylor Swift.
Well, she was
and everyone who was in
attendance.
attendance. She was for the Chiefs.
The conspiracy theory is the NFL kept it close because you can't have a blowout with Taylor Swift.
There's a lot of dumbass things being written about Taylor Swift in the NFL right now. Like dumb.
I didn't see the clip, but I read the quote. I think Travis Kelce said the NFL is doing a little too much.
Okay, that's fine.
He's like, NFL doing a little too much.
Travis Kelce stopped short of pointing up and going, hi. Like that's about the only thing he didn't do over the last 2 weeks.
Travis knew he was like really on TV because he didn't have like a great game. And I think early in the fourth quarter, He got a first down, like
Oh,
11 yard, and
yeah.
he went,
Yeah.
let's go. We like, sir,
Jersey sales, baby.
that first down got you from your own 36 to your own 47, sir. What are we doing?
What noise did he make again?
Chill. No, y'all gotta chill, man. This show, man, you can't do anything on this show, man.
No, the true funny part is that you actually did it again. That's the part that's funny, is you actually did it a second time. But as Drew Down said, let that man live his life. Hey, do your thing, man. Do your thing.
Chill. Y'all gotta chill, man. Come on,
man. How about this one? You'll like this one. Got a couple more.
Okay.
Just two more.
Okay.
The San Francisco 49ers have 2 of the top 3 MVP candidates.
Man, off the top of my head, no.
Overreaction. Okay.
It's overreaction. I think Josh Allen's gotten back into that conversation. Obviously, Tua's there. CMC's there as well. Now that I think about it, I think Lamar maybe should be there.
Yeah, that's it. I was trying to figure out how to write that into overreactions and couldn't. But yeah, I think Lamar is back in that conversation.
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I don't. Give me another week or two. They're playing great. I honestly think Philadelphia is just kind of playing football. I think Philadelphia and San Francisco are really close in terms of, like, I thought the way you laid out San Francisco's approach a second ago was spot on. I feel like Philadelphia has that same approach.
I think Philadelphia has some real question marks, though. I think this sounds crazy. I get it. If you can block, you can light up the Eagles. Now, their superpower is, damn, they get after the quarterback. Like, that defensive line, you might not be able to block them. But if you can hold up, we've seen it in every game. If you can hold up, there's a lot of holes where the linebackers are and where the secondary is. And I don't necessarily see that for the 49ers. The 49ers did give up a 99-yard drive, but that's one drive as opposed to every game over the whole game. Like, I think you can get Philadelphia's defense.
But that hasn't been exposed yet.
Yes and
to the
no.
point of a loss, because my point was their approach to the season, I think, is the same as San Francisco's. Their Super Bowl. That's what they're looking at. They're looking at the Super Bowl. MVPs, Pro Bowls, all pro, like whatever. We're trying to get to the Super Bowl. We don't need to celebrate this. Like, Jalen Hurts was in the MVP conversation. We don't need to do any of that. Get through each week healthy with a victory and keep it moving. You laid that out with San Francisco a few minutes ago, and I think that's the same approach for Philadelphia. Now, whether they can sustain the season, whether someone catches them, whether someone comes up with a game plan that gives their quarterback a little time and takes that defense out, okay. But it hasn't happened yet to the point where it's resulted in a loss, at least.
And I don't know if it's going to happen. You know, I don't know if you can block for a whole game long enough to beat these guys. I think that's what they are better than anybody else in the league, is getting pressure on the quarterback. The way they do that with the defensive line, the way they do it with their timely blitzes, things of that nature. I mean, that I look at them and they're ferocious getting after the quarterback. But if you can figure that out, we saw it with Sam Howell. Sam Howell and Kirk Cousins were able to move the ball. Ron Rivera should have went for 2. I don't know what he was thinking in that situation. But, you know, the game on the line.
Yeah.
They converted
on the road,
2 fourth downs and then 1 at the buzzer.
Yeah. On the road, go get the win.
Yeah.
Like, go do that.
Yeah.
What wasn't his nickname that I think he
Riverboat.
Yeah, like, what, you conservative ass Ron now? Like, what are you doing? It's like the adage in the NBA, two or three. Like if you're on the road, go for the three and try to end the game.
Yeah.
End the game. Couldn't do it.
Your boy cousin Sal had a funny little line on the podcast this week. He was talking about Brandon Staley, and they were talking about how awful he is. He's like, if it was 4th and 1 and the game got paused and aliens came down from Earth and they asked me, what should Brandon Staley do in this situation? What's the move he should make? I would tell them, I don't know what the right move is, but I can guarantee you once you press play, it's going to be the wrong move.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. That's pretty accurate. Last one. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. However you're watching D-Lo and KC, we appreciate you doing it. If you're in an electric vehicle, listen on 98.5 FM HD2. If you're in a Tesla, just press the icon that says Sac Christmas. We don't know why it still has the Christmas logo
it's
up.
Almost that time of year.
Well, yeah, but it's not on 98.5. I don't even think we have that station anymore. I think we got rid of it because we had to go to somebody and go, hey, you can't take our HD2 signal away or we're off electric vehicles everywhere.
And they said, oh, didn't even notice that.
No one knew. No one knew. And truthfully, we wouldn't have known either until one day we were looking for our station and we're like, oh, it's this. It's the Sac Christmas logo.
If Damien hadn't gotten rich and got a spaceship, we would have never known. Saying that's what happened. That's what happened.
That's what I deal with every day.
He hadn't gotten rich and gotten a spaceship.
Upwards of 9 hours a day. This is what I deal with.
That is a trip. We would have never known.
We wouldn't have. We wouldn't have. Last overreaction. D-Lo was 100% right. I'm going to say it again because it sounds so good. D-Lo was 100% right about the Bucks. Tell everyone that that's not an overreaction.
What was your stance on the Bucks again?
They're going to be good. They're going to win the South.
It's the overreaction.
You just
still taking the Saints.
Doing that.
I was
really?
I am.
Really? Do you mind if I ask why before we move on?
I like their defense. And I gotta believe Derek Carr can play better than this.
I gotta think Derek Carr.
I'm running out of weeks.
Yeah,
I'm running out of weeks.
I hate this for DC. I do not like this at all. Derek Carr can play better. I'm not sold on the same shit.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna hold on to that for a couple more weeks, but
this isn't who Derek Carr is.
I believe that too.
But now if he's playing with something, pause.
Whoa, yeah, yeah.
Come on, this is the stupidest show. If he's playing, if he's playing with an injury, Charlie, get your man in here. Damn it. If he's playing with an injury, then I don't know how he's going to get better. Like if he hasn't been
that got hurt.
Yeah.
That might not get
and
better.
I just said a few minutes ago when talking about Baker Mayfield last year, he played through the entire year with a shoulder injury. Thank you. See? Man. This is just pause moments all over this show today. We have James Ham's conversation with Davion Mitchell coming up.
Okay.
This hour, in the 2:00 hour. James was in a really big hurry to get out of here. He was trying to get to practice. I think James is joining us at 3:00. He normally does. I don't know if he's coming back in or what he's doing.
I don't know. Yesterday, James just showed up. We didn't even know.
I still don't know what James was here for yesterday. He never once walked into the studio. He's out like arranging a 98 rock banner out there. I was like, what the hell is Ham doing? And he dropped off French fries from Bennett's Kitchen.
They were delicious.
Shout out to Bennett's Kitchen. You want to cook the San Francisco Giants here for a minute? Because I don't want that to get lost.
Yeah, nah, man. So I want to give a shout out to our guys over on the sister station, 95.7 The Game. the morning roast, Bonte and Butch. And
Little sister, for the record.
well, they'll find out very soon. Very soon. They'll find out about what 2-3 weeks when they come to the Golden One Center, what's going on. But yeah, I guess Farhan Zaidi had a end of the year press conference or some Q&A or something like that. And Bonte showed up. Bonte went to the press conference and he referenced some comments that Farhan made. And this was in the middle of the season, I believe. And I remember, I think we kind of talked about it, or we were supposed to, and it didn't work out. We didn't talk about it, or we didn't spend enough time on it.
That happens a lot.
Yeah. But Farhan had said something to the effect of, we can't get free agents here because the weather in San Francisco and the climate of San Francisco, or and alluded to something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Bonte brought it up. Farhan tried to skate, was like, I think you're just, can you read the whole quote? Because I don't think I said that, or whatever the case may be. And I think you're just, picking parts of the quote or whatever. So Bonte read the whole quote and asked him to elaborate on it. Like, what you mean by that? And I thought about it at the time. And then just hearing it all again yesterday and this morning, Farhan Zaidi should be fired. He should be fired. I don't need no excuse as to why you can't do your job. It's your job to figure out whatever the hell is going on with the climate, taxes, all this other stuff, to get people in the building so you can be a winning team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to hear the excuses why you can't do it. Shout out to you acknowledging that you can't. That's the sneaky part about it. You're acknowledging that I can't get the job done, so you need to get the hell out of here. Brian Sabian was able to find people. They playing in the same, maybe I'm wrong. Are they playing in the same stadium they were playing in when Brian Sabian was there and they won 3 championships?
Same.
Is it any colder or warmer now in 2023 than it was in 2014?
Yeah, I believe it's the same.
He got the job done. So at the time, I remember seeing that at the time, and it was a quote. I was like, maybe I'll look into it, and maybe, I'm not seeing the whole quote or whatever the case may be. I don't want to go in if I'm not seeing the whole quote. This looks crazy, but maybe I need to do a little more research. No, he said that. And at the time, I was like, nah, he probably should go at the end of the year. And it was brought back up again. Shout out to my guy, Bonte Hill. Shout out to Butch, who got very emotional about the topic. Farhan needs to be fired. He needs to be fired. I don't say that lightly. I don't use it to, hey, lose your job or whatever the case may be. He'll be fine. He'll find another job in the league. He's got enough friends. He'll be okay. All right. He's not good enough at this job. He's got to go. That was trash.
I can't hear Butch, but I could see him.
Oh, it got emotional. It got emotional. And I was listening on the Odyssey app, and I heard his voice. I said, man, let me go to the YouTube.
We might have to. I kind of need to hear this.
Yeah, man.
I need to hear this. This courtesy of our brothers over at the Morning Roast.
I was proud of you. I was really proud of you. And I know I mean this because I care. You know why? You know why? I care. I watch this team. I watch this team every inning of every game. You know how many guys I talk?
I feel like Bonte's like, no, don't cry. Hey, take it easy, pal. He's like the it's still real to me, damn it, guy. Hey, take it easy, pal.
I'm ready to cry on this team. I love baseball.
No, Bonte, please don't. Please don't do that.
Yeah, I love baseball, and I watch this team like you do every night, and it's sad what they've become. They've devolved into a team that I don't care about, and all I ever cared about was this team. I want to see. They brought me some of my favorite memories, okay? And they've tapped into my heartstrings, and there are guys, I want to pass this on to my family. My brother's raising 3 boys right now. I bring them soft little toss baseballs because I play baseball in the yard with them. I want my brother and my dad and my grandfather and me and all the kids I'm coaching to love the Giants the way I love the Giants. And this guy doesn't get it. And then he goes and rips the city that I'm from. Look, it's one thing. And The Last Black Man in San Francisco, the movie, said it beautifully. When the 2 tech people are talking on the bus and they're saying, I hate San Francisco. Yeah. I hate San Francisco. Right. He goes, excuse me, ma'am. Are you from San Francisco? He says, no, I'm not. He goes, you can't say you hate San Francisco if you ain't never loved it. Yeah. And when someone who's not from here rips our community, I'm so proud of you for standing up for us because this is my team that has represented my community well. And now they don't. And to hear this guy say what our community isn't, there's a lot of things that aren't going great right now. But for him to cowardly back away from the statements he said, using excuses of why he couldn't sign people, that hurt me. As a citizen of this city, as a community member of San Francisco, and as someone who loves the Giants and loves the Bay Area. So no, I know you don't want to give yourself credit. I'm giving you credit because goddamn it, B.
He wants you to stop crying, Joe. That's what he wants. Savonte's uncomfortable with this whole situation.
Shout out Butch, man.
Butch let it out.
I never was more hurt than hearing one of the people who's supposed to represent my team that represents my area talk down upon our community. That hurt me.
No, it's hurtful, and I want to get into the other side.
Now, Farhan was fouled for that, and I can't distinctly relate because I'm not from San Francisco.
I hit Joe with a tough screenshot. That's a tough screenshot. Bush, that's my bad. Bush just got the Harrison Barnes treatment. Bush, I did not mean to.
We're the worst screenshot.
I'm definitely not leaving this up there on purpose. Oh, Bush, my bad, man. That was.
But I can't relate because I'm not from San Francisco. But just on the outside looking at, Farhan was fouled from that. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you?
I would not respond well if Luke Walton came in here and criticized Sacramento.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
I would not be okay with that.
So Farhan, to hell with all the winning and all this other. I don't see how he should survive the offseason. But you know why he will survive the offseason? Is because the people that run the San Francisco 49ers, no, they're just fine. They're just fine. The people that run the San Francisco Giants right now, they don't care about baseball. They don't care about this team. They don't care about wins and losses. It's almost like what we talked about with Mark Davis, except I think Mark Davis cares about the Raiders, but they're businessmen and women. They don't care. Are they in the black this year? Probably so. Good job. Good job, team. We did our thing. They don't care about baseball. They don't care about wins and losses. So that's why Farhan's still there, and that's why nothing's gonna change. I think the Giants are going into a dark time. I really do. I think they're going into a dark time because it's not about baseball no more. It was with Sabian and Larry Bear and all those guys. It's not about baseball no more.
That's a damn shame. That's good stuff from Butch, and I just love Bonte Hill to death. He looks so uncomfortable with Joe's emotion. Like Joe is so emotional when it comes to his sports.
Yeah.
And Bonte really just wanted to hit him with a take it easy, pal.
Shout out to my guys, man. Bonte and Butch. Shout out Butch, man. That was a classic
stuff.
moment right there.
That was good stuff. We got James Ham coming up. We got James Ham talking to Davion Mitchell coming up. Plus,
they say this is a big rich town.
We'll come back. Actually, Charlie, let's just keep going. I'm already 2 minutes late. Let's go to 28, Charlie. Let's just keep going. I kind of dropped the ball here. Why don't we just let the music play? I don't want to cut you off. You done with the Giants?
Yeah, I'm done with them. I mean,
like you are done. You are done with it. Butch is done with Farhan.
Farhan, I can't even. I'm gonna watch the games. I'm not even gonna say that, but like as long as they're having that type of product out there again. And they're doing this whole opener thing. Like it's all unappealing. It's all unappealing. And this is the worst I can remember San Francisco Giants baseball being as far as like watchability and being connected to this team. I'm so disconnected from this franchise right now. Terrible. But yeah, I'm done with them right now.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
All right, week number 4. Power rankings. You weren't here last week. Why don't you bless us with week number 4 power rankings?
So, like I said, I have the power rankings that I had the week before, even though I wasn't here. All right, so I had that lined up, and I had the 49ers at number 1, the Dolphins at number 2, the Eagles at number 3, the Cowboys at 4, and the Ravens at 5. I have since made some changes. And this week, starting at number 5, we're going with the Cowboys. Yeah.
Interesting.
Going with the Cowboys. Cowboys, big time win against the Patriots. Did what they had to do, dominating win. But the team that's at number 4, very impressive victory, and they've really been cooking since week 1. They've leapfrogged. They've gone from not mentioned at all to number 4, and that's the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen, he's doing his thing. Stephon Diggs was unguardable on Sunday. Bills are number 4.
Mm-hmm.
I still have the Eagles at 3. That means I still have the Dolphins at 2. Dolphins went up against a top 5 opponent on the road, was hanging for a little while, but took the L. I look at the Dolphins versus the Eagles right now. I think the Dolphins will beat the Eagles.
Wow.
So I'm keeping them at 2. I'm showing a little respect to what they've accomplished and what they've shown so far, and not saying, oh, one loss, you're up out of here. I'm not doing that. They lost to a really good team that's cooking right now. I got the Dolphins at 2. And, of course, the San Francisco 49ers still at number 1. We got a top 5 clash this week in KC's Power Rankings.
I got questions.
All right, well,
a lot of them.
All right, let's talk about it.
Let's start with your neutral field component. But the Dolphins and the Bills just played.
They did play.
I don't think that it was even on a neutral field.
No.
It wasn't at the Rose Bowl, as Chester suggested earlier. And the Bills beat the Dolphins?
Yeah. I'm not putting them ahead of them, no. Like, I don't think the Dolphins are going to win I don't think the Bills are going to win the AFC East. To the overreaction point earlier, I don't think they're the favorites. I still think the Dolphins are the favorite in the AFC right now.
Okay.
So I got the Dolphins in there. A lot of people questioning, there's only one person questioning. Leezy, the undefeated Eagles at 3. Wowzers, he says.
Yeah, that's a lazy line. Wowzers.
Wowzers. Eagles are a really good team. Once again, I don't think they're better than the Dolphins or the 49ers right now.
One more question.
Okay.
Not going to hit the rewind button, but it is figurative. 49ers, Eagles, Cowboys. That's 3 NFC teams. I'm sorry. Where's your beloved Detroit Lions?
This is what I was talking about, where I said, look, Cowboys, Lions play against each other. I think the Cowboys, like if I had to bet, speaking of betting, well, I didn't bet, but get your picks in. I got mine in.
Jesus.
I got the Rams beating the Eagles this week. If I had to pick, I'd pick the Cowboys in that game. I'd pick the Cowboys. So that's why I say you can't definitively say the Lions are a top 3 team, but there you can make an argument. And I do think they are contenders in the NFC. They can be classified as contenders.
You said it was the 3rd best team.
I walked it back a little bit.
All right.
Just a little bit.
All right. Well, walk it back. Walk it back. I got let's see, last week I had the Cowboys at 5, the Chiefs at 4, Eagles at 3, Dolphins at 2, 49ers at 1. This week, I have the Dolphins at 5.
Wow, what a drop.
They dropped 2 spots.
Dropped 3 spots. You said you had them second?
3 spots. Yeah, oh, shut up. I can't count. Dolphins are 5. Chiefs 4. Cowboys at 3. Cowboys move back up. Got the Eagles at 2 and the 49ers at 1.
There's nothing wrong with any of that.
It's the same teams
as
I had the week prior, just a little bit of a different order.
The only thing I would ask is, the Bills haven't showed you anything in the last 2 weeks?
No, they have.
Not enough to you think that, so clearly you do. You think the Chiefs are better than the Bills right
I do.
now? Okay.
Well, yes, I do. You know how the Bills have obviously been really good the last couple of weeks. I feel like as tough as Sunday night turned out to be for Kansas City in terms of they got to win, but in terms of the game, the way the game went. But the week before they needed, it was lost because of the first Taylor Swift stuff.
Yeah.
They had a huge offensive game. Like they blew out.
Crazy. I thought they were going to get 70.
So that was the one where, and we talked about, like, I guess I talked about, they needed that. They needed that moment. They needed that off because the questions that we've asked about the Cowboys offense.
Mhm.
We were asking those about the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And I needed the Cowboys to have a game against Arizona, and it it obviously went the exact opposite direction.
Mhm.
I wanted to see Kansas City have that same type of output, and they did. And so I asked, they answered. That's where I got them right now.
Credit for that. Okay.
But Bills, like right now, it was less Bills Chiefs
Mhm.
and more Bills Dolphins.
Mm.
Dolphins, since Jesse has gone home for the day, even though I know he's listening, with me, they're hanging by a thread because I can't wrap my brain around how real they are.
Mm.
That offense looks phenomenal. And the 70 wasn't a fluke. I don't think they're going to score 70 regularly, but I do think they're going to hit 40 and 50 a couple of more times.
Mm.
But I just am not sure in totality what that team is.
Yeah.
And so if the Bills, if each team keeps winning, those 3 AFC teams we're talking about, if the Bills take someone's spot in my power rankings, it's probably going to be the Dolphins before the Chiefs.
The Dolphins, even though they're number 2 still on my list, their defense worries me.
Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. I understand
I don't
completely.
know if they play
Yeah.
good enough defense, especially when you get into them late season games and weather becomes an issue. If you got home field, maybe you ain't got to worry about it as much. But
Someone might have said this before. Norm is on timeout in the chat.
Or
are the Dolphins?
Wow.
Are the Dolphins the Kings?
Yeah, I could see that comparison.
I mean, look, high octane offense, exciting, putting up monster points, but also, is there a scenario where they win or lose a game 54-51? Obviously, that's a little over the top, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. The only thing that I would say is I don't feel like this. I know what Mike Brown said after the Knicks game. I know what happened in Game 7 and all. I don't feel like the Kings lost because of their shortcomings. I think they kind of ran out of gas. They missed some shots in that Game 7. They were up by 1. Like there were still offensive rebounds happening in the first half, and the Kings were still winning.
Yeah,
they stopped making shots, and I think that's why they lost. The Dolphins, I think their shortcomings may come back to the fact that I don't think they're very good on the defensive end. That may get them. Maybe that's just me, picking nits because somebody could say that's exactly what happened to the Kings. So I get that, but it is a good comparison. It is a good comparison to say the Dolphins are like the Kings.
It was generic. It just popped in my. I feel like that conversation has had to come up before. Maybe it hasn't. But
I've heard it before.
It seems easy to talk about a team. Oh, they're not very good defensively, but they're really good offensively. That sparks a memory.
Yeah. No, I've heard it. I've heard it.
Speaking of defense, Davion Mitchell with James Ham coming up here in a few minutes.
Wait. Real quick before we leave football and while you were sleeping, we talked about Josh McDaniels and his terrible coaching on Sunday.
It's terrible.
Terrible in the post game, all this other stuff.
Yeah, all of it.
I wasn't around to talk about what happened on Sunday Night Football. This guy, man.
Refreshment.
Well, they're down 8, and not once, but twice.
Yeah,
they decided to kick the field goal. Somebody brought up a great point. I don't know if you addressed it or not, but they're down 8 with like 6 minutes to go. They kick a field goal, personal foul on somebody. The drive gets extended, and all this other stuff. They said, and they brought up a great point, that actually hurt the Raiders because they spent another 4 minutes of the game to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Bro, what? You just wasted another 4 minutes to make the same terrible decision that helped lead to you losing that game. That's just awful. I remember I was watching that game and I was like, Why would he do this?
My bigger issue was the press conference because he was asked.
Yeah,
he was asked, "Hey, why'd you do this?" And no, not an exact phrasing of the question. He said, "We needed 2 possessions."
Oh man!
In an 8-point game, or a 1-score game. That man went in front of the media, his fan base, his players, and the world, and said, we needed multiple possessions.
I'm not gonna lie. That response is a fireable offense.
So you talk about what did I say while you were away? On 31 other franchises, Josh McDaniels is fired.
That's a fireable offense.
On 31 franchises, Josh McDaniels is fired. There's just one where he'll survive, and it's the one that he's on.
The actual decision can be questioned. It was like, bro, that's the wrong decision.
Yeah.
That's terrible. That's not fireable. When you go to the podium and they ask you why, and you're just completely off talking about we needed 2 scores, I need to see you in my office.
Yeah. Yeah, facts. No, that's absolute facts. We'll come back. Davion Mitchell, you'll hear James Ham's conversation with Davion Mitchell coming up. Plus, you'll hear James Ham. He'll join us. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Very good. Hey, just quick check. We got sound?
We good?
Thumbs up for sound.
Make sure you hear us.
Do 13th round and nobody hears. just have to put Tim Zoo in the title and it's silent.
So Tim Zoo should be fighting soon, I think.
Well, they really.
Y'all hear me? All right, we'll see. We'll see what happens when we finally get going. We don't even get the timer going on this one. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones, my people over there. You already know what it is. Shout out the Jordan brand, my people over there. You already know what it is. Shout out to Cola Sea Moss. Big ups to colaseamoss.com. Go cop that. Go get you your flavor. I'm telling you some good stuff, man. Shout out Cola Sea Moss. Some news over the weekend outside of the Canelo fight was there were rumors about it earlier in the week, but it got confirmed earlier this week that PBC's contract with Showtime will not be renewed for 2024, which has Al Heyman and PBC looking for a new broadcast partner. A lot of people had fun with this over the weekend. I like Showtime boxing, so it sucks, that they won't be doing it anymore. But I mean, it wasn't a situation where PBC is going out of business. They're just looking for a new broadcast partner. There's been rumors that Hulu may be somebody they're looking at, Netflix, Amazon Prime, and even DAZN would be places where they would go. I think the rumors were today that Amazon Prime is the leader in the clubhouse, and they really want to work out a deal with them. But PBC no longer on Showtime. I think that for the hardcore boxing fans, being on a streaming only platform won't matter at all. But I do think for the casuals, it might hurt them a little bit to have to go off of Showtime. I know you still have to pay for Showtime with premium cable and things of that nature, but it's still a little more accessible than going to the Prime app and watching fights on there. So I don't know what happened with Showtime, Paramount, all this other stuff, but they felt the need to move on and not have like the Showtime championship boxing joints. They said they're still going to be part of pay-per-view events with Showtime. If I was Al Heyman, I might tell them to kick rocks on that one, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, PBC going to be on the move. We'll see where they end up next. And we'll be watching. It's good for boxing, whether it's DAZN, whether it's Amazon Prime, whether it's all this, as many platforms as boxing can be on, is good for the sport. And that goes for anybody, Golden Boy, Matchroom, all this other stuff. It's good for boxing to have them on as many outlets as possible. So we'll see where PBC goes. This is the 13th round. No. I don't think so, sir.
Charlie, we'll probably punch out at 43 to get us back on track. So this will be a little short right here.
Michigan. I didn't see that whole fight. From everything I read, it was a robbery.
Okay. Got you. Okay.
Rockefeller, students of the game. We pass the classes. Nobody can read you dudes like we do. Trust me on this one. I will touch you. Mind from spirit, body from soul. You're not on my label. Get your brakes tweaked. Ah, well, it's not going to get it done.
What happened?
It's not going to get scoreboard watching. That's all.
Oh. Ooh. Charlie got my attention a second ago. Let me see. Oh, Charlie. There we go.
Oh, what? Multi-view.
We got it.
Uh-oh. Shout out UTTV. I might be there soon.
Hey, we're hot. Thanks, Charlie. We're back here. Let's get back to Kings basketball.
Yeah.
James Ham going to join us probably perhaps within the next 30 minutes or so. I really don't know. James really was trying to get to practice on time today. But he did have the opportunity to talk to Davion Mitchell at Media Day on Monday. So here is James's conversation with Davion Mitchell.
Welcome back to the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Mr. Davion Mitchell. What's going on, man? How are you?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good. How was your off season been? I see you've been working with Steph Curry shooter.
Mm-hmm.
What is that done for you?
It's helped me a lot. Helped me become a better professional basketball player. Seeing the consistent and how hard he goes just shows that, man, like I know what it takes to be great. I just got to put the work in. I got to be consistent. I got to put my mind to it. But it's been a really good summer, man. Just seeing guys like Stephen Curry work out, seeing guys like Kevin Durant work out. I've seen them a couple of times. Devin Booker, those greats and Hall of Famers working out and seeing how hard they go. I mean, I know what it takes.
Now, your work ethic has never been in question. You're one of those guys that have been known from your even high school days as like a worker.
Yep.
How do you translate that into like being productive and having that work go towards specific goals?
Honestly, I think it's patience. I think that your time's going to come. Eventually, you got to work. Like you said, I've been a worker all my life, and it's got me here today. I'm not the fastest. I'm not the strongest. I don't jump the highest. But I work really hard. I know what I'm really good at, so I try to stick to that, and I try to add little things in my game. But just being patient is a thing. Your time is going to come eventually. Just got to trust your work. At the end of the day, don't look at it just because you had a really good offseason working really hard that it's going to show just all in 1 year. No, like just be patient. Maybe it showed next year. Maybe it showed the year after that. Just patience is kind of the main thing.
When you look at your role last season, I think it was almost to a certain degree, you had to be really, really, really unselfish, not just in like when you take shots, when you don't, but also the way that they use you to come in at the end, in the middle of the first quarter, and then go back out and then come back in. Just how difficult was that to like find a rhythm and kind of build off of one game to the next?
I think the rhythm piece is definitely hard to find a rhythm. But you got to do what it takes to win. Everyone's not going to be satisfied in this league. Everyone's not going to be satisfied on our team. I know people on the bench that didn't play. I know they wanted to play. But the other people that won us the game just played that night. You know what I'm saying? So it was just a thing that you just gotta put others before yourself. Especially in this league, especially if you want to be a good team. Because everyone put themselves before the team, then it's gonna be a bad team. You know what I'm saying? So everyone gotta like I said, like before this summer, I had this another interview where Domas and Fox could have took every shot. Because they can create every shot they want, they get any shot they want. But they know they gotta share the ball. For us to be a good team, they gotta share the ball. People gotta want to play with them. As there's times where they sometimes they got to be selfish, but most of the time they got to pass the ball.
You got a good group of guys who have been here together. Like, how much do you think that continuity is going to help you guys this season?
Oh, a lot. I think chemistry is the biggest thing in this league. You see the champions, the last few champions who won a championship is just the chemistry. They always had the team from the beginning. They kind of know what their strengths and weaknesses are. I mean, I think you just build from there.
Personal goals? Do you have anything you've set up this season for yourself that you want to accomplish?
I mean, I would want to accomplish, of course, getting a all defensive team, being acknowledged for that. I just gotta keep working for it. Being on one of those teams is a goal for myself, of course, but I think that comes after we got to win a championship. I know if we win a championship, that those accolades could come. If I'm a part of it, like the accolades could come, but just kind of the main focus is just to win a championship.
Okay. Playing with De'Aaron Fox alongside him, behind him, like you're always going to be fighting for minutes because you got an all-NBA player.
Yeah.
Just how much is that part of who you have to be and accepting roles and finding roles? And I talked to Luke Laux about all of you guys walk into the season. You all know what your role is. You all have to speak your role to the team, and then everyone holds everyone accountable. But that's not always easy, right? Like everybody wants to be more, and that's okay.
That's definitely okay. I mean, everyone have they believe that they should be the scorer, but I think that to be a really good team, you just got to have those people that want to be stars at their roles. And I think if I can be a starter in my role now, I mean, eventually it will. The time will come where I'm playing a bigger role. I just got it. Like I said before, like the word I said before is being patient. I'm learning things from De'Aaron Fox is going to help me out a lot. I mean, because he's an all NBA guy. I mean, he can do both sides of the floor. He know how to run a team. And so taking little things like that is just going to make me better for the long run.
Shooting, working with Steph, working with his coach. Have you taken most of the arch out of your shot? Have you guys cleaned it
100%.
up? And just how consistent were you?
I mean, over the summer, I've been really consistent using the technology that we have. The NOAA has kind of helped me out a lot to tell me about my arc, but I took a lot of the arc off. I don't dip as much. I kind of learned a lot from Steph and Steph coach, just watching film on him, seeing the things that he's doing, just talking about it with his trainer. So it's going to help me out a lot.
That was I was watching the time countdown on that interview. Like, that was a snug cut right there. Last answer, cut the interview. Good stuff from
I enjoy
James
listening to Davion talk about basketball.
I enjoyed that line about being a star in my role. Like he's a unselfish player that understands where he's at, and as James asked him, understands the player that's in front of him on the proverbial depth chart. He's like, yo, if I'm a star in my role, we're achieving the goals we're setting out to as a team. The individual accolades will be there. I'm a Davion Mitchell fan.
I am too. I think he's going to have a big time season. And mind you, when I say big time season, that doesn't mean, he's going to average 25. I'm talking about what you just kind of talked about, star in his role. I think he's going to dominate his role. I think he's going to dominate his role, and he's going to force Mike Brown to have him finish games the way he did in game 2 of that playoff series.
Of all of the, adjustments we talk about, of all of the, like, I think we've brought up this team being together for the second year, the different individual relationships that could grow because of that. Be it, a lot of people, and rightfully so, focus on the 2 All-Pros, the All-NBAs, the De'Aaron and Domas's relationship, Malik and De'Aaron's relationship, Keegan and his growth. I think one of the groups, if you will, duos that might benefit the most from their second year together is actually Davion and Mike. And the way Davion's talking about the way his offseason went, and we got to witness, a small portion of it on social media. That is going to do exactly what you just suggested. It's going to force Mike to make some difficult decisions. And I think those two having more time together, having more confidence in each other, Mike and Davion and Mike, I think that could be the relationship that suits the best for year number 2 together.
I agree too. Remember when the Mike Brown introductory press conference went down? I mean, he couldn't help but praise Davion. So he loves him as a player. He loves what he brings to the table. He just maybe didn't always understand how to fit him into what he was trying to do. And as the season went along, like you said, they got a little more comfortable with each other. But I think just having that filling out process out of the way could lead to them having really good chemistry.
I wonder if Mike, because I'm going to use your phrase. I wonder if Mike thought the Kings had a superpower last year. Scoring like that's how they won games, was their massive output of points, and feeling like maybe I can't get that from Davion. Maybe Davion interrupts the flow. Maybe if Davion's shot isn't dropping that night, or if he's not aggressive when he's in with De'Aaron out, maybe that slows down our ability to get to the, that all important 115 number, or as 95.7 would say 150. It's everything it takes to get to that number. Maybe, and maybe that's why we saw it. You pointed out Davion's. There's a lot of numbers for Davion that went up, percentages, different things like that. Minutes is what really was different for Davion this past year, is they went down quite a bit with Mike Brown in this competitive team.
To answer your question, I mean, I feel like we saw that in the biggest game of the year, Game 7. He was like, we got to be able to score.
Yeah.
Like, that's the way we're going to win is, Terrence will play good enough defense and give us offense. And that's how we're going to win this game. And unfortunately, it worked in Game 6, didn't work in Game 7.
And funny enough, Davion hits one of the biggest shots in Kings history.
Yeah.
We'll come back. I see James Ham. He is in the building. I don't know what's going on with James and that 98 Rock banner. There's a gigantic 98 Rock banner being set up for an event next week in our office. And I swear James is just drawn to it. James is going to be the next guy pulling double duty. He's going to be introducing AC/DC in your afternoon drive.
He's going to be at Aftershock.
He's going to be at Aftershock this weekend. We'll come back. If we can pry James Ham away from that 98 Rock banner, he'll join us to talk the second day of practice for the Sacramento Kings here on D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with over 2,100 of the newest slot machines, over 80 table games. Sky's the limit if you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino, and 32 Brew Street is the place to catch all of the action with 70 TV screens, whether it's the baseball playoffs, whether it's the NFL, or whether it is the NBA. Take advantage of the game day specials they got jumping off every Sunday. And, of course, the amazing bar that they have there at 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino. We're back with more here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. So from what I understand, checking that we just did that live read, there might be something wrong with that today. So we just need to let our wonderful people in traffic know that we're set. I gotta set James up. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. Casey Tucker says right now anyone could win the AFC South. Yeah. Seriously. James is still standing at the 98 Rock banner. I don't know what's going on over there. He's consulting with our engineer team. Like they're staring at it, like they're looking at it super intently. Oh, Seth is on a ladder too. So we've got a man on a ladder. Well, James builds stuff, so he's probably lending his expertise to all of this.
I think I figured out why James is
Well, I just noticed Seth's on a ladder too. It's like there's a ladder match going on out there.
They're putting something together. James is the ultimate handyman.
That's right. Yeah. I do love the idea of him going over there and telling our engineer team how to do something. Rob Dub, that's right. It's a ladder match for the 98 Rock banner.
Somebody in
Holy
here,
crap, that's 7-1?
Yeah, Tampa. There's a reason why they didn't show up to the game.
Is that bottom of the ninth?
Yeah, it's over. It's over for them boys.
Yeah.
Somebody asked earlier, before the last break, where I got my shirt. I already said it once. I'm not saying it again.
Gotta rewind. Gotta rewind. Okay. Doesn't look like. We are back here on Sacramento Sports Leader. As we outlined yesterday on our afternoon drive show on 102.5 KSFM, I do enjoy talking like this.
Oh, yeah. It's between the sheets, D-Lo.
I think I was talking. Wow. I think we for some reason I was looking for a music bed for us to talk on, and I pressed Outcast, and Outcast. It was me and you, and I just started talking like, hey,
yeah, man, he took it back.
We're back here on 102.5, baby. You know what it is. That's how we're going to be talking Friday night at Solomon's Vinyl.
Oh man, it's gonna go.
I can't wait to see the reel that Abs One is putting together. We took some. He had a vision of what he wanted this promotional reel to look like, and I'm pretty excited because he put some pretty dope stuff together for social media. So I'm excited to see how this comes together, and we can share it with you guys. We really hope you'll come out, man. It's going to be fun. Totally chill, relax, come through, get dinner, have some drinks. We're going to play music. I get the feeling you're going to be seeing us a lot at Solomon Vinyl.
Yeah, man.
So come through, hang out, man. We're in charge
of a beautiful relationship.
Indeed. And we are in charge of the music on Friday night.
Oh, it's lit.
Just ordered $220 worth of records.
Oh, man.
You're headed off to 12 Wax when we're done here. I'm headed to the Audio Nerd in a couple of my spots here in Rockland and Roseville. And we're just going to buy up some more records, man. And we're going to have a good time on Friday night.
Have a good time, man. It's going to be good vibes all over the place, man. And like I said, they didn't give us end time.
They did. I did. He did. I could be wrong. I think he said, well, you guys got 4 hours.
Yeah.
I
kind of ignored that.
I think I heard that. I was like, oh, 4 hours. All right. How many drink tickets do we got? Because I'm gonna need more than 2.
Now, let me tell you about this time when I was in Nashville.
This girl broke my heart to this record right here. Oh, there's going to be some fun stories. There's going to be some heavy stories. But we're going to take you on a journey through the lives of D'Lo and KC through music.
Oh.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time.
Hey, I think we can say whatever we want in this respect, but can I say the Texas Rangers just won their series?
Yeah, why wouldn't you be able to?
What was Aaron talking about earlier?
Oh, Aaron's not talking to us.
What do you mean? I gotta say Texas.
No, we don't have to say that. It's so funny. I love Aaron. Like Aaron's our guy. Aaron would be, I don't know how you'd constitute Aaron. Like you hear Aaron and Stacy, you hear us talk about both of them. Aaron, we've always secretly thought he didn't like us. But he actually praised us today in front of everybody.
With a smile.
It was a really warming moment where he's like, I'm really proud of D'Lo and Casey and what they've done and blah, 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 blah. I was like, oh, like, maybe he doesn't hate us.
Yeah, the big bro show love.
He did. But there's this thing where you're not allowed to use certain terms as it pertains to sports teams and sales and all of this different stuff. And so every time the playoffs come around, or God, The Super Bowl. Well, you can't say the Super Bowl. D'Lo and KC can say the Super Bowl when they're talking about the game. But if we're talking about something at 32 Brew Street, we got to say the game.
Right.
Literally, this happens 5 times a year. And it happened this morning. And he's like, well, you know, as it pertains to the Major League Baseball playoffs, I was like, Aaron, it's not something you need to worry.
You have to say Milwaukee.
Like,
sir, what?
Don't worry about it. That will not be discussed. Unless we're talking about the sorry-ass crowd that attended a playoff game yesterday.
Hey, the good news for them is they don't have to attend the game no more.
Oh, good news for them. They weren't attending it in the first place.
Rays got eliminated by the Rangers in the least amount of people to see a playoff game in like 105 years.
That's incredible.
That is grounds for maybe we need to reevaluate whether you have a team or not. I don't like yanking teams.
No,
from
but
cities
that's
and
fair.
stuff.
Like, if you're not going to watch them.
Right. In the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's grounds for we need to see what's going on in Tampa Bay. Just evaluate it. Then they always talk about how Tampa Bay is a dump. The not the city, the Tropicana Dome or whatever is a dump. I'm not trying to hear that. Like, it's the playoffs. Go watch the game. And like it was like 60% full.
I don't think it was that full.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was being generous. As we welcome in our 1320 Kings Insider and host of the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Our good friend, James Ham. James, everyone is anxiously awaiting what is going on with you, the 98 Rock banner, and our engineering team.
In the circle of trust.
Oh, the circle of trust. There is indeed a circle of trust.
You are not in the circle of
All right.
trust. I have been sworn to secrecy, and you are not in the circle of trust. So I cannot tell you what's happening. I mean, you guys know what's going to happen there.
Well, everyone who's listening is going to know because there's going to be a concert taking place 10 feet outside our studio while we're going to be the only show in the entire building trying to, do a show.
Exactly. So I was working on my laptop and they were trying to design some stuff. And then I got dragged into the conversation. And next thing I know, I'm in the circle of trust. What we're doing.
So circle of trust, is that exclusive to Meet the Parents or has that been multiple stuff?
No, I think it came from Meet the Parents. Really, that's what like popularized
He
it.
said, "This is where you're at. This is the circle."
Well, I know,
and we're on the outside.
Well, that's the best. Like Rich Ripley came over and was like, "Oh, what are we doing?" It's like, "No, bro, you're not in the circle of trust."
You booted Rich Ripley out of it.
And
Get
he
Rich,
just,
rich.ripley at odyssey.com.
I think he like dropped him the F-bomb. Like, what are you like? What is happening? Like,
Rich is on edge right now. He's a big Giants fan, and he lost the bet to me, unfortunately, and he's on edge. I feel for him because he's got to deal with that sorry Farhan Zadi. Well, I do too, but I'm just saying.
Yeah,
you should have that bet paid off at Prime.
I know.
That's Rich looks so down about it. I said, Rich, we'll figure something out. Don't worry about it. I wouldn't go press it. I said, Rich, don't worry about it. He said, I paid my bets. I said, we'll figure it out, Rich. Don't worry.
Well, Rich isn't in the circle of trust, so
he's not. So he can't help you out with what's going on.
Can you clarify something for us as well? Because we laughed even as recently as like 10 minutes ago. James showed up, dropped off French fries, and just walked out. And we didn't know if you were coming back. We didn't know if you were going to come do the show with us or if you legit just came back from King's practice to drop us off some French fries, join the circle of trust, and then you weren't here when the show ended. You just left.
No, I think I was here when the show ended. I was in a meeting regarding our the Insiders brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
Our good friends at Jiffy Lube. What's up, Matt? We see you.
Shout out.
What Matt's in the circle of trust.
Matt is not in this. Yes, he's
in our circle of trust.
He's always in the circle of trust now. Yeah. So
okay, we were so confused. It was like, that's really nice of James to just show up, drop off some French fries, and go talk to Aaron and Seth for a while.
Well, and I'll tell you too what happened. I drove all the way down after the Insiders got off the air.
Yeah.
I got all the way down to J Street at 12:27. I got a text from our good friend Brendan Nunez who said, we just wrapped up.
So Sean Cunningham posted a video. It was relatively quickly after you left. And I thought, oh dear, I don't know that James made it.
No. So this
I was like, is practice over?
So that's what happened. So they had media availability at noon, which has never been a thing. It's always been 12:30, 12:45.
11:40 will do anything they'll do anything to undercut us. Like, hey, Mike, we're gonna need you to move up the practice 30 minutes. Goddamn ESPN shows on our ass. We need you to.
So
for the love of God,
I drove down there, and then turned around and came all the way back. But I had a meeting here, and so I stopped by Bennett's and
Nice.
had a quick bite to eat. I got you guys some French fries.
Thank you for that.
That was very nice.
But then I had a meeting at 3:30, so we were in the meeting, and I just had to go straight in there.
Okay.
And I also had to go help, like, put together a stage.
Yeah. Well. Hey, can't talk about that.
Doing, yes.
Can't talk about
Can't
it.
talk about that. Did you make practice today?
I did. I made
Okay.
practice today. I posted videos.
Very good.
Yeah.
All right. How did the second day of practice go? We just played your conversations, by the way, with Davion Mitchell. We played your conversation with Keegan Murray earlier.
Okay. Today we had conversations during practice in the scrum area with both Harrison Barnes and De'Aaron Fox. And first of all, like, we've had this discussion on the podcast with me and Sean and Brendan over the Kings Beat about just the feel that we've been getting from, like, De'Aaron Fox. Like, he did his media today. He's just a different person. Like, from the kid who came into the league, from the guy who through his early 20s really had some struggles here because the team wasn't good, and then who he is now. I just think he's
what you're seeing. Like, what makes you feel that way, and like the way he interacts with you guys or responds.
Yeah, that's what it is. He's just so confident in himself and who he is with the team. And, there's this thing, we keep talking about it all. The Kings are going to run it back, and people have questions about that, like whether they have enough talent or whether they did enough during the offseason. And I think training camp is like the first time where you really understand what this means, right? It's huge if you can walk into training camp and 9 or 10 of your players already know the playbook. They already know the offense. They already know where half of the team is going to be on any specific play. And that's it. You're starting from such a different place than you started from last season. So Kings lose the first 4 games. We think, oh man, they've got talent, but they don't seem like they put it together yet. They didn't put it together because they just got together and learned an offense and a defense, new coaching staff, new everything. This year, they've been together. They have a big group of guys, but then even the group of players that might be in the rotation in addition, so a Chris Duarte or a JaVale McGee, well, those guys have ties within. So you're looking, JaVale McGee was on the Warriors during their championship runs for 2 years with Mike Brown. They have a relationship. They know, JaVale knows what Mike wants from him. And then you have Duarte, who was with Sabonis for a year and a half. Mm-hmm. He knows how to get open for Sabonis. He knows the ideas. So they've got to learn the current playbook, but they're already way ahead. There's continuity. And then the one rookie that's really going to play is 28 years old and played for 13 years. And he will not have like Chick-fil-A and donut duty. He's De'Aaron Fox did tell us that today, but this is just it's a more mature vibe, and this group, like, they know what's at stake. They have a plan. They have a goal. The goal is to win a championship, and they're not like, why not us? They assume it will be them. They think it will be them. They're convinced that they're a team to beat, and you got to like it.
Did you think they had that same type of confidence last season? Obviously, maybe not in the first month of the season, but after the All-Star break, did they have that same confidence of, we're a contender, we're expecting to be a contender, or was it different last year than it is talking to these guys right now?
Yeah, I think last year they came into the season with a mindset of, this feels different than before. And so we're like a foot in, and Mike wants 2 feet in, but most players I thought were a foot in. Even I'd point to, like, Harrison Barnes, we talked to today. Harrison Barnes' first 3 weeks of the season last year, I don't want to say he wasn't in. I just want to say that something was off.
Mhm.
Like I don't know that, he'd been through so much here that
Fooled can't be fooled again.
yeah, believing was really tough.
Yeah.
It was really difficult to like fully believe in that this time it will be different.
Mhm.
And all of a sudden he did believe, and he was 100% in. And again, I'm not trying to like, they almost traded the guy during the offseason. We all know that.
Mhm.
So this is like, he was in a weird place as a player, a weird place in his career. There's a big difference when, and you got Trey Lyles, who almost demanded that he come back.
Hmm.
Like, it was like, I'm coming back.
Yeah.
And they're like, you're a free agent. I don't care. I'm coming back. And his agent's got to be like, man, shut up. And he's like, no, this is where I want to be. This is, I don't want to go anywhere else.
Mhm.
We'll have that interview tomorrow that we'll run. Trey Lyles probably tomorrow. But you got guys like him. You got guys like Harrison Barnes. These guys chose to come back because they had such a good experience last season that this is who they want to be.
Let's hear a little bit from De'Aaron Fox, courtesy of James Ham at practice today.
You're a couple days in, De'Aaron. Just early thoughts on these first 2 practices.
I think it's been really good. Obviously, we got a lot of guys back from last year, so we're adding stuff to our offense and obviously going over stuff that we know. But with the new guys, they're kind of getting acquainted quickly. So trying to cut down on turnovers and everything like that. But I think today was much better than yesterday.
All the returners coming back, it's been a common theme that everybody's talked about. Do you feel that in how different just 2 practices feel compared to the first 2 last year?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it doesn't feel like a training camp where everybody's trying to understand each other and understand a whole new offense, especially with our starting group. Like we come in, we have the same guys. So we're basically just adding to the stuff that we already knew. And what was considered a complex offense, it's probably a little more complex than it was last year, but I think guys are catching on quickly, and we already understand each other. So the communication that we have while we're talking, and then nonverbal communication as well. So I think that's been a big thing for us. And then defensively, I think we've been a lot better. Obviously, we have referees out here, and we're trying to learn how to be physical, how to be physical on both ends of the ball. Obviously, blowing up DHOs, things like that, without committing fouls.
I know it's just day 2, but the competitiveness compared to training camps in the past, is it different, another level?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I think I remember my second year's training camp because Dave had us running so much. I really don't remember the ones between those and last year, but I mean, it's been extremely competitive. No matter who we put out there, I mean, with our team, I feel like as far as depth, especially offensively, I feel like we have that. So it's been extremely, challenging to get stops, but also because we're working on new things, it kind of gets sloppy at times. But that's what you expect going through the year.
We know how well y'all get along, but how much do you bring out the best in each other, you think?
I mean, I think especially since we've known each other most guys have known each other for over a year now. It's kind of allowed guys to get on each other even more. So when there's a bad turnover or a lapse in defensive communication, guys will let each other know. Like I said before, it's not getting taken personal, and something said to you, you take it, you take the criticism, and then you fix it next time. And I think that's been great for us.
Is it too early to find where maybe some early strides have been made for you?
I'm going to hit pause right there with all due respect to our very good friend, Sean Cunningham, who I believe will be with you on Friday.
Yeah, I think so.
Very good. Lots of things stood out into that, in that. First thing, De'Aaron sounded damn near like cheerful, like talking about this camp, this group, and what this season might be like for him. Obviously, this is a completely different experience than he's had before with this team. But you laid it out beautifully. I love being able to watch that video from the perspective of the way you laid it out. He sounds more mature. He sounds like all of these. You can hear that just in that media scrum right there.
Yeah, it's just the confidence, right? He's always been a player that hasn't been super vocal.
Mhm.
I think now he's found his voice, and he's just getting more and more comfortable in that. He goes on to talk about that a little bit. That especially he's had so many young players in Sacramento all summer. He's been here all summer. Keegan's been here all summer. Davion's been here all summer. Kessler Edwards, I think Jordan Ford. You got a group of players who have been around. Colby Jones. And so it's almost like just out of like a de facto leadership, he's the guy,
Mhm.
right? And everyone just kind of follows what he does, and
Yeah.
he's helping out and he's talking to guys in a different way. And I think building those relationships with young players, it's something that when he comes into the league at 19, you don't really know how that's going to work out, right? You don't get to see him as that type of player. And like, look, I've covered plenty of players here in Sacramento that played for a long stretch, and I don't think I ever really felt like they started taking younger players under their wing.
Mm.
And I think there's something, like I don't remember DeMarcus Cousins ever having a rookie. I don't remember Jason Thompson having a rookie. Like, so these are things that maybe they did, but it wasn't nearly as prevalent as what we've seen with the Keegan Murray situation with De'Aaron. And I just think that it's interesting. When De'Aaron was a rookie, his guy was George Hill. And of course they had Vince Carter on the roster. And so you had some guys to really help support him, but you really didn't have the real team. And it's easier to lead when you find success.
Yeah.
Like it's easier to lead a winning squad than it is to lead a team that's down in the dumps all the time and struggling. And so I'm glad to see a player. I get to see players make a full cycle usually, where they come in and then they leave and they're gone. To see a player come in, like grow to a certain point, take a little bit of a step back because just the team and the dysfunctionality of the franchise, and then come out the other side, and you can see where his player arc still has so much room to go up. It's a unique thing to watch in Sacramento.
How do those things go as far as like having a rookie? Maybe it's different every time, but did De'Aaron take that upon himself to, take Keegan under his wing, or did Mike Brown say, or Monty even say, hey man, what do you think about having Keegan around or something? Like how does something like that usually go?
I'm not fully sure like if there was some nudging, but I don't think there was. I think this is something where De'Aaron understood he was going to be here. They had conversations, and next thing you know, they're like together, right? And I think De'Aaron is a guy who's opened his door. And I'm not just going to say De'Aaron. I'm going to say De'Aaron and Rasay, and also Reno. Like they have a person who's with them quite a bit, who's like helps them with a lot of stuff, which is Reno. And I think it's interesting too, because we're looking at a young married couple who has a young child, and they're still opening their door up and kind of saying, hey, like, look, let's allow Keegan to be part of their pod, their little family. And I think that it's going to pay, like down the road. This will be one of those defining things, I believe, in both of their careers, where you helped create a player that may or may not have been able to get there. And it's just something, again, I've never seen this in Sacramento, where you see such a relationship where one guy is literally pushing another guy's baby in a stroller around. Like, but that it means something. Like it does. And I talked to Keegan about it. Like you guys played the interview.
He was very aware of the Uncle Keegs thing. Like, it's not like, oh, really? That's a thing. No, he was very aware that that's a dynamic within the Kings universe that people gravitated towards.
Well, that and I would keep telling people, like, Keegan Murray is a twin, an identical twin, and you separated them last year, and so he's not just on his own. He's on his own in a very unique way. Like his bond with his brother, like it starts in the belly. And I mean, those guys played every game together in high school, every game together in college. Like they were inseparable, and you split them. Like that is taking away a different type of support that I think Keegan is uniquely in need of. Something like this, where we're to get the most out of him, not just as a basketball player, but allow him to feel comfortable and to help him develop as a person. This was a big deal. And so I like it. And I also will tell you, like, De'Aaron had more flair as a young player, but he's still an introvert. They're different types of introverts, but they're both introverts. They're both quiet people. They both prefer the life away from the game more, than the bright lights. And so they have that commonality as well, where they can bond over sort of being quiet and needing time to recharge and get away from everything. And so, yeah, I think this is going to be a huge, huge thing for the Kings. Like long term, I think this will be one of those, again, things that helps Keegan develop. And we even saw it yesterday with on Monday with the confidence you saw in the interview. He's just different. Davion Mitchell, totally different. Like watching him year 1, year 2, like, like he would stop 8 words into a sentence and go, yeah. And then that was the end of his answer. No, that was the second longest interview I did that day, which is stunning that Davion Mitchell gave me the second longest interview.
To Mike, right?
Yeah.
Or Luke?
Yeah, no, I think it's probably Luke is probably longer. I'll have to look though.
Sorry, Casey.
No, I was just gonna piggyback and say, I mean, I told Damian when it happened, I just love hearing Davion talk about basketball, talk about his situation between what he did at Charlene's Beauty Supplies and his conversation with you. I mean, he's just real and open about where he's at as a player and what he needs to do to get where he wants to go. I enjoy it. It's a lot of real talk when Davion starts talking. I enjoy it.
Yeah, I thought too, if we go back to that interview, some of the interesting things to me, it's not that he worked with Steph Curry and Steph Curry's shooting coach and that he's improved his shooting touch. It was his appreciation for being around greatness that I was like kind of caught off guard by, and about building the bonds with great players and understanding what it is to be great and how, he's always been known as this worker, right? But like you can work really hard and not work really smart.
Never mistake activity for achievement.
Yeah. And I totally agree. So I think what he learned this offseason was that these guys think of the game a different way. They treat the game a different way. And it's one thing to be in the gym all the time and just pushing. But if you don't know what the goal is, if you don't know what the end is for what you're doing, then you can just be pushing the wrong direction the whole way. And I realistically believe that in his second season, well, between his first and his second season, somebody pushed him the wrong way about teaching him to like adding the arc to a shot and stuff. And I think that was a mistake. Like it was. And his percentages went down, the time it took to get the ball out of his hands, like all of these things, it impacted his ability to be the same player. And he's cleaned that up. So that's one thing, is fixing the mechanics. But I think also getting him in a mindset where he starts seeing the game and the people that are in the game in a different light, and how he can take on a leadership role, how he can just be more than a defensive guy. And I mean, he said it, I want to be all defensive. I don't know how that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But that's what I want to be.
Well, he did know how that was going to happen. He said, if I'm a star in my role, and we have the team success, the individual accolades will come. And for a player who, barring something really unfortunate, he's not going to start. Like, he's going to have a specific role on this team. If you're Mike Brown, you couldn't ask for a better attitude going into the season.
Yeah, I totally agree. And like, look, when you're asking players or coaches some of these questions, it's not, you have to ask them questions that are uncomfortable, but you can do it in a way that feels comfortable, where you can actually get a decent answer out of them. Like Mike Brown was very clear. Like, they have to make some changes to what their defensive sets were. This isn't just a player issue. They had to fix some of the situations that they were in and work on some defensive things that that I don't think they had to work on, that they knew they had to work on. And so they went back to the tape and they saw some of the deficiencies, and they said, okay, we have to clean up this, and this. We have to put our players in better positions to succeed in this situation than that situation. And then come back with a game plan, but also at the same time, make sure that our players know we have to be more physical when you go home. I don't know how you do it, but you have to be more physical. When we come back together, I need you in this type of shape, but I also need you to have a mindset that we are going to be forceful. We are going to inflict our will on others.
Mm.
We are going to be the aggressor on the defensive end. And if that means that you've got to take a little bit of that juice you have on the offensive end and tone it back, that's okay, because we're going to ask you to do it on the other end. And if you don't, we're going to use someone else in that position. We're going to find people that will bring. It's not that you have to be perfect on defense, is that you have to bring the right intensity, the right juice to the conversation.
And I love hearing that. I love hearing that from this team. And one of the things that you mentioned there is that it's not all on the players. Players, this is not on you. This is not on you.
Thank you.
But I think that's something that can be respected by the players, because these coaches aren't coming back saying we were bad on defense. You guys need to do better. They're looking at it as we were bad on defense last year. We all need to do better. You know, I need you guys as players to have a certain level, a certain mindset that you're bringing to the table. And we need to find better ways to put you in situations to help you be successful. I think that's something, it may not be a big thing, you know, to everybody, but just hearing that as a player, hearing a coach saying, you know what, I got to be better too. I'm asking you to be better. I'm asking that of myself. We all got to be better together. I think that helps them buy in to whatever changes needed to be made for this season.
Yeah, I mean, I always look at it in this light. So let's just look. We can use baseball as an analogy for basketball. If you got a bunch of single and double hitters, if you're let's say the
Giants.
No, like if you're the 1985 St. Louis Cardinals and all you have is you got Ozzie Smith at shortstop, you got Vince Coleman in the outfield, like your biggest power hitters like Tom Bernansky, and he's going to hit 27 homers. You can't go out there and think you're going to play like the Yankees. You can't play that way.
Mm-hmm.
So at a certain point as a coach, you got to realize that it's okay if I got singles and double hitters. Now I need to steal bases. I need to be aggressive on the base pads. I need to put these guys in positions to succeed. I need a couple of guys to be able to work walks. Like, you can't just think that someone's going to save the day with a home run. And that's where, like with the Kings, I think you have to look at your team and be honest about who they are and how they play. But that doesn't mean that you just have to go, okay, they're going to get beat to the basket sometimes. No, like, I need you to cut. If you see your teammate get beat, if you're the weak side defender, I need you to be at the rim. And if you're at the rim, I need somebody else to cover your guy, so he's not just coming back behind to dunk on that guy's head.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be this again, I use it all the time. You have to play on a string. When the string gets pulled one way, the entire team has to adjust. Everyone has to play together. And you can do that even if you have athletes that aren't the top of the top of the top. And, you know, it's something that I think we can go back to the early 2000 Kings and you can look at and you can see how, you know, they weren't the greatest defensive teams, but man, they were incredible teams. And they won 60 plus games, and they did it without playing the best defense possible. But when they needed to stop, they could.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, you look around, what do they have? Like, in their starting five, one true defensive player in Doug Christie.
Yeah.
Mike Bibby wasn't a defensive player. By that point, Vlade wasn't a defensive player.
Right.
Chris Webber, he could play defense, but he didn't all the time. And then Peja was okay. Not horrible, but like middle of the road.
Mm-hmm.
They still beat teams by 8 points a night on average. And that's how you win. Like, you got to adjust. You got to play to your strengths. But, you know, and with our conversation with Jerry earlier, he said, hey, they got to run some zone. Throw some weird stuff at people. Throw some things, like, because Mike Brown said last year, yeah, we don't practice our zone. Like, okay, so everyone out there just has to rely on what they learned in 5th grade. Like, go ahead, that's what we learned. You know, run out there. Like, no, in the modern NBA, sometimes you do. You can't. In Jerry's era, you couldn't run a zone. Now, like, go ahead, run some sneaky stuff every once in a while, 2-3 minutes here or there. Throw somebody off kilter, make them uncomfortable.
Understanding team defense is the most important thing in a team game like basketball. There's one-on-one guys that are special, and it can, you know, for a player to take somebody out of their game. But at the end of the day, even the best defenders are still help side. You know, they're still The Kawhi Leonard is a great defender, but if it was him versus Paul George is one-on-one, Paul's going to eventually do what he needs to do, if they have the whole court to work. But if Paul's like, man, I got to get by Kawhi, but then this guy's over here ready to help, like I got to dish it off. And it's the team defense concept.
Yeah, and that's where I think Sasha can actually probably, I know it sounds crazy, I think he can be a better defensive player for this team than Chimezie Metu was last year. And like they're not playing the exact same role because Chimezie played more center, but he's going to be on the court and there's not going to be a lot of ways to hide him. But the way he thinks the game is really, really high level. And so what you want from him is the anticipation. What you want him to do is, like how many times do you see Bogdanovic steal a pass on the baseline, a skip pass going to the corner on the baseline? Bogey is not going to win any foot races. He is not lightning quick. He's just super smart. He knows what's going on. And so I expect a lot of that from Sasha. Like if you leave him on an island on the perimeter, sure, he's going to give up an inline drive. And he's going to have to figure that out. But if he's playing physical and his teammates are playing behind him and have his back, he should be just fine.
I told you this last night, listening to Sasha talk a couple of times, once with you, media scrum, and I think he even had media availability yesterday. For a player going through his first media day in the NBA, he seems really underwhelmed by the process. Like I think people kept trying to, and this certainly isn't a criticism of anybody, but I think people were trying to get like a, hey, what's it like being in the NBA now type thing. And he's like, that's not a specific question, nor is this a specific answer. But I read his tone and body language for 2 days as, guys, I've been a professional basketball player for 13 years. I'm just doing it in a different league now. I'm ready to play basketball and win with the Sacramento Kings. That's where I'm at with this group.
Yeah, I think when he did his initial, like when he talked the first time, when we got our press conference, there was a reverence for him making it to the league. Like you sense that, like he understood that he's been playing in the second best league in the world, and now he gets to go play in the best league in the world. And that's gone now. It's time to play basketball. And he's been here in Sacramento for 3 or 4 weeks. He's been playing with these guys. He's been running up and down the court. They said he's scrappy. And then like the defense is, the offense is crazy. The ability to shoot is crazy. And it's something that I think both him and Keegan are going to have to be told multiple times this season. You have to shoot. Like we need you to shoot more. And I think even like Mike, either Mike or I think maybe it was De'Aaron. He said that Mike had stopped practice today to give Keegan an earful for not shooting a ball. And it's like, look, man, that time is gone. We need you to shoot. And this is, again, something that Bogdanovic had such a problem with. Everyone's like, man, you've got to shoot more than 9 times a game. You got to shoot more than 11 times a game. Like you're hitting everything. We need you to shoot 15 times a game or 2. And there was such a reluctance because that's not who they've been as players. That's who these guys need to be. And it's why the Kings pushed Keegan out there at the California Classic and made him the star of the team. They said, this is who you need to be. And I think the same thing with Sasha. He's going to be able to be a star in his role. And he does have a very good chance of being like an all rookie selection, even at 28, and a very valuable member to a team that, could win 50 plus games.
Mike, Monty, Wes, sign me. I'll shoot.
Okay, settle down, sir.
I'll shoot the ball.
Oh, now you're a Sacramento King. You was better than Puka on Monday.
I'm not saying I'm better than these guys, but they need somebody to just shoot. You ain't got to tell me twice.
No, you got to do something else besides shoot.
Well, they didn't say that.
Okay.
Anything.
Just like you have to do something more than just run down the center of the field.
Oh, man, that game
around.
winner, man. They literally, there's no jam at the line. Nobody was even guarding. Nobody was even guarding him. Just went to a spot. Hey, just go to that spot, catch the ball. Now, after he caught the joint, he had to make some people miss. He had to get into the end zone. It's not my bag, but I can
You
get
just
to a
catch the
spot
ball and fall
catch.
down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This guy. We'll come back. We will talk more with our 1320 Kings Insider and host of the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube, Monday through Friday, 10 to 12 here on ESPN 1320. More Sacramento Kings talk here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. You're like the home improvement character. Like I can't see, I can just see your eyes,
Wilson.
like because you're Wilson.
name
Yeah.
Wilson?
So this guy is lower than normal, and so I had to drop my chair. So I.
Oh,
fit
is
in
that
with
what
you.
it is?
Yeah, and
I was like, I don't remember this used to be the case, but for some reason, all I see is James' eyes.
Yeah, so normally I sit way up higher, but I don't want to be all unbalanced on the screen.
No, I got you.
Yeah, like when I came in, the seat was super low. See, now I'm too high again. Let me see. There it is. That's a little better. There we go. So now I'm a little higher.
Now I can see.
Yeah, it's not usually like that. Yeah, the seats, again, this thing was low. I had to adjust accordingly. I don't know how I lost Jerry coming out today. So
Yeah, it looked like Jerry just left.
I think he did. I think I said, "Oh well, we've got to get out of here." I think he meant like we got to leave. And then I turned around and I'm like,
Well,
"Hey, did anyone see Jerry Reynolds?" And
I
I
want to
think
see a little man, white hair, polo. Is he
think
wandering?
he's gone.
Where you go?
hey, he's in my circle of trust. He's in my circle of trust. You got to lay off.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. It's crazy. The Kings play on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild. Will we get to see it? This might be the game we don't get to see. Oh, they're going to stream it? Yeah, that's not probably going to work out for James.
Mhm.
Because they
Same
have,
time as 49ers Cowboys.
Oh.
It says it's on League Pass. It says NBC Sports California.
Oh, maybe. I two of them were added.
I think they're all on TV.
I gotta ask.
Good.
Russell Hunt says free Justin Fields. Are you saying free him or are you saying he's free?
I thought we were having a terrific conversation. These dudes is just in here talking about the Bears and Justin Fields. I don't know what the hell's going on in here, but I know they're not interested in what we're doing.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Very well. Serial Connection lost his mind trying to get Jerry to tell us what cereal
Well,
and me to ask Jerry, as opposed to
you often have to ignore Manny.
As opposed to me asking Jerry.
Got you. What's next? Gotcha.
Got it.
Yeah. I know that thing's in here somewhere. Pause.
So, as opposed to me asking Jerry Reynolds about the time he went to French Lick, Indiana, got on a garbage truck with Larry Bird, drank beer, and talked him into going to Indiana State, they want me to ask about what cereal he eats in the morning.
Oh, that's Manny's. No,
it's all right. It's all right, bro. Which Bennett's? I was at the. There's a Bennett's right down the street from on Eureka.
Yeah. Did the other one open?
Yeah, they're up to 3. Loman's Plaza, and then one over by the theater in Blue Oaks.
Yeah.
Need to put one in Elk Grove.
Really
Man.
close.
Stop playing. Stop playing, Bennett's. We're getting Nordstrom's rack.
Oh, those can be fun.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever gotten anything out of Nordstrom's rack.
Oh, you can get some good stuff in there.
Oh, you definitely can.
Yeah,
I've browsed through. They got some good stuff. I just never gotten anything.
Dress shoes.
Yeah, the dress shoes go crazy in Nordstrom's rack.
Yeah, I got a
do that anymore.
$400 pair of Bruno Mollies for like $130.
I just wear
and we still wearing those, huh?
Wow.
Yeah. OJ shoes. OJ shoes. Yeah.
Still wearing those.
They were the best shoes I've ever had. I had them resold twice.
James, I got a great pair of isotoners there too.
They do not fit. They must have quit.
James walked in and got the OJ starter kit at the Nordstrom rack.
Tony, don't do that. Don't be disrespectful.
Name. I'll give him his initials. OJS.
Be disrespectful. It ain't no. Elk Grove got some things popping up. Sky River Casino is in Elk Grove. Show some respect.
Alden J found a Gucci card holder at North. Well, that was Kenny's. He just lost it. He just dropped it while he was shopping, and they.
Gucci not really my brand.
No, I didn't. But here we are. I love when Charlie. Every time Charlie's back, it's just an adventure. This show is just a 4-hour adventure. And I just learned. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I learned that James Ham threw Jerry Reynolds out of the studio today.
Well, that was sad.
I had no idea. Like I was like, I would, just take Jerry over to meet Stacy and all of these different things. Apparently, James threw Jerry out of the studio.
That's just come on, James.
Unbelievable.
Come on, man.
I brought it up on the
call for.
I brought it up on the show too. Jerry is the guy that fired Bill Russell. I'm like, so you fired Bill Russell? He goes, well, maybe.
Had to do what he had to do.
Yeah.
Bill Russell was just,
he was reading the newspaper.
Yeah, I'm about to say one of the greatest, but he's just sitting there not doing nothing.
Man,
we were losing left and right.
Man was sitting there reading the Wall Street Journal in the first quarter. Hey.
He may have tried like the Bill, you don't got to go, but you can't be here no more.
Hey, real quick, because I remember seeing this, and I apologize to Miss Fox if she's still watching, because she asked about an hour and a half ago, what did Marcus Smart say? That
oh Jesus, man, we brought that up. Oh man, yeah, go ahead, take that away. My bad. That's a bad host. I don't know. We got onto some conversation about Brock Purdy that just kept going. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, Marcus.
So essentially, what Marcus
is
Smart
going to get
said,
Marcus is going to get a call from Adam today.
Yeah, Marcus Smart said that nobody cares about the play-in tournament because the only thing that matters
the in-season tournament.
In-season tournament, excuse me, because the only thing that matters is the NBA championship. Mm-hmm. And he's like, yeah, we'll go out there and play just because it's new, but nobody really going to be tripping off that. And Marcus is the ultimate competitor. I'm not questioning his competitive nature, but yeah, I wasn't feeling that, bro.
I really hope Mrs. Fox taps back in and says, I've been waiting 2 hours for you guys to pay this off. I'm still here. I knew you guys wouldn't forget. I've been waiting for 2 hours for you to pay that tease off.
I gotta be honest. I don't really care about the midseason tournament, and I think that's the way that
James is getting a letter from Adam Silver too.
I will take my letter from Adam. I just know that it's going to cause like some weirdness right in the middle of the season.
It's not that weird.
Well, no, but the league will stop for a couple of days while they go to Vegas, and then they start playing the tournament itself in Vegas.
Mm-hmm. But the league doesn't stop, does it? It's just
aren't the other teams playing?
They're playing other games
in like one of the days.
Yeah, but where?
All the losing teams.
I don't know.
Like but everyone.
I still have a lot of unanswered questions for
the NBA does.
There's so many questions that I think we're just gonna skip it. I don't know that like each night it's gonna be it's a double win, or it's that's a double loss.
Well, no, on Tuesdays and Fridays.
Well, yeah, I mean,
in November only.
I know when the games are. Yeah, but I mean, are they? I don't think that as someone who covers a team, I'm going to be all that like caught up in it. Like maybe I'm wrong.
No, I want to win.
Well, see, and that's what I'm talking about with Marcus Smart. Like if there's something to be won, I want to win it. Nobody says, I don't care about the Maui Invitational because it's not the NCAA tournament. No, it's a tournament. We're trying to win this thing.
Marcus is Sean Payton in this joint. He knows the Grizzlies are ass, and so he's setting them up for them to lose setting them up to lose the midseason tournament.
To blame it on Jaren Jackson.
Yeah. What he's gonna do? He's gonna He's gonna Sean Payton this thing up.
Yeah, no, I was surprised to hear Marcus Smart say that. Look, I understand it's never going to be the NBA championship. I understand that, but I would want to win it if I was in the league.
But my feeling is like, especially, I think that's probably a slightly overwhelming sentiment. I don't think people are saying it because I don't think you're supposed to. Mm-hmm. But I think it's a really, really overwhelming sentiment if you've won a championship. Marcus has won a title. Marcus is like, I don't think the Warriors are checking for the midseason tournament. I think the Warriors are smart enough to not say that. I love Marcus, but I think Marcus was just given an honest answer that he probably shouldn't have. But yeah, I think that's a sentiment with Marcus, Steph, Clay, Drake. I don't think they care.
These
I
guys.
just don't think you say that. And maybe when they're 4-0 in the, I mean, obviously the Warriors can't be. That would be impossible because
Right.
they're not beating the Kings ever.
Absolutely not.
But
Yeah.
you know, maybe when you're getting close to the final, maybe you'll feel different. I don't know.
And I mean, something like
I want
this
all the championships.
I want them all too. For it to matter on a certain level, once again, it's never going to matter like the NBA championship. We get that. But it takes time, it takes some years. It takes, maybe a decade for it to carry any kind of weight where the players care or the people who cover, the teams are like, oh, it's cool that they won this or whatever. I just know me. And once again, Marcus Smart is one of the most competitive guys in the league. I'm not questioning that. But if there's something to be won, I'm trying to win it.
Yeah.
I do care. So
Yeah, I think, and even like giving them money, that's probably not like what will incentivize them. Like give them like a specific car or something. Give them
Well,
something.
that doesn't do it
Chrysler
either.
300 might get it done.
No.
Everyone
First
gets
of all,
a
we
Bentley.
all know it would be a Kia. If you're going to win a car in the NBA, you're going to win a Kia.
Oh yeah, so no, I'm wrong. Like
Who
no,
won
give them
the
money?
Peyton or Eli won the MVP, and they were like, "Yeah, I can't touch those keys. I have a car endorsement with like Buick or something. Get that car away from me."
Or when it was probably I can't remember. Maybe they both did. But I also remember when Madison Bumgarner won the World Series MVP, and the poor Chevrolet guy just, oh man, he struggled. He's
Oh yeah, stop putting the sales guy for the particular
hands were shaky.
Oh yeah, no
he said,
good.
it's got a lot of cool technology and stuff.
Buttons and things.
Yeah, not everybody is made for that. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Don't do that. That's no good.
Uh,
Absolutely no good. Zion just wants to go to Dallas for the midseason tournament. That's all he wants. If you haven't seen that yet, just search Zion Williamson on. In fact, I want to show this to James just for my own amusement. Everybody stand by.
Oh man.
Hang on. We got
boy Zion was hyped.
We gotta
and just the thought, just looking back in time.
Oh yeah. And that's what he was doing. He was looking back in time.
Have you seen this, James? Have you heard about this? Oh man, yeah.
Here is Zion Williamson with what did we Alexis Morgan, I believe.
Yeah. Shout out NBA 2K. She's on NBA 2K. Yeah, big ups to her.
What is your favorite?
Now I want to point out to James and everybody who might be seeing this the first time. James, pay no attention to the beautiful pay no attention to Alexis. Just focus on Zion here.
What is your favorite road city in the NBA?
All right, dramatic pause and
Dallas.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Gets better. And
are you?
Dallas.
I don't know. I don't know why that man. He just starts licking his lips when he's talking about Dallas.
Who are you?
Dallas.
Like he just, yeah.
What?
Has he been like?
The title of that tweet, by the way, was Zion Williamson, a freak.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that there's a possibility he likes Dallas.
I'm gonna say there's a possibility that Zion is completely unaware of the offseason he just had. like Zion was the focal point of the league for like 5 days. Nah. He loved him some Dallas, though. I'm more curious as to why Alexis knew he was going to say Dallas. There's clearly something rolling around
Alexis,
NBA
come on,
circles
D-Lo
that
and
we don't know.
KC, so we can ask you that question. How did you know?
We need to spill the tea, Alexis.
Dallas.
I was expecting him to say something about like some sort of like food that he likes in Dallas because he's a guy who like clearly has enjoyed.
No, he's clearly enjoyed some things. The focal point of his offseason was not food.
No,
it
was not food.
He didn't waste no time. Dallas.
He does not care what anyone said about him this offseason. He's like, no, it's Dallas. That's my spot. When we started that clip, I was certain he was going to say Atlanta.
You can see him almost like the like.
Oh yeah, Dallas.
Bubble,
Yeah.
like, and they're like, Oh, are we still on?
It was probably.
Are we still on? Wait, is this? Oh, hi, everybody. Hey, I'm
Reminisce on the time we had.
Hey, that good that Usher was talking about. Anyways, James Ham here with us. He's not here for our nonsense. He's here to talk Kings basketball. Did you get to speak to Monty at all over the last couple of days? Not obviously not on camera, but
no, like to say hello. To like of course, I'm making fun of his vests.
Did him and Wes match?
They did not, which I thought, which I did mention to Wes that he wasn't wearing, and they weren't together. Okay. I had a pretty long conversation about going to Alaska on a cruise with Wes.
Okay.
Like we talked shop a little bit. Monty, it was much briefer, and I don't think he was on the list of people I was approved to talk to. So I was like, "So you're gonna come sit with me?" He goes, I think I have to go somewhere else." I'm like, "Well, I'll still be sitting here when you get back. You can come swing by the table."
1140 didn't approve him.
We'll talk about
not
that.
To talk to
the
him.
Sweater vests. I mean the poofy vest that
send over Jordan Ford because or what's my man's name? Comanche. Jordan Ford going to be on the spot. Send Comanche over to James. That's who he can talk to.
Shout out Comanche.
He's going to bust his ass in training camp.
Oh, yeah. Chance is going to bust. Yeah. And I think it's good for a young player like him to go hang out with JaVale. Like, go learn what the next level dude does and why you're like a 4A guy and you can't break through. You go spend some time with him and maybe he can show you a couple of things that would help you.
Speaking of JaVale, what was the bell that was sitting like right next to your table?
Okay. Well, no, it's the bell.
Oh, it's the bell.
It's the bell. Yes.
Oh.
So anytime someone does something great at practice, they ring the bell.
Uh-huh.
Well, it
was right next to you.
They put it was right over the top of my table. Oh. It was like I was like an old style Taco Bell, like with the bell right there. I'm like, what's happening here? So I sat, like I had my table. They gave me a tall table, which was very nice. And I was able to, and they gave me 2 chairs.
That's very nice of them.
And then I should have turned the camera the other way facing back, but I didn't want the backdrop to be like where all the scrums and XM radio and stuff like that was, which was not technically allowed to go live.
Technically.
I'm guessing my boy, Zach Harper was there. Yeah. There you go.
This guy.
To be clear, you're joking that's your boy or that's your boy?
Zach Harper is who got me into cowbell. Like that's who reached out and said, "Hey, I got to go to Minnesota to see about a girl, and I need someone to take over take over cowbell at the end of the season." And I said, "Okay."
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know we had those kind of feelings towards Zach.
I don't know the guy personally. He could be a great guy. He has terrible basketball takes.
Sometimes he writes like his head is up his ass. That's what
he takes in basketball. I don't think the guy knows what the hell he's talking about when it comes to basketball. He could be a great guy, great babysitter or something like that. Great guy to go get coffee. I don't know nothing about that. But I know when it comes to basketball, he don't know what the hell he's talking about half the time.
He is from Sacramento.
No, we know that.
He grew up here, and the harsh takes are aimed at the Kings. He's a Minnesota Timberwolves fan somehow.
Because they're a model franchise.
Yeah.
Because you talk about franchises that have really figured things out. Boy, I think of the Minnesota Timberwolves.
See, here's the funny thing. Like, I have if you're like in the beat writing world, like you have your friends are like you hang out with them when they come into town. Sometimes you go get a drink with them. Sometimes you don't. Mm-hmm. Like Zach, again, he and I worked together at Cowbell for like maybe like the first 8 months. when I realized that Zach said, "Hey, do you want to come and work with me at Cowbell?" That means, did you want to go do everything at Cowbell? And I'm going to write like once every 6 weeks. That's kind of where we were. And then he left at the end and just handed Cowbell over to me, which I, with John Santiago, we created like a monster there.
Mm-hmm.
But
he couldn't do that.
He helped get me in the door. Like,
well, thank you for that, Zach.
Yeah. And then
also be better.
Well, it's the same. Like Bontemps.
I'm starting to think, boy. I mean, This company that James Ham keeps. Between Bont. Next thing James is going to tell us he's friends with Coffee Boy. Like he's going to hang out with Amin Hassan when he comes rolling through.
No.
James like, hey, that's too far. That's not funny.
I mean, like we were all part of like the True Hoop Network when we were young. So like Ethan Strauss but like
I like Ethan.
Again, some of these guys were very young and I wasn't as young as a lot of these guys starting out.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of times I would go sit at like the adult table while all the True Hoop guys we'd go out to dinner. They'd be like a group of like 20 guys that are all in their early 20s. And then I would go sit with, like Henry Abbott and Larry Kuhn, like the great salary cap guy. And like the adult table, I would sit at the adult
to think
table.
You're still doing it all these years later with Brendan and Frankie.
Yeah.
You guys sit at the kids' table. I'm gonna go talk to Sean.
Well, that's because I'm more of a pay it forward guy. So like I know I can't do this forever. I've loved doing this for as long as I have, and I hope that I get to do it for another 20 years.
Well, those 2 hours you've added to your day are going to take some time off.
They're taking a little toll.
Take a little time off your career.
Like this week was like I felt like you last week, even though I only had some things added on.
Yeah, it's tough when your partner's gone.
Yeah,
it's tough when your partner's
when
gone.
you got to do all the prep and got to do all the stuff like and stay on top of everything. It's a little different, and but
2 hours felt like 6.
Yeah, well, no, it's not that. It's that the rest of the day feels like you're chasing your tail the whole time. Like you can't get back. Like you're chasing it. You can't catch up. The whole day you feel that way, and then you get home and you got so much more work to do, and you're like, oh, I don't think I'm going to swing. I'm going to take like an hour nap, and that ends up being 2 hours. And next thing you know, your night's over, and you're back doing the same thing the next day, and it's Groundhog Day a little bit, but yeah.
You're doing fine. Doing a good job. I
hope
enjoy
so.
the show coming in. You know what I mean? You're doing a good job.
It beats you up a little bit here and there. But overall, I don't think this, once I adjust this the 2 hour show, the Insiders, it's not going to be something that's a huge issue.
You're doing good though. Back to trash and Zach Harper.
Well, I mean, we can move on to trashing Tim Bontemps if you want. I'm good with either one of them.
There, though, it's such a tight like group, right? So, like Tony Jones comes in from
Tony. Good, I like Tony.
Yeah, but did you see Tony's stuff on Twitter last night?
No, what did Tony?
He had this horrible situation. His daughter goes to the college that there was a shooting at yesterday.
Oh, Morgan State.
Yes.
Oh man.
And so as a parent, I'm sitting there like, oh my gosh, you want to reach out? Like we are like a tight group. Like most of us know each other pretty well, especially when you've been doing it. You've been part of the beat writing world as long as I have, and so we're all it depends on which group's coming through, and each group is very unique. Like it used to be like the Cleveland guys, man, they roll through town. And it's like man, it's gonna be a long night. Like those guys like to hit whatever whatever Sacramento clubs there are. Like it becomes an evening with those guys. Some of the LA guys, sometimes it's like a little bit more of a party scene. The Utah guys, they always want to have lunch, and like
this is hilarious because I can't picture any of these guys that write for these teams going to Tiger with me or something. I cannot see that. This is crazy to hear.
No, but I mean, like, look, it is
Come
like
over to Solomon Vinyl, see D'Lo and KC tonight.
Well, everyone goes to Vegas for summer league, so I mean, you're spending time with these people quite often. Like, I don't know.
Well, can you tell them to get their act together?
Yeah, tell them to do better.
Yeah, I'll probably like have Bontemps on the Insiders at some point.
I'll have them on happy hour.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll join that day.
Yeah. It is wild though. I mean, especially the Bay Area group, we're all like close because of all the coverage that we've done back and forth, all the times that I went down and covered Warriors and all that. But
Shout out our guy Anthony Slater. Did you see him in practice today?
I did.
My man.
Slater in the house. Shout out. I like Anthony Slater.
Oh, he's a great
That's our
writer.
guy.
I love see that's the thing. Like Anthony Slater. One thing I love about Anthony Slater, and I noticed this is the case with Zach Lowe. We talk about Zach Lowe a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They'll write something and then they'll have a video to support it. Like you do this. You do this a lot with your writing. You write and you have something to support it. I'm not pulling this out of thin air. Watch this video. Take a look at this. Let's break it down.
Right.
Watch the video. You go down. You see Anthony Slater's really, really good at that.
Yeah.
And I credit, I big up Anthony Slater because he's doing it with two teams that one has supreme interest across the league, and one the league seems to really like, and you're going to have to keep an eye on this year. It's not like where, in years past, I think Anthony Slater's done this maybe 3 seasons. This might be his third.
I think it's his second. Is it his third?
I feel like it might be his third because I feel like the first time he did it, you could just tap out. Like, I don't have to come back to Sacramento anymore because they stink. So I can spend the rest of the season, in San Francisco with the Golden State Warriors. Obviously, that wasn't the case last year. There's no reason to believe that's going to be the case this year. So he has to write on 2 supremely interesting teams.
Yeah, and I talked to Slater today. He's actually taken on some Oklahoma City stuff as well.
Damn.
Because
that's a good team.
Well, that's
where he was.
His squad. Yeah.
Yeah, that was his beat early on. So
Trader Slater, what was they called him something terrible.
Oh, yeah, they went in on
They
on
photoshopped
Anthony,
him on the Kevin Durant
did,
picture.
They did,
Oh,
man. That's
no.
cold.
He told us that story.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did our man
They
Ant-Man
did
dirty.
him cold, man.
Oh, that is cold-blooded.
Yeah, Google the Anthony Slater next chapter. It was kind of who did it? It was boy. No, it was the crazy dude.
Zach
Enos.
Harper,
Enos. Yeah. It was
Tim
Enos that
Bontemps
did it.
together.
Yeah.
Zach Harper and Tim Bontemps, they made that together. And then they sent it out.
I think our show's over.
We got.
Do we got it?
45 seconds.
Yo, I just realized. I glanced over. I was like, "Oh my god!" I think the show's over because we got baseball coming up. We got the
Playoff
Marlins
baseball.
and the Phillies coming up.
Yeah. Go Marlins.
Oh,
Why?
I don't like Philadelphia.
You just hate the whole city at this point. That's why Kenny won't watch The Office because Scranton. That's why it's too Pennsylvania. He's just out on everything involving Pennsylvania. He don't want nothing to do with him.
I was in the house for 5 or 6 episodes yesterday. Just some wild stuff. I
See?
just can't believe some of the stuff that still happens. That you watch them back, you're like, what is happening?
I'm still amazed at some of the ones that are on TV.
Oh, yeah.
The ones
It's
that
just
they.
like-
I figured they probably pulled some of these out of rotation. No, they didn't.
No,
There's
didn't.
literally a show called Gay Witch Hunt.
Well,
And that
okay.
one's I
Let
saw
it
that.
fly,
It's
I
the
guess.
one on TV is a little bit
I
different.
watched it last night.
It's a little bit different. Appreciate you so much for being with us. Marlins at Phillies coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Marlins.
Why? Good. All right.
Yeah, that I watched that episode. I think it's that
They
episode.
edit they do mute the keyword that Michael calls Oscar.
Oh no, they
Oh no?
no, because we must have been watching it on Peacock or whatever.
Oh,
it's at.
okay.
Oh no.
I thought I saw it. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I was wrong. I
Oh,
thought I
no.
saw it on because I thought they would pull that episode from was it Comedy Central or whatever. And then one day it came on. I was like, oh, and I think the one thing I caught was they muted the word that he called Oscar.
No.
Oh, ridiculous.
I mean, that's some of the most awkward. Like he
Oh.
goes to Oscar and says, "We should go have a beer
Yeah.
sometime, and you can tell me about what it's like to like."
Let another dude do that to you.
You're like, where are we going? What is like? Oh, yeah,
Yeah, good stuff.
that's some wild stuff.
All right, man. You know the deal. We gotta go
Barbie
to work.
World coming up
We
quick.
got to go to work. We got tickets to give away for
Barbie
ESTG.
World might come up in about 7 minutes.
No, I don't think. I haven't flipped over yet. I'm gonna go. We can do this together. I don't think it's Barbie World. I'll give you another chance. I don't think it's Barbie World. I'm gonna
well,
go.
My next guess is you mean
Gunna. That's a good one because I don't think it's Travis Scott.
Oh yeah, T time.
Yeah,
I'ma
it might
stay
be
with
Gunna.
though. I'm gonna stay with Gunna.
Okay. Gunna, and the power record is.
It's Travis.
So what's funny? Something's wrong here.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Oh no, it's not. No, it's not. Okay. It's a different setup. Dana. So Barbie World is the first record out
Oh,
there.
wow.
Barbie World is the first record out of the commercial. The second record, which is the power record, is SZA and Justin.
Oh.
SZA and Justin. And then a few minutes later is Travis and Drake.
Do you guys do your other show right here?
Yep.
Oh.
We're going to flip the studio over right now. Appreciate y'all for being with us. We will see you tomorrow.